Here to start things off on a snowy Monday on the eastern side of the country anyways, and up into Canada. What a day we had here in Toronto yesterday. Record snowfall right across the board for the GTA. It seems a lot of people still going to be digging it this morning. The market, however, open and liking rare earths today. On a headline after the close on Friday, President Trump investing $1.6 billion, or the Department of Energy going to invest $1.6 billion into USA rare earths. USA are to the upside in a big way. All of these, though, in this group catching quite a bit this morning. MP Materials to the upside. There's BNAI to the upside in a big way here after the close. You can see on Friday caught a bit on this headline as well. So we'll dig into that coming up. Monster week on the earnings side of things, the biggest of the big coming through. We'll touch on those coming up as well. Meta, Microsoft, Apple, all set to report on the mega cap earnings side of things. We'll get also, oh, by the way, a Fed decision coming up on Wednesday afternoon at 2 p.m. So a few things happening this week. If you didn't check the economic calendar, the market could be a little bit volatile. So what's been going to be a interesting kind of a day around here, as I think a lot of people are going to be a little bit on the slow side this morning. I don't know, guys. Obi's in for Neil this morning. It's great to have Joe back with us this morning as well after last week being off on here. Also, guys, it was just unbelievable around here yesterday and this morning even. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I think this morning was okay. I don't know.
Last night was a lot of shots.
Last night was, oh man. I feel like I was saying to Brendan, I think it was like 20 to 25 inches for sure in my area. Like I was shoveling, waist deep. Yeah, because I went to the side of the house to clear out the furnace, intake and outtake. And yeah, I couldn't even, like I was wearing my boots, sunk completely rated up here. It wasn't, you know what, like I had to drive around to shake my son here. I don't know, how can I make it a little bit bigger? It wasn't, like, it's not that bad here. Can we show this, or there it is? Oh, I will. NVIDIA CoreWeave. Okay. So anyway, this is what it looked like right here. Let's go over here quickly. I have a quick look. But anyways, yeah, pretty violent day for sure. All right, there it is. So NVIDIA invests $2 billion in CoreWeave. All right, so here we go, man. Like, maybe this is not, is this one of those circular moves here? What are we talking about again? Because this is a continuous move here on CoreWeave, as you can see, with a nice move higher just in right now. We'll get the details about this, but thanks, Brendan. There it is, $2 billion CoreWeave Class A common shares. So NVIDIA did this with Intel. They're doing it now with CoreWeave. There it goes, here to the upside. We'll figure out why. Is that just to keep the business afloat, or what's going on here? Because we know CoreWeave is a big purchaser of some of these NVIDIA GPUs, but there it goes right up to 104. 105 again. On that note, you know, that could be a good opportunity to have a look here today. US Rare Metals, lifting the whole space, man. U is up. BNAI is up. MP is up. We're all ready to go here. I mean, I think Intel's going to be a trade, Obi. We were trading this obviously on Friday. I think both you and I were looking at this as well. Nice to the downside again, another 1.5%. Lucky enough that I was able to get out a little bit of that above $55, but that's moving around. Yeah, so CoreWeave, man, whoever bought the dip in there. You know what this is reminding me of? Maybe another possible buy the dip situation in ARM. I mean, there's been a few names that have really gotten hit here in the space that continue to, languish down to the downside. What is it doing to NVIDIA stock here today? 186 and change. So $2 billion. Like, what is Jensen up to? Yeah. So he made the same kind of a play that, as I was saying, in Intel. Right. Looks like he's doing something now in CoreWeave. So there it goes, man.
Back into it, right? I think they said they were going to, and
did they MP out of that position?
I think they might. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they might have pulled that one there. But CoreWeave seems like that's interesting. They're back up to 100. But USAR was one of my top picks last night. But coming into the day today, like we got a strong some strong selling there, 34s all the way to sub 30s. When I came in, we were trading in and around $30 here and hit a low of 28 so far. So I'm curious to know. Let's see. This gap up was quite nice as well, but we're coming into some prior.
Why was USAR? When was that announced?
So I think there was stuff over the weekend.
Okay.
And then it was confirmed this morning in terms of like which
Jeez,
part
that
of the
was CarWave.
government
Yeah.
is actually making that
Okay.
that stake in.
So it's like, how did you predict it was going to happen overnight? And I was like, okay,
it
was looked at yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw silver again.
Yeah, of course.
Up another 4 points here today, 4%, 5% now, just starting to rip. It was just, oh, it's because we get these, all right, our percentage points is going to be off a little bit because some of these dark pools are kicking in right now. But at the end of the day, it looks like we are going to be trading in and around $99 here on SLV. So we had that long breaking through 91 or something like that on Friday and rode that into the close. It looks like today will be another day for it. Wow, SLV, man, still going. Obviously, gold, I would say, is following this
5,000
trend. Yeah, 5,000, yeah, on spot. Yeah, so
first time ever.
there goes gold. And then you know what's the problem is Bitcoin, man. Bitcoin's not doing anything down here, 87,000 right now. So announced around 7 a.m., says Adara. Thank you, Adara, for that information there officially from the government. But yeah, CoreWeave and NVIDIA expand partnership to build out more than 5 gigawatts of AI factories, Brendan, by 2030. So a story kind of out of the blue. You never know what's going to happen around here.
Yeah, I was just going to bring exactly that, a little more detail here, guys. This is straight equity. So $2 billion in equity at 87.20. So Jensen and team bottom ticked Friday's price action here. And then absolutely straight to the upside on this news again. NVIDIA investing $2 billion straight equity at the very bottom. It happened to be, guys, on Friday. This thing absolutely turned on a dime and ripped when that happened. 87.20 again, $2 billion again, as you said. 5 gigawatts of AI factories by 2030, with CoreWeave planning to early deployments of NVIDIA's Rubin platform, plus Vera CPUs and Bluefield systems. So NVIDIA wanting CoreWeave to hurry things up a little bit, I think.
Yeah, no, it's coming in real hot here. I'm actually thinking about taking some of this here, Sean, because it's holding well. It pulled back in towards its VWAP here. So let's take a look and define some levels as we go into the day here. So I guess there's no VWAP here, so I'll throw that VWAP on there. Volume VWAP, just search VWAP, boom, right there. So here we go. Let's see where that is sitting. We don't need those Bollingers here, or the bands. Here we go. So that's coming in at 99. You can see on the 1 minute chart. We pulled back sub 100 into the 99 area, pulling right back in to these highs, 102. So yeah, I'm sure the news is fresh. The news is disseminating across the world. But we'll see if we can hold some of these higher prices here. We are coming into a weekly high as well, Sean. So let's just take a look at that. So prior week high is coming in right there at 102, 103s. We've got some space all the way up to some former highs here. I see the prior kind of consolidation before that structure broke and we sold off maybe 130s all the way up to 150. So it seems like we're making a line back up with some NVIDIA stake. That will definitely add some decent buying pressure, at least in the shorter term. We've seen that happen here. And yeah, like you said before, Intel as well, kind of a similar story in the past. But I'm honestly looking for a potential dip buy on this one as it pulls back into all of this chop that we made around 35s to 40s here for a continuation. But 50 it could just be all she wrote, because this is prior levels where we've sold off multiple times before. So it makes sense if we're going to have some trouble in and around these areas from before as well on Intel. But new member of the watch list. CoreWeave, for sure.
Yeah, CoreWeave on there. And it's funny because I mentioned maybe ARM was going to do something, and ARM all of a sudden shot up a little bit there as well. Just some of these beatdown plays in the space, I think, continue to work. Is AMD doing anything? Because AMD was on one as well. Okay, back down to 255, so that's kind of nice right there. Yeah, just looking at our watch list, good to see Sharif in the building. Glad to have you here, my man. Precious metals up 4%, U.S. rare earth up absolutely monstrous. Crypto stocks to the downside, semiconductors to the downside. Some IonQ was ticking a little bit higher here today in the pre-market as well. Yeah. They're announcing Skywater technology. We actually talked about some water plays. I wonder if that is anything to do with water there. $1.8 billion, $35 in cash. Apparently here, $50 cash, $20 in stock. Taking out SKYT is IonQ. So SKYT making a little bit of a purchase here in Skywater. Looks like that's going to go out at $35. More vertically integrated quantum computing platform. Chip manufacturing in, so I guess nothing to do with water. But right there, nice move higher for SKYT. And IonQ getting into the business now of taking over different names, vertically integrated. So we, like some of those names, IonQ, we talked about Rigetti and some different names in the quantum space as well. QBTS had a great run last week, up to $26 already here for QBTS. And yeah, the NASDAQ's kind of floating around here, 0.16 right now. So yeah, lots of stuff going on, man. ASTS, Rocket Labs, like everything still keeps on going. RKLB keeps on going to the north side here. Well, $87 actually for Rocket Lab, a little bit of a pullback. We actually saw, just looking at names that were moving around on Friday, some nice moves to the downside. You mentioned Intel already, Rocket Lab, ASTS, different looks there. We're going to have Michael Noss, I believe, on as well. Ooh, it's nice to see AAPL finally getting a little bit of a move higher here as well. This could be a trade today. AAPL trading higher on NEEM upgrade from buy to hold. Another name that's just been, since its introduction into the S&P 500 has been getting hit pretty good here, APP. And we had actually noticed this on Friday as well, or into last week, that we were running into a little bit of a bottom potential here for AAPL. So that could be a potential buy the dip area as well. XOM is higher today. The energy names, like the metal plays, there's just everything right now is bumping around. Crypto not bumping, but that story there with CoreWeave and NVIDIA definitely going to send some waves through the space. And big earnings week, big week for, we talked about Wednesday and Thursday being pretty big days, and then you get Wednesday also the Fed.
Yeah.
So yeah, lots to look forward to today. We've got Joe back in the building, so that's really nice. So Joe will be here for the afternoon. I think he's been doing the upgrades and downgrades, working on those now. Some options plays as well. So it's great to have Joe back in the building. I guess Neil's playing Daddy Daycare today. Yeah. I have no idea, but I just found out that
snow day for sure. Snow day for sure. Because was it last week or the week before there was a snow day as well? Yeah. And it was significantly less snow.
Yeah, today, yeah. They actually announced, it was actually the board. They never take snow days, pretty much. And they announced it yesterday, I think Midday or somewhere near, maybe later on, to give parents an opportunity to make plans and get it all figured out. So yeah, we're excited to have a snow day around my house, but too many snow days, man. The kids get too many days off. And send them into school. Let them shovel our way out of the house today. That's for sure. Yeah, but it was crazy, man. The heights of that snow was, and it's so funny. I mean, you're not a big guy into football or anything like that, but it's funny because none of the games yesterday were played like in an affected area. So like normally you'd have Buffalo or New England, like all these teams that are in the Eastern Seaboard. There was no games in New York. There was no games in Philadelphia. Like the games were Denver, which got nasty near the end. It was a little snowy there. And then the other one was in Seattle. So I was just saying to the wife, like, it's funny because if there was any sort of game that was on the Eastern side, like what would that look like for football? That would have been true, like chaos there for football. But
I did watch a decent chunk of the Bills versus Broncos last week.
Oh, you did?
That last minute was crazy.
Yeah, that's football generally.
I didn't know who was who, but I was just like, yeah, it's absolutely crazy how things can just turn on a dime.
There's always, and the thing is now with instant replays and like everything is down to like the milliseconds sometimes. Are they inbounds? Are they out of bounds? What's the next play? Did they make the catch? Did he make the catch? Yeah, no, football, I mean, all sports comes down to such small, details. It's like trading, actually. If you miss the one fill, like that could be the one trade that you missed, and if you don't get that catch. But all right, then. So it's going to be Seahawks versus Patriots. So I know you're basically. No favorites?
I happened to be at a bar, so I was just like, it was on the screen.
So what do you think for Super Bowl, though? It's going to be Seattle versus New England. So Seahawks, Patriots. So do you have any initial leans?
I have no idea
no initial leans?
Or, what the stats are, what the players are, what the teams are, but
okay.
I don't know. We'll see.
I'm going to lean. I'm initially leaning Seahawks right here, so we'll have to see what the line is there. But all right, we can go back to Desi. Did you guys get a chance to watch any football there yesterday? I didn't get much of it. We were out for a lot of the day, but
I did not. Sharif has arrived, by the way.
Hey.
Good to see you, and good to.
Oh yeah, it was a smooth way down, Brendo. No issues whatsoever. Fantastic. fantastic.
I sense a little bit of sarcasm there, but the Uber driver was in full force.
He was good.
Yeah.
The Uber driver was like the highlight of the morning,
Okay,
to be
perfect.
quite honest with you. But everything else was a bit of a fiasco, Brendo. I don't know, like, did we not know the storm was coming? Where were the shuttle buses?
Right.
Where did they go?
Yeah.
Where are the cleaning crews?
So they had no subway on the one and only stretch of that line that's outside.
Yeah, you can't get downtown. And if you think that, you're going to weasel your way onto a shuttle bus, think again and think for a lot longer, because they're not there. But yeah, God bless Toronto.
Questionable.
Yeah,
Questionable.
Well, it was fantastic, actually. A couple of games yesterday, Sean. I loved the ending of the LA Rams and Seattle game. Seattle driving down the field and kind of taking the ball out of LA's hand. That should be an interesting one there. The 12th man really came in for Seattle.
It's interesting. I stuck my head out our door about, I don't know, 3 o'clock, 3:30 something yesterday afternoon. Nobody around. Like, it was a ghost town. It's like just snowing like crazy. I looked across the street, and the building across the street, every single window that you could see, the television was watching football. So there was probably 10 windows that I saw in the building across the street.
Well,
and there was nothing else to do.
Exactly.
Everybody was sitting there watching football. So, yeah, man, what a day that was yesterday anyway. You guys, Sean and I, we were just mentioning this silver trade. This is just SLV, the ETF, but we're sitting at $100, by the way.
Unreal.
For SLV, up 7% here once again this morning, as Sean was mentioning. This is a double since December.
Unbelievable.
This ETF just
Unbelievable. 55% year to date. We haven't even closed out the end of the month yet, Brendo. I mean, but I mean, nothing's really changed when you're talking about the inflation hedge, right? Or sorry, the chaos hedge, so to speak. Obviously, there was some stuff in Minneapolis over the weekend, and then between Canada and the United States, more trade tariff tensions as President Trump threatens 100% tariffs if we are to strike a free trade deal with China. So the geopolitical uncertainty continues to grow, Brendo, and people keep putting their money in precious metal.
I mean, Carney came out right away and said, nope, not happening.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what choice do we have? Obviously, that's going to be the case. So we'll see what they end up doing, whether or not there's any kind of deal. Just seeing Strategy, MSTR, picking up another 3,000, looks like, 2,900. 2,932 Bitcoin over the past week here. Maybe that's why it was just sitting at 160 for the past couple of days anyways. For MSTR, Bitcoin not really doing a heck of a lot here this morning. Just kind of chopping around. I mean, absolutely monster week ahead. Obviously, all of biggest of the big coming as far as earnings. And then on top of that, as the guys were mentioning, hey, we got a Fed decision as well midweek.
That's going to be you talk about a big week. Yeah, well, like if you're worried about the AI trade getting unwound, there was some sort of lining there to kind of hang your hat on. A couple of weeks ago when Taiwan Semi reported, they increased their capex, I think by the tune of $10 billion, guiding 52 to 56, and that helped chips recover because everybody and their mother has really kind of been trying to guess when the AI trade pops or unwinds, and Taiwan Semi continues to kind of make us feel a little bit better about that. So let's see if the hyperscaler is going to continue to spend, Brett.
I mean, it might be at this rate, it might be silver that pops before the AI trade actually does. I saw a couple of people in the chat mentioning this too. APLD also moving here, guys, possibly on this CoreWeave announcement this morning. So CoreWeave is still going. APLD is about to take out the highs here from Friday. Had an absolute monster day on Friday, and we're up already big time for this one as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say Applied Digital catching some. I mean, CoreWeave is going to be the big guy, but it's like the same kind of thing that happens with US AR, and then BNAI and Quad U and all those names, TMC and everything. I don't know if you've noticed this, but this is the US dollar. Yep. It's had a very aggressive pullback. Like, we were really starting to go to the upside here as we thought we had some sort of certainty, and then Davos hit. And then it was like, what in the, so we're all the way back here into July lows again here for the US dollar. Not good, right? And we just talked about the Fed Chair Powell coming through on Wednesday and his term coming up in May. And then uncertainty about what's going to happen with the Fed, uncertainty about who gets appointed to the Fed, uncertainty about Trump and, the United States, policies regarding Greenland definitely affecting it. We have trade problems now with Canada and U.S. Like I was actually talking about on Thursday, Friday, I was like, you know what? I really think Canada and U.S. are going to come up with some kind of a deal pretty soon. And I still think that way. I think all this talking back and forth about China and what exactly we're going to do with them continues to bother the market. So I just wanted to say, like, we do have the Fed interest rate come up, and Sharif said, you know, what an interesting week it's going to be. He's not wrong about that, but it's not going to be that interesting for the rate cut because it ain't happening. So there it is right there, 97% chance that in just a matter of 3 days, I get 2 days, Wednesday afternoon, that you are going to get a non-movement here in the rate. So we're not super excited for that day, but that just means that there's going to be a lot of volatility around that 2 to 2:30 to 3 p.m. time when Powell takes the stand for just a few more times, man. He's got 1, 2, 3 more, and then he's gone in May, and then June will be Hassett or Warsh, or I'm sure Adair's got some stats for us on who's going to be the next Fed chair. But, you know, at the end of the day, 97% chance, Obi, it's this that's bothering me. It's the downward trend here in the United States dollar. That's not going to be great for many multinational companies. You want to have a strong U.S. dollar when you're trying to repatriate it back in. So names like Apple and Google and, you know, that are doing business outside of the United States, all of a sudden when they got to bring their money back in, pay their employees, blah, 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 it's a little bit of a problem that dollar's become less valuable. But, you know, we're down about 1% there in a couple of days, which is pretty decent there for the DXY. So just another storyline that we're going to have to play off of here. And it's affecting big names, you know, Teslas and the Apples and the things like that get hit when we do have a weak US dollar. And then obviously the push up there in gold, the metals, everything like that, having, damn frog in my throat, having an effect on the price of that US dollar. So yeah, it should be an interesting day here. And we didn't even talk about yet. We didn't talk about Micron. We didn't talk about Sandisk. We didn't talk about Western Digital. Like, all of these names continue to be hot. And then we have APLD and this new CoreWeave. This CoreWeave story won't go away. It just sits there on our screen. It is that important. Let me just see CRWV. It's funny because I bet Joe, it's funny, like, to look at what these options probably just exploded. Like, CoreWeave is a great trade and probably a great option name as well. Just like the moves that this name has had over the last week. Like, we were already up here last week, 103. We fell back into 90. Now you're right back up here on a nice investment there from NVIDIA into CoreWeave. All right, we've waited a very, very long time. I think about a week, maybe a little bit more, for Joe to be back. He's the very handsome one. We all might have forgot. He's got the new look. He looks amazing. Actually, it's making me think that I need to shave my head at some point here, but I'm not going to look anything like this stud over here. All right, it's Joe. He's back in the building. I'm not sure if it's upgrades, downgrades, or whatever, but it doesn't matter. Let's throw it over to Joe, see what he's saying. Welcome back, my friend.
Thank you. And obviously, thank you, everyone, for all the wishes in the chat. But enough is enough. Let's get into some of this options activity and see what we got going on. A lot going on in the derivatives world here, guys. Silver, and I mean, this was done on Friday, so you have to take into consideration this is Friday's data. And then sure enough, this morning we have SLV hitting that $100 mark, a little bit north of that. So at that $100 strike price, guys, we have approximately 15,000 still current open contracts, and volume on Friday's session was around 19,800, and that's going to be expiring on the 30th. Now look at the spread here on the bid and the ask, around $4, not too bad, but I think that's going to come in with an increase with the implied volatility. We're sitting around 80%, which I think is relatively high here for silver. Now, as for your delta, that was extremely cool considering it was far out of the money, but now that's going to drastically increase leading into the open. So you're going to get an at-the-money delta here in SLV, and then your gamma, the exact same thing, greatest when it's at the money, and relatively cool because it's such a far OTM contract. That is going to be silver, looking for the continuation here today. Now, as for the next, an NVDA headline coming in to this pre-market session, guys, a lot of activity. Once again, volume 42,000 contracts at that $192.50 strike price, with open interest still sitting around 61,500, sorry. But one thing that I want to note is that through the 90s to 95s, there's a lot of concentration of open interest, and I'm going to be looking at these as supply zones, hence why I think we're having a little bit of a hard time breaking through some of these key levels. Now, you can see the bid and the ask considering it's NVDA. relatively tight. You're only looking at $2 there, not bad whatsoever. The delta 0.23, so for every $1 change in the contract, you're going to see in the underlying, you're going to see a $23 change in the contract. Gamma relatively light, and the at the money IV pretty cool as well too, guys, sitting around 37.5%. Now, as for some of the put activity, guys, INTC taking it on the nose. I actually heard Sean talking about it, and I'm like, let's take a look at this on Friday's session. Yes, it was not too good look of a look for Intel. Now, at that $43 strike price, volume around 13,100, with open interest still sitting around 6,000, nothing substantial. Now, your delta, it's always going to be on the put side, right? So mind you that it's going to be negative. Keep that in mind. Your at the money IV, 60.4%, and the gamma exposure, relatively light. Now, as for JP Morgan, yes, this is one of my picks, but the banking sector continuing to slide here, guys. At that $300 mark, open interest relatively light, considering this is a bank name, around 3,160, and the volume, as for open and close contracts, sitting around 3,111. Bid in the ask, that's wide, right? Like that's pretty hefty. $40 just to get involved there, guys. Delta, once again, always going to be negative. And then you're at the money IV sitting around 21.1%. I'm going to look at this as somewhat of a bullish indicator. Maybe we start to climb a little bit here in the banking sector, guys. We'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
All right, guys. So today's coverage is supported by electroCore Inc., a NASDAQ-listed bioelectronic technology company trading under the symbol ECOR. electroCore develops non-invasive neuromodulation therapies designed to activate the vagus nerve with products spanning prescription medical devices and consumer wellness. Its flagship GammaCore platform is FDA cleared for multiple headache indications, while its Truvaga and Quell products expand the company's reach into wellness and chronic pain. With growing adoption across the VA, international healthcare systems, and direct-to-consumer channels, electroCore is building a diversified, high-margin bioelectric business. Learn more at electrocore.com. Yeah, man, definitely that silver is one of my top ideas. Like, do we go long? Do we go short? Is it close to a blow-off top? And I think, you know, this move, as much as I want it to be, you know, over, and I'm looking for that potential backside move, this is showing no indication of slowing down or selling off. And we talked about last week, just get like a lot of institutional participants getting squeezed out of this position as well from maybe down here in the 80s. But, you know, maybe this trade is slightly different. Maybe everyone's running to these precious metals like gold and silver due to geopolitical tensions as well, right? Just as a safe haven.
Yeah, I think that is. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, and if the Dixie's affected by any of that as well, then you know that gold and silver are going to be more of a safe haven for people. And yeah, Bitcoin's not really catching that bid.
No, and that's what I was saying about I feel like Bitcoin has lost sort of that edge to it, right? It's no longer that, hey, you know, like the monetary system's completely falling down here, let's run to Bitcoin. I mean, it's been the complete opposite. They're running to actual physical silver, things you can hold. Gold continuing to go, copper continues to go higher. And I do think that it's a play against the monetary system. I mean, as people continue to worry about where to store their value, where to put their money, if we're nervous about the stock market, play something that just continues to rip higher. Like, I saw people on this chat that were excited about silver at $20, $30, $40, $50. Like, I ran into a guy, I think it was Thursday or Friday last week, I was messaging him. It was about the Intel play, and he tells me he's got a crap ton of silver, and he still thinks it's going higher. And this is a smart guy, someone that's not just like, you know, and they think it's going higher. And we mentioned that again. Yeah. You know, what's going to stop this thing from going? And I think the part about silver for me is that when you're in it, you feel like the floor can fall out at any time because it is such a levered product. And thanks, Joe, for going over some of those options. And I just think that right now everyone's piling in and the floor can come out on silver at some point. But I don't think that point is now. And when it does, that's why you want to have stop orders. I was just, I sent a message there to Adara, but I don't know why Apple's up 1.5% here. These guys are going to upgrade. Okay, so starting to catch an upgrade there. Reporting on Thursday. Yep. So that was giving me a little bit. I wanted to look at it today because a few days heading into earnings there. I think this is the Mag 7 to buy ahead of earnings. You guys can, you know, check me on that in a couple weeks. But it's been beat up so much. I haven't really heard anything negative about Apple as far as their streams are going and like their production. Everything there. I think they had a good little quarter. They had that movie with F1 with Brad Pitt.
Yeah.
We talked about their AirPods starting to pump through as well. And then now they finally get that Gemini look and a rebuild of Siri that's not, hasn't been talked about enough in my opinion. Like I thought that was the thing that we were all waiting for. So I'm going to put Apple on watch today, man. And, if we can get it down to 250, somewhere around there, I don't know if that's going to be winding up happening there, but an analyst note ahead of earnings, creating Apple to the high side in a negative NASDAQ. So that could be a trade for me at some point here today. So yeah, let's roll today, man. This is going to be a good day. It's 8:30 here. Yeah. We're ready to rock and roll. Make sure you guys do come through, hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're live every single day now at 8 a.m. and excited to be here, man. You win some, you lose some, and today let's put on some wins in that W column there, like the Seahawks and Patriots had done over the weekend. So, Obi, you have to do some research, man. It's 2 weeks. The Super Bowl, you get a week off. You got to figure that out.
Which teams are which?
Yeah, man. And now with Kalshi and everything like that, now everything is on Polymarket and everything. So the betting has gone wild.
Gambling paradise.
Yeah, just watching. I mean, to Brendan's point, they're watching all the TVs that are just throwing up all these games. It's like you can't go now without finding out what the odds are, what like the over-under is. I was just sitting there watching the pregame and scrolling along the bottom were just, it used to be stats and things like that. Right. Now scrolling along the bottom is just like, percent chance of Obi getting a touchdown, plus 300 or, this and that, like all these things. I was just like, oh my God. And then this segment brought to you by DraftKings or brought to you by, so it's just, it's a crazy world right now that we're living in. I mean, everybody wants to gamble and it makes watching the game a little, I don't know, my opinion, more interesting anyways. Yeah. Put a little skin in the game there.
Interesting. Yeah, no, these gambling companies are really, I mean, they're getting that volume as well. And another thing, interestingly enough, that I was looking into, Sean, is just it's market making on these.
Right, okay,
for Polymarket, for DraftKings, and stuff like that. And I was just like, yeah, maybe we can exercise some of our skills there.
The thing is,
at the same time, because they're actual they
take a
traders that are
don't
doing
they?
this.
Yeah, I don't know. I know. Yeah, you could figure all that stuff out. But at the end of the day, I think it's just this is like where Wall Street's going, right? It's all now about these quants and everything like that. And they've gone from, and we got Michael Noss come on here and talk about this too. But it's the game has changed so much with everybody building, systems for everything now. Yeah. There's someone's watching silver, with sort of a systematic play that's being built behind the scenes where they're not executing any trades. And the same thing's going to be happening for, these gambling markets as well.
It already has.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I think you can even have API access, maybe even into into the back end of those things, right? So it just creates, if you see some sort of an arbitrage, but that's the thing about arbitrage, right? I mean, now with the way the systems are and the way technology is, it's such a fast game. Yeah, you really have to be on this thing 24/7. And we saw someone make a bunch of money on that play when someone found out that they were going into Venezuela. The next thing you knew, someone ran up the Maduro bet that he was going to get captured and made millions of dollars.
$30,000 initial bet?
Whatever it was, made a couple hundred.
Yeah. What's up, Randy?
You made it in today? Atta boy, Randy. I think we might have got more snow than you guys, though. Yeah, a lot more. Yeah, we got 25 inches at my house. Inches. 60 centimeters. Yeah. No, over my knee.
We got like 10.
10.
I brought my snowmobile in.
Ooh.
Okay. All right.
I like it. Randy.
Yeah.
Man, Randy's got the haircut. Everyone's just looking so sharp around here. Always got the look. Oh, there's no breakfast here yet.
Haircut I got like a couple weeks ago. Man, my hair grows so fast.
Oh, it's fine too. Okay, let's go back over to the man with the best, facial hair. We talk about. I mean, your facial hair is very nice as well.
Yes.
Though, but this guy's got the beard.
Oh yeah.
He's got the look. He's a friend of ours now for friend of mine for many more years than this, because we had met each other a ways long time ago when we were doing opening the floors and everything like that, and talking about doing things out east and whatnot. But definitely a friend of the show and family of the show now. It's Michael Noss. So let's throw it back over to the guys at the desk. And Michael, from me to you, thank you so much for everything that you provide to the show. I don't get to talk to him enough. So, all right, back over to the desk. It's Sharif and Brendan with Michael.
All right. First of all, is it snowing there yet? And if so, how bad is it?
Yeah, and what an intro, Sean. Thanks. I like that. That was amazing, and I love coming here. But no, he said 25 inches. We got like 5, so I won't complain. I'll just I think we got kind of the aftermath of what you guys got, so it's a little bit weaker here. So
Yeah.
I was gonna come on and complain about shoveling the driveway, but I got like a fifth of you guys, so I'll just shut my mouth here.
I zoomed out on the weather map this morning and saw it looked like it was a little bit north of you. So
Yeah.
you're getting a little bit lucky, I think, because man, like record snowfall in Toronto. It's unbelievable. I was reading this morning the most snow ever at Pearson Airport yesterday in a 24-hour period. So it's crazy. Anyway,
you guys are still here. That's dedication.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any excuses. I live 2 blocks from here, so it's fine. Let's talk about the market, because I think this is going to be. I mean, we teed this up as probably the most important week, or could be anyways, in a while, with the biggest of the big mega cap tech earnings coming through. Fed decision obviously coming up on Wednesday as well. All that said, we're still kind of chopping around here in a range versus where some of the other indexes that you've been looking at around the world aren't necessarily.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be a good lesson here. I have a lot of charts, but we're just gonna pop through them. And I think there's a good lesson for what is working, not just where. So basically, what we're going to look at is we're going to look at the U.S. and then we're going to take a little trip around the world, and we're going to see all the other countries that are working, and then we're going to try to find a common thread here in places that money might be flowing. So if you're someone who doesn't like to trade international stocks, again, I think there'll still be a little bit of a takeaway here for you guys. And this is just, these are kind of blank charts, right? This is the Qs. We've done nothing now since November. We're knocking on the door of February, and we're at the same price we were since November. We haven't really done anything one way or another. Brendan's 100% right. Maybe we could. Maybe we're going to get some Fed talk and some earnings, and maybe that will pop us out. But when I was going through my weekend charts, this next chart really stuck out to me, and it's this ACWX for those who are looking. And this is the rest of the world with the US taken out, is the best way to put it. It's all of the other MSCI country indexes with the US pulled out. You can see new all-time highs, and really has not been looking back. If you look at the same kind of time frame from November to December, just a solid uptrend. So I wanted to take a look a little bit under the hood here and try to figure out what countries are working. So again, shout out to anyone who's in any of these countries. But again, I think you'll see a little bit of a theme here. So next chart here is EWZ. This is Brazil. So Brazil, new all-time highs, had a wicked last week, 5 days in a row, right up, really, really strong here. Next one here is South Korea with EWY. Again, huge uptrend, just relentless trend here. Next is EWU, and this is United Kingdom. Again, these are all U.S. listed ETFs. Anyone can buy and trade and own these things if you want a little bit of international exposure. EWC, this is us. Shout out Canada. This might give the ghost away of why I think things are working. So yeah, the next chart is EWC, new all-time highs, wicked trend, no real harsh pullbacks or anything like that. So things are working well. Just a few more here. EWD is Sweden. So again, shout out Sweden, new highs, huge trend last week. And we have EWM, which is Malaysia, also new all-time highs. So shout out Malaysia here. And then last is Taiwan we have here. So EWT is kind of the last chart. So everything's breaking out, right? All of these, you went across the board. There was only a couple countries that weren't near all-time highs. So it means if you don't have any international exposure, you should get some, or you should look to get some. And the beauty of it is, to give the U.S. their props, is you guys got the best market in the world down there. Everything I've showed you, plus a lot of individual equities, are all traded on U.S. markets. So you don't have to go to Malaysia and open up a brokerage account. You don't have to go to South Korea and open up a brokerage account. You can get exposure to all of these here. And then a lot of the main actual stocks, if you want to go individual equities, they're traded there as well. But I think the bigger conversation is just about okay, what does this mean when the US is just not doing anything for months and the rest of the world's breaking out? There's one thing that, you could say geopolitical risk, you could say a lot of things like that. The way I look at it is more the makeup of the actual countries and what they do to make money. And Taiwan kind of excluded here up on screen. Mostly the US, if you look at the Qs and you look at the SPY, mostly tech. Large cap tech dominates, again, the Qs and the SPYs and most of the US market. If you go around the world, it's not quite like that. I don't know a lot of huge, Belgium tech companies. It's a lot more industrials. It's a lot more commodities. It's a lot more materials, right? I don't need to sit here and tell you guys that commodities have been rocketing. Everyone's been looking at silver and gold and maybe copper, but I think this is just another way to talk about the rotation that we've been sitting here and kind of pounding the table and talking about for such a long time, is that if the US wants to kind of catch up, it needs these Mag 7 or these large cap techs for these particular indices to end up breaking out. But the rest of the world doesn't. So if the average stock is doing well, then these other ones will do well. So when you're looking internationally, I think you could still invest in the US if you want to do that, but just look at industrials, look at farming equipment, look at commodities, and then maybe we just continue to avoid large cap tech until it's proven itself to us that it wants to make another leg higher.
It's one of those ideas where, if you take a step back and say, okay, cool, if I had all of those that you just, ran through there very quickly 6-8 months ago, that's been a pretty good trade. But here we are, sitting with everything but the US at all-time highs. I don't think many people are going to be too comfortable just jumping into any of those at these levels before or without some sort of, retracement or a reason to get a little bit of, better prices. In that case, as you said, maybe it's more the catch-up trade. That's the opportunity here.
Yeah, and again, if you look at these countries, they're doing more, like, I guess, real things, right? So, industrials, retail, things like that drive these indices way more than tech. So if we're going to see this rotation continue, you don't have to go buy, the ACWX at all-time highs, but maybe you want to start looking at US-based industrial companies that haven't quite broken out, Caterpillar, John Deere, maybe some smaller type of these industrial companies, and start to look and start to kind of dig in. I think that's the main lessons under the hood. Say, okay, take a look at Belgium. Belgium's breaking out to new all-time highs. We'll just go look at what parts of their economy drive these indexes. And then if that part in that country is doing very well, that might get mirrored here as well. So if and when, these earnings come out well and we start to see the Qs break out to new highs, there might be some under the hood plays that not many people are looking at that could break out as well. Again, in the industrial space, the commodity space, transportation, whatever it is these countries do. So it's just good to take that zoom out and say, okay, these guys are doing great. I wonder what they're doing. And is that going to be mirrored back in the US at some point?
So is in that case then, are you using this more as a sentiment, type of idea more than anything, or a way to gauge your participation in the US at this point? Or is it more, where can I be positioned properly for when that happens?
It's a lot about positioning. Where can I be? Now, some of this is going to be that the US dollar has just been getting killed, right? So when that happens, generally you see an outperformance in those equities. So if this changes, this could reverse. But for me, I just look at it the same way we always talk about the S&P 500 versus the RSP, and the RSP being an equal weighted version and a better representation about what the average stock is doing. If you're just looking at the US and you're just looking at the Qs, you could very easily look at that and say, well, the market hasn't gone anywhere in ages. But by just adding these ETFs to my watch list and going through them, I'm seeing that everywhere else in the world is breaking out to new highs. And even last week had an amazing week. So that gives me another rabbit hole to go down to kind of ask why, and to see what sectors in the US could participate if what we're seeing in the rest of the world, which is a move away from large cap tech into other sectors, if that's going to happen here, I'm able to make my watch list and take a look at different things that, again, if it's going to happen here, that that could break out and kind of catch up.
It's so interesting because we haven't been in this position for so long, with everything else leading and the U.S. still, waiting around to catch up. So much could change though this week, as we said, with what is to come. So great stuff, Michael Moss. Have a good week. Happy shoveling, whatever you have to shovel today, and we'll catch you later on.
Yeah, be safe down there or over there, guys.
We will.
Have a good one.
Great stuff as always by Michael and Brendan, guys. All right, let's take a look at some of the analyst activity here this morning. At the top of the list, we have Shell on the downgrade side, guys. Going from an outperform to a sector perform, still slightly positive here this morning, and that's going to be by Royal Bank of Canada. And then we also have Royal Gold getting the downgrade, guys. Same thing, outperform to sector perform, slightly positive, 2 1/5 here, and that is going to be RGLD. Now, as for Bombardier, going from a neutral to a sell by Goldman Sachs, and then we have the fashion designer Hugo Boss going to a sector perform. Now, as for some of the upgrades, guys, let's take a look at it. AAPL up 2% this morning, going from a hold to a buy and a $700 price target by Needham. And then we also have Cisco up 2.4% this morning, going from a $80 price target to a $100 price target, but also getting the upgrade, guys, going from inline to outperform by Evercore ISI. And then we have Meta Platforms. Substantial price target increase here from $740 to $900, also going with the upgrade neutral to a buy rating. Once again, price target $900. You're up a little bit more than 0.75% here this morning. And Apple also getting the nod this morning, guys, getting that price target raised from $305 to $315. You're up 1.3% here this morning by JPM.
So the play for me that I like is AAPL in there, and we can talk about the way that looks like on the chart, but I did want to show to everybody that like this EEM, which is emerging markets, this is exactly what Michael's been talking about. The emerging markets has outpaced the S&P 500, I think it was 17%, or what was the S&P 500 last year? This is where EEM started the year. So the emerging markets last year started at $41, up to $60 right here. So it's EEM that continues. It's EWJ, the Japan. There's a bunch of different, and they're all EW something. EWZ is Brazil. There's an easy way to get involved now. It never used to be this way. Like, I pretty much only invest in North America, which has been crazy because of just the outperformance here of the greater markets. I mean, it's not just a U.S. story that continues to work out here. This is Japan, right? Japan started January of last year, $65, $84 right now. So, you're up 20% or so on that, even more, maybe 25% in Japan. EWZ is going to be, and hopefully I have these all right. This is what I was remembering. Hold on, let me just make sure. EWZ, I believe, is Brazil. Yes, it is. Check out Brazil, the sort of overperformance against this was $22, man, now up to $36 right here. You overlay this against the NASDAQ, you overlay this against the S&P 500. Michael just said that NASDAQ's been doing nothing since July. Well, if you parked your money in Brazil in July, you're at $27, you're now 36, Obi. So you've almost got 40% in 6 months here on EWZ. Meanwhile, our money's just burning a hole in our pocket sitting here in the SPY or the NASDAQ. So, just a big difference there, and make sure you do check out some of your exposure potentially to some of these foreign markets, because you may be realizing, like I am, that you are well underweight in many of these names. Like, this has gone from $600 in July, $630 to $680. So it's can't be upset with the performance in the S&P 500, of course. But yeah, emerging markets has been definitely a story to be told. And then just quickly, because I think I'm going to add AAPL in here. I'm looking for kind of another play on the board. But yeah, just a beat up name. It's doing something right to get added to the NASDAQ 100, to the S&P 500. And now you've fallen right back in. And I think it's a decent upgrade. Right back into some decent levels here. Let's call it $500. That's your 200 period moving average, Obi. That's really like that level. Right. So we'll see if that's a good hold area here for APP. Getting hit, obviously, as we talked about, the trade desk and some of the different ways now of monetizing some of these apps, and CRM has been a big hit in the space as well for customer relations management, but HubSpot, another name. So any of those catch your eye, or anything you want to talk about?
Yeah, for sure. I think, again, Michael Noss, thank you very much once again, pointed out that, industrials pushing some fresh highs, very strong over the past few years, even relative to some of the other sectors here. So I just pulled up XLI to see what that's doing, and prior we hit all-time highs this current month here with only about 4 days left, 167.20. So yeah, some of the constituents I'll definitely be looking into to see if there's anything for potential continuations there. But off of the upgrades and downgrades, I really like Apple here, AAPL, coming into some prior structure. You can see here, again, we're on the monthly chart here, but pulling back into some of those prior highs, and it looks even better on the weekly. I actually traded this last week on just a technical trade. We had a bit of a multi-day consolidation. We gapped down, and then sellers were very, very dominant on Tuesday. Again, the market also gapping down at the same time. But since then, we've been kind of consolidating here. This is what I'm looking at. So this 244 wick down to this prior level, and I'm just like, all right, there were buyers here as well before. Let's see if there's buyers here once again, and it's a bit of an area from prior as well, coming into January of 2025. I also like Cisco with that upgrade there. CSCO, you can see here, pushed all-time highs over the past couple of months, 80.38s here, but pulling back into 73.75s, but now on the daily breaking out once again off of some prior day highs there. So as long as we can hold above these 75, I do like this pre-market action. Nothing too crazy, but did catch a bit of a bump there, very likely on that upgrade, holding above 75s, which was prior week high here on Cisco. So those are the few things that I'm definitely watching here on the day relative to those upgrades and downgrades, Brendo.
This portion of the show brought to you by our friends at PDSB Biotechnology on the NASDAQ. PDSB, they're transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in a few years. Learn more. Go to pdsbiotech.com. CoreWeave coming back into $100 here right now, just kind of chopping around right now. If anyone's just joining or wondering what the hell is going on, NVIDIA decided to buy $2 billion. This is straight equity at $87.20. I mentioned this before, but if you zoom out a little bit back to Friday, I think the low was $87.10 on Friday. So they bottom ticked Friday's price action by almost, anyways, by about 10 cents. So here we are back at $100 for CoreWeave. What a trade.
And it doubles their investment, Brendo, into the company. They already had some investments already. Deal specifics, they purchased Class A common stocks for, as you mentioned, $87.20 a pop. It nearly doubles their position, moving it from the third largest now to the second largest shareholder of CoreWeave. The fresh capital is earmarked, though, specifically to accelerate what they're calling the AI factory buildouts, with a target of 5 gigawatts in data center capacity by the end of the decade. We're talking about 2030. Revenue backlog, though, CoreWeave is currently the largest neo-cloud provider, boasting about $55.5 billion in revenue backlog. And this is one of those things that we were talking about when we were kind of addressing Martin Shkreli's argument that some of these GPUs were being given longer lifespans than realistically possible. So we went back and looked, and so the H100s, which are basically a 2021 or 2020 GPU, they're almost at 100% capacity utilization 6 years into their life. So this was kind of the thing that we were talking about there, and this helps echo it. The revenue backlog, $55.5 billion of unmet, unable to give that kind of service because they don't have enough computers.
And how much is this also NVIDIA, or maybe Jensen himself, coming through saying, let's speed things up a little bit here, CoreWeave, and get some capacity going so we can move on with things. Moving on to, just hearing Just watch the market there. There's some Trump headlines just coming through. Gold's above $5,000, by the way. If anyone hasn't looked at a gold chart yet this morning, we are coming back in a little bit. This is a daily chart. What was the high here? 51, actually. 51.07 was the high. We went out on Friday, 49.87, so we get that gap through. $5,000 for gold.
And no shortage of geopolitical issues happening over the weekend, you know, domestically and internationally as well. So that gold hedge looks as good as ever, as we've seen central banks buy this en masse. But, you know, I really do want to stress, you know, the difference between gold as a security hedge and silver, yes, being used as security hedge, but a lot more industrial applications for that metal. So something to keep in mind when deciding which metals you should be punching into, if at all.
Or even, I pulled up on the weekend, actually, GDX, the miners, the ETF anyways, maybe a better option at this point.
Absolutely.
Still, you know, looking great and moving in the right direction, but maybe a better option. Just reading here, Apple, guys, reportedly less than a month away from releasing a new AI update for Siri. So the first Gemini update apparently less than a month away here for Siri.
And this was widely speculated online. So if you were listening to any of, you know, sort of the rumor generating mills online, it was a late February, release for the first Gemini. But apparently, we may be getting two versions of Apple Intelligence. I don't know exactly how that's going to work, whether they're going to base one on Gemini, maybe keep the basic one and connect it to ChatGPT, or they have another in-house model that they may release later in the year. But that's what I'm hearing right now with some of these rumor mills online.
The quote-unquote basic one might be pretty basic if it's compared to
can't be any worse than this one.
The one running run by Gemini going forward. Also, guys, Piper Sandler just out with a note on Ford. Wow. So Piper Sandler, Ford is a top pick for 2026. By Piper Sandler here, reiterating an overweight rating and a $16 price target on Ford. The firm sees potential upside from lower warranty costs, which could add up to $2.8 billion in incremental EBIT and boost EPS by 54 cents per share for the full year 2026. So Piper liking Ford.
Oh, yeah. Let's have a look, Brendo. I mean, I remember they had a recall last week. I do like the approach that the company's taking now. They're really looking at kind of diversifying away from strictly EVs, and they're looking to these new energy vehicles that have, you know, extended range. So you'll have a battery pack on there. It'll be good for you 150, 200 kilometers. But then you'll have a gas engine, but that doesn't actually generate power to run the car. It only charges the battery. So you end up getting, if you look at the Li Auto model, 1,300 kilometers worth of range, helps cure your range anxiety, gives you that battery pack so you can use it locally on strictly electric. You don't have to actually use gas. So I like the approach that they're taking. It seems to be that's in vogue right now. You're seeing a lot of other Chinese automakers other than Li Auto go with this format as well.
Yeah. I still think the argument, especially in a climate like the one that we live in, where you get 4 feet of snow randomly in the middle of the winter. I was mentioning to Obi before we came on here, on my way in, I mean, I've an 8-minute drive to the office. I saw 3 different cars that were stuck this morning. 2 of those 3 were Tesla Model 3s.
No way.
And they were just beached on, you know, when the snowplow goes by and leaves the big, you know, mound, they were just beached essentially on top of those. So
did Sean drive in? Or did you Uber in, Katina, man?
I think he took the subway this morning, which was probably the safe bet. But yeah, I mean, Ford's had quite the move here, guys, from April, May, all the way to $14 here today.
Yeah, I'm not going to be here this afternoon, which is why I didn't drive in. And plus, my Tesla was not in a garage over the weekend, so I couldn't even see it. It was parked. It's parked in a lot at the school by my house, and you cannot see the car. It's completely like
no, these cars are buried.
No, it's buried. Like you cannot see it. So yesterday I shoveled out the Atlas, which is a 4x4. So and then drove that into the subway today, and then just took the subway home and didn't suffer the fate of Sharif there. The subway that I take does go outdoors for a little bit, but for some reason the tracks must have been clear where it was. But no, for me on that Tesla thing, just because you mentioned it, I got snows on, and honestly, I haven't had any problem with it. But mine is also not an all-wheel drive, so those ones that maybe are beached might be the rear wheel as well. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on with that. But I like the Ford. I think the whole thing for me that I do realize there is a little bit of a nervous, you know, when you're an EV owner maybe for the first time, you do get that like, oh my God, I'm going to run out of kilometers type of thing. It always does work out. There are quite a bit of Tesla chargers everywhere, and especially superchargers nowadays as well, even in the Toronto area. But I like Ford. The wife likes the Bronco. She, you know, I don't know, the newer looking one there. I can't ask Randy about it because that won't go over well. But if I do come into here, you know, I think it's getting going a little bit. Ford, it's been going, and so I would say watch out for this 50 period. It's been coming back in. That upgrade didn't cause anything, any sort of actionable trading on the stock. And there was something that we were getting thrown to before the Ford story hit. Were we talking a little bit about Tesla, or was that just me? I like this low today on Tesla. I just added that. The sticky note's going to be out just in a matter of seconds. We had bounced off of this area a little while last week, so I think that this 443 is something to look at. So we're going to be looking at Tesla for the long side here today as well. And then, the story was Apple, and I really do like the Apple idea today. This is going to be on here. It's going to be my number one trade idea. Upgraded at JP Morgan ahead of earnings on Wednesday. I, didn't realize about the model maybe coming out this Wednesday or whatever, the new Gemini, ChatGPT, Siri link up, what those details all are. But we had heard last week, as Sharif had mentioned there, even reported live on our show over the last month or so, there's been little tidbits of Gemini, and Google and Apple sort of teaming up here and getting that all right. So yeah, for me, Siri works for what I'm doing it for. Like, I don't ask it anything. I just tell it to play certain music. I say like, hey, I'm not going to do it now, but hey, blah, 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 call my wife, and it calls no problem and it does all that kind of stuff. But yeah, definitely the fact that it needs a large language model, I think Apple is ready to unveil something. And with earnings coming this week, wouldn't be surprised if there is an announcement made either that day before, takes questions on the call.
Right.
They have their, lead engineer on this project on the call, and maybe it's a positive boon for the stock. So I'm going to try to go long on some Apple, and I like the stock, and I think that the way that it's been beat up there on the daily chart is worth a shot now. You're not paying premium price here for Apple, and something to look at AAPL. But what are you thinking on the long term?
No, definitely. I like the Apple move there. Already bidding up pretty well off of that potential news upgrade this morning in the pre-market. You can see back through 250 with a high of 251.96. As I was talking about this earlier, Sean, where it was coming into this level here on the daily. You can see this was when was this? In October. Last year, you can see this consolidation in and around this 244, 245 area where we did catch a strong bounce into all-time highs. And that was in and around the prior all-time highs here as well from December of 2024. That was coming in just shy of 260s, 258.93s there to get specific. We're coming into some prior levels and then catching a bit of a bounce, breaking prior day's highs here as well. But I think the interesting thing about Apple there, Sean, is that they didn't really. We were all waiting for, okay, where's Apple's AI? Yeah. Like, what are they going to do? But I think what they were pretty smart about was they kind of waited. They didn't really make anything too crazy of their own, and they partnered up with someone who actually has the infrastructure to produce a pretty decent product, which is Google. So yeah, no, Gemini's great, but lately, I've been using a lot of GPT.
Oh, good.
But
have you found that you prefer one over the other?
I was preferring GPT, but now that I'm doing a little bit more coding, I think I'm gonna switch over to Claude.
Right.
Actually, because that apparently is some of the best. And of course, a lot of people talking about the premium Grok as well. I mean, Jensen said it himself.
Really? Okay.
That Elon has the best stack. So I think Grok.
Did he mean that as far as the large language model?
Yeah, I think just the AI stack.
Okay.
Just the infrastructure that Elon's built is probably some of the best out there, and Grok's top model is definitely exercising.
So that's something that I'm waiting for, is like that release of somebody that knows. It sounds like you know a lot about, or something about this anyways, but someone that's put in the work to say, if you're looking for coding, go to this one.
Claude,
if you're looking
for, sure.
for like, exactly, right? So if you're looking for, image editing, use this, like Nano Banana or whatever. And if you're looking for, how to write a story for your 8-year-old, use ChatGPT. Yeah. Talk to Neil. I only use that example because I think that's what he uses as well. Spot Gamma here. As traders, whether you trade U.S. stocks, options, or futures at some point, each of us have felt blindsided. Suddenly a stock you're trading moves sharply and you're left guessing why. Well, it's not your fault. Often large funds have quietly built huge positions in the options market well before the name you're trading reacts. To gain an edge in today's market, Spot Gamma's daily Flow Patrol report reveals where big money is positioned, so you can identify stocks building momentum ahead of major price moves. To get 2 free weeks of Spot Gamma's Flow Patrol, scan the QR code on the screen and go behind the curtain to see what professionals see. There it is, man. That's exactly the kind of stuff that we've been talking about. Spot Gamma. Try to find out where those flows are coming from so that you are not blindsided. And I mean, that's something that we look at options read for, and everything like that. So awesome to have Spot Gamma part of the team here at Trader TV. So, all right, we're running short on a little bit of time here. It's 9:05. We've got Joe back. We've got the team back there behind us. Obi's ready to trade with us here today as well. So with only 25 minutes left, it's our watch list. Make sure you go grab that. The link is in description. It's completely FREE, and you can't beat that. So go check it out. Lots of stories to cover. Back to the desk.
689.25. That's where we closed out on Friday on the SPY. We're above it right now. We're knocking on the door of 690. 689.93 is the current price. We're up 0.1. So that's going to be our first level. If we clear 690, we clear it decidedly. We'll look at it in the review. But if we clear it, we're looking at that 692.5. That's the area we kept topping out at earlier in the month. I want to say on the 7th and the 8th. If we sell off, Brendo, we're looking at the same area that we've been finding support at, 688 to 687.5.
All right, lots to talk about this morning if you haven't done so. Link is below in the description for the watch list. Absolutely free every morning. All you need is your email address, and you can have that. Has everything on it that's moving around in the pre-market. And you come join us at 8 o'clock. We'll get you ready for the open every single day. Let's talk about these rare earth stocks once again. To the upside we go right now. In fact, we're catching quite the bid here, depending on what you're looking at. I just brought up MP Materials. The actual, storyline is around this one, USAR. Actually looking a little bit worse, broke through that low from early on this morning. Hasn't really recovered much, but that's the one that the U.S. is going to invest a whole bunch of money into for manufacturing. Looks like they're going to put it into an Oklahoma plant. The good news coming out of that, magnets going to be produced by the end of the year.
That's important.
On this investment, which is very important.
It's quite good to see a quick turnaround time. This is not something you usually see quick turnaround time for. The deal, the Commerce Department issuing a letter of intent for a $1.3 billion loan and a $277 million equity or in federal funding. It's going to be a rare move. Well, not so rare for the current administration. Receiving about 16.1 million common shares and 17.6 million warrants. The company bolstered its balance sheet further by raising $1.5 billion from private investors simultaneously, while taking that from the federal government. The capital is earmarked for 2 major projects. The first one you mentioned, Brendo, magnet manufacturing plant in Stillwater, Oklahoma. The Round Top rare earth mine in Texas is the second one. This is part of obviously a broader move by the Trump administration to reshore the critical supply chain, including rare earths and critical minerals.
All right, that entire group to the upside. Just reading another story, guys, on Apple here. Unity Connection braided solo loop will be available in Apple Store locations starting later this week for $99.
Is that the AirTag?
Unity Connection braided solo loop.
I have no idea what that is.
I just Googled that, and there was a link to the Apple website for this product.
Okay.
And it says page not found when you click on it. So maybe it's not up yet, but yeah, something called the Unity Connection braided solo loop for $99 going to be available this week.
me.
Buy 3 of them, you know, whatever it is. Any Apple product, man.
Yeah.
No, just playing around. I have no idea what that is. We did have a talk last week that they were trying to do a little button or something, of some sort of an AI button. I don't know what that is, but maybe that's something to do with that. But another interesting story there from Apple. Apple's on my sticky note today, and not really on the watch list, but ahead of earnings. We'll see what happens with Apple. But yeah, you have USAR open there. I mean, it's really lifting all markets in the space today. USAR is one name. MP is going to be another one. That Quad U, another name there. LAC. We talked about Lithium of America as well. But what do you see in the charts here for USAR?
I mean, looking at USAR, we are gapping up quite significantly here. Pre-market trading at 29.85s here, Sean. But when I did come in, we were trading much higher. Strong bid in the overnight session as well. We got all the way up to 40 in the pre-market here at around 4 a.m. And then since then, some strong selling. 40 all the way down to 29s. It's a pretty decent pullback here, but we've been running, right? That's about 26% pullback from those pre-market highs here, and you can see on the weekly, Sean, we've been running up pretty aggressively. Just last week, we broke out of this $19 level and really accelerating to the upside. So this is I was watching it in the overnight session here as well. Just for the first candle, it just kind of ripped up 29 halves and just, I guess, I don't know, it just halted or didn't really trade for the rest of the session, which was kind of weird. And then coming in on the day on NCSA, you can see here, it goes right from 29s all the way up to 40, just slam all the way up. And then since then, I don't know if that was capitulation. I don't know if that was a little too far too fast, but sellers have definitely been in charge in the pre-market session. I am looking for a potential continuation here. If we can maybe pull back into some of these prior levels, maybe we're looking for that gap fill. But I think just with the structure that's been formed here in the pre-market, Sean, I'm just going to be looking for potential breaks. Just keep it simple. We got a level here just shy of 35s, maybe some more here at 31s. Let's see if we can kind of pull up into some of these ranges and get a level to level here on USAR. I think it was at 1.6 billion, I think it was. Yeah, something like that there with a government stake. So another stock with a I wouldn't call it a presidential seal.
Yes,
I don't think he's really come out and talked about it publicly just yet. Yeah, on USAR specifically.
Oh, USAR specifically.
Yeah. Because this is somewhat fresh news over the weekend. So.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking to myself, like, last week, I was like, LAC, and I was talking about, maybe making this a pick of mine heading into the year, because we had looked at this level right there, 550, breaking higher. It fell back in. And I remember sitting right here with Neil talking about this, and even with you guys on the show, being like, I actually thought this was a good little hold here. Holding the 200, holding the 50, now breaking higher. So I don't know when I'm eventually going to get involved with. I don't own any of these names, but for me, LAC is a play, man. I think this can go today. Breaking through $7, this little top right there. So I should have probably added this to the watch list for myself, but I think LAC goes Lithium of America. This was one of the initial looks back in October, and now with the Greenland, someone in the chat was like, man, it was so obvious this USAR and all these rare earth plays once Greenland was in play. And smarter trader than me loaded up, and I just didn't have the wherewithal to do that, and we definitely should have, man. I mean, this Greenland talk was mid last week, so there goes LAC. So I really like this play, and I think we can put this on the radar today for a name that can go a little bit more than this for sure. Break through that $7 marker, and I like Lithium of America today. I mean, we'll all be looking at USAR. I'm just trying to find another name that might be able to go. We have seen MP start to go as well. Okay, so not that bad. I was looking at the short float there, 7.8% on Lithium America. So let's wait to see if LAC takes out $7. I like it. $7 to $7.50 almost seems too easy. So that might be a quick little 7 or 8% there on a breakthrough $7. Hasn't done it yet today. Chilling out at the high of the day with a lot of opportunity here today. So LAC, one to look at as well. But back over to the desk, and we'll go about their next topic here. And something else that, rare earth might not see a stop today, and there goes silver up another 5%. Looks like it wants to march higher. We got it on our list, and talking about that now at the desk with Sharif and Brendan.
Real quick first, Apple with a couple of things. As you mentioned, actually, there is a new AirTag. So brand new AirTag just announced with expanded connectivity range and improved quote unquote findability for the new AirTag. This meanwhile is that, what was it called again? The no, it's not the Loop, the Unity Connected Loop. So it's a watch band.
By the
It's
way,
a very
Brendan,
Christmas-themed watch band, by the way.
it feels very like a lot of tie-dye on there, a lot of, you know, very 90s. But I want to mention the Apple AirTag, the new one, it's supposed to be less hackable. So a lot of people, what they were doing, they were removing the beeping or the noise or the speaker inside of it so that they can place it in people's bags and them not know that it's volume. So it's going to be a lot harder to tamper with this time around, which is kind of cool.
I always found those, you always get that like instant panic when if you're traveling, you get somewhere, your phone hasn't totally connected yet, and you look up your AirTag and it's still like in the place you left from. And they forgot my bag.
Because it hasn't updated.
Yeah. Anyway, let's go to silver. Yeah, as we mentioned to start things off here, just an absolute monster. SLV, the ETF, sitting here. We're still just chopping around right below $100, up 50% since December here.
Ridiculous, Brendo. The spot silver price up 5.9, up to 109.10. The futures up 7.5 to 108.8. There's an arb there, guys, between the futures and the spot. Critical minerals pivot, though, and the reason we've been seeing such strength on this is because the U.S. Department of Interior recently reclassified silver as a critical mineral as a result of its high conductivity. It makes it kind of indispensable for batteries and AI-driven semiconductor boom. Separately, SoGen reporting that ETF inflows are the primary driver for why silver is continuing to boom in this way. Major reserves in London as well are following due to supply side risks. And the Shanghai premium, we talked to you guys about this on the Midday show. Buyers in China are actually paying $10 an ounce above premium above the spot price over the London prices, I should say, signaling, you know, that intense physical demand that there is for silver in Asia.
There was just relentless bid in SLV going back to Thursday and Friday, same story. Wasn't overly volatile or aggressive, but just marching to the upside right into the weekend. Here we are gapping higher, Obi.
All right, guys, here's a medical device company to keep an eye on. Enview Medical, that's the ticker FEED, F-E-E-D. The company designs and markets a guided feeding tube platform to hospitals across the United States. Today, the majority of hospitals do this procedure blindly, leading to unavoidable injuries from misplacements. Think of this platform as a GPS for feeding tube placement, which can improve patient safety and streamline how care teams work. What stands out to me is the growing appetite for this platform throughout the United States hospitals and how their tech fits right into clinical needs. Today, they're already in 38 hospitals. As hospitals push for safer, more efficient solutions, OnView looks like a company building scalable technology with real-world demand behind it. Definitely one to watch here. So yeah, no, silver definitely one to watch, as well as it continues to build higher and higher structures. Talking about potential squeezes happening throughout throughout the institutional landscape at the same time. Spot silver is holding above 100, pretty decent, sustain above 100. We kind of pushed up. Bit of a strong push, and then 105s to 110s is where we've been going. So SLV, I know a lot of people are using this as a vehicle to take a look and trade silver. We saw a strong close on Friday, and we saw some of that overnight and weekend action on spot silver. Today, gapping up here up into 100, 149 is the pre-market highs here, and definitely looking at this range at the same time here, Sean, looking like a potential breakout play. We'll see if there's a continued bid, but I really like this consolidation that's happening here in the pre-market session at the same time. Now, we've got to keep an eye out on silver futures if we're going to be trading this, and we're going to be participating in this, because that's where the moves and the structures are kind of more, you're missing information on the chart if you just look at SLV. You have to look at silver futures, because they actually trade with volume pretty much around the clock. So let's see, you got to reference this structure with that on the futures chart, but the breakout of some of this pre-market range, I'll be looking for a hold above 100 on SLV to kind of exercise that idea.
Yeah, I was looking, here's another name, Pan American, up 8% again. Like, this name continues to climb higher as well. So forget about looking, well, don't forget about it, but you can also look at SLV. SLV's on my radar here today as well. Sharif, Obi just did the work there, $100.50 long. We're going to find out if that can wind up holding. We've already broken it, but that's the pre-market high. So we're going to look at $100.50 to break that pre-market. Really like silver there. If it cuts VWAP, comes into play, we're going to use that as a long as well. But this is a good looking chart as well, man. Breaking through $58, Pan American here, you know, grab a miner, grab another name instead of SLV itself. But this just continues to climb through the roof. But yeah, for me, silver, play the momentum. And I know I mentioned that it's pulled back a little bit when I was throwing it back there to Brendan the first time, back down to 98.50. The nervous hands about silver is the fact that even when you punch long, you still feel like, because of how parabolic this thing is going, it can easily fall back in. We had a couple stop outs there on Friday where we were long and then, you know, had to get stopped out a little bit. But as you can see here, this is the 200 period moving average, this green line. It really held it pretty much all Friday. We didn't come close to breaking it. We did there, but held. We did there and held as well. So this 200 period moving average is now 97.50. We'll see if that winds up coming into play. But hey, man, if everyone else is going to punch long, I'm going to try it as well. I mean, in order to get up here, we're going to have to get another 2% into SLV. So that still makes sense. I think we can get up that 10% today. So let's just wait for a $100.50 break long. And then you can play it back to VWAP. I mean, at that time, I'm not sure where it's going to be, but that's $99. I think it's worth giving it a little bit of a shout here on SLV in case it just keeps on running. But yeah, you know, we talked about this with Brian Shannon last week, the metals company, another great opportunity to go long through this name as well. Breaking out right there, TMC. What a good call by Brian Shannon that was a couple weeks ago. I know he said he got stopped out and he was out of it, but still, like, this is all part of the play, right? There's a nice extension here on TMC. So damn, man, got to get involved in some of these plays. They just keep on making moves to the high side. The only name that I was able to get a hold of a while back, about 6 months ago, was gold. And although that's been a real nice move, I didn't put that much money in it because I didn't really believe in it as a pure hedge, but it's just upside right there, GLD as well. So everything in the metal space looks like it wants to go. Neil made a play last week in FCX. Freeport McMahon is going to be his play for the year. They reported that's a copper play, and you can see they're going higher as well this year. So everything's been working in the metal space, and I don't really see any reasons for this stuff to slow down. So metals, all aboard, man. And just today's just another day. Hey, if it's a day that ends in Y, guys, in the back, then metals are going to be up. So, all right, CoreWeave and NVIDIA. Let's go talk about that. I know Obi had a short. Looks like he's out of that. We'll talk about it, but let's go over and see what's going on with CoreWeave and NVIDIA. I have it marked down here, CoreWeave today, not until $95. Let's give me the 200 period moving average. Let's go back and find the story with the boys.
Yeah, if you missed it early on this morning, because right when we came on at 8 o'clock, NVIDIA with a $2 billion investment, straight equity, into CoreWeave here. We're about to take up the highs once again for CRWV. It's all ahead of, still a couple of weeks away from NVIDIA earnings specifically, but
Always late.
We'll hear from basically all their customers in the next 10 days or so.
Exactly. That's the beauty about NVIDIA being so late. You can almost like gauge their revenue based on the hyperscaler demand. So well said there, Brendo. So here's the deal. NVIDIA investing another $2 billion into the cloud infrastructure provider. They're buying Class A common stock at $87.20 a pop. This nearly doubles NVIDIA's current investment into CoreWeave, and it makes them the second largest shareholder. The fresh capital is earmarked for AI factory buildouts, and they're targeting 5 gigawatts in data center capacity by 2030. CoreWeave has about $55.6 billion in revenue backlog. That is revenue, or that is demand from customers that they currently can't meet because they don't have enough compute. And Jensen's saying, look, this aims to meet the extraordinary demand for AI factories and the neo clouds like Nebius as well, reinforcing the massive enterprise adoption for AI tech. So let's see how this does today.
That being said, there is, obviously a big move. Not a heck of a lot of volume behind this so far this morning. We'll see what happens at the open here, but decent enough anyways as far as the gap's going to be.
Let's talk like CoreWeave. We've seen the U.S. government take it. This is NVIDIA, but we've seen stakes been taken in companies, and those companies continue to work. So up 10% here for CoreWeave. Obviously NVIDIA and their investing side of their investing wing, I guess. They have some shares in Intel. Now we're going to look at CoreWeave here. I don't really know why they're deploying capital, but there must be something that they see that they like. And I don't know if that's in order for CoreWeave to go in, and we just talked about it there, investing this $2 billion into the company. It must be something. Trying to break through the 200 period moving average, just sort of developed right now. 50 period trying to slope up as well. We do have a nice little base here. I mean, it's such a wide range. Like that's $90 down to 70. So there is a little bit of a wide base here, but we do hold, and it does tick down into $94 there on Friday, and then this base right there at 88 seems to have been a good little spot. So I think it's up and away now. I mean, the momentum should carry this name a little forward. I was waiting for a dip to see if there was going to be a play. I do have it written down here on the note to take out this if it gets back into 95 long there, and that's sort of the play back into Friday. I was like, it shouldn't create a negative move for CoreWeave, like it shouldn't go red. It's up 10%. So if it does fall back in, I could see some profit taking, as there's a lot of traders that may be looking to invest into some of those above names, the rare earth names, the SLV. So take some of the profits that maybe you've had in CoreWeave on this random note and dump it into something that's a little bit more hot. So I would say it's a nice move, just coming back in. It could be toppy action here of 103, and someone noted that there was some notes there that Obi was going short. I know he's been out of that on CoreWeave, but we both do kind of like the play here today. So I think CoreWeave continues to work on this, and we'll see if it continues to go higher. I would say potentially take some profits here, put it into somewhere else. So if CoreWeave does come back down to the downside, 95 to 96 isn't a horrible space. And I just want to show you this. This was basically, snow, what was going on here in the Toronto area. So you do have like this is a walkway right here. So yeah, big time, man. This is what I'm talking about. 50 to 60 centimeters, 55 centimeters officially in my neighborhood last night. So a centimeter is 2.5 of those in an inch. So you're looking at around 20 inches or so of snow yesterday, and that's just one small example. All right, we have 5 minutes left. Do you want to talk about CoreWeave? Or?
Sure, yeah. I was involved a little earlier. I just want to kind of feel it out here. So I did initially take the long above 102s. It seemed like we were gonna push a little bit higher. We did get above 103s, but not quite to that 104 initial reaction high, pre-market high. Pulls back in, consolidates for a good amount of time here, about 10-15 minutes. Tried the short as well, but getting stopped out of that as we're just chopping sideways in and around VWAP. But coming in off of the open, I'm just going to be looking for a simple opening drive. If we can get through 104 and sustain some of that action, maybe looking to get involved. Or if we drop back down, get through this 100, this consolidation low as well. I'm willing to go both ways on this one, which I already have in the pre-market session. So we'll see. Fresh news. We'll see how it holds up above this. This is also a weekly breakout area here at that 103, 104 at the same time. So closely watching that for a potential push.
All right, let's continue along here. UNG back to the upside in a pretty big way this morning here. This is, if you zoom out, this is a daily chart. Thing bounced off $10 to the T, and we're back to 14, 15 area, which is top end of the range again. All because basically of what John was just showing everyone.
Ridiculous move, Brendo. I mean, obviously, it's not a shock as to why this is running. The cold spell is probably hitting you guys. And well, maybe not as aggressively as it's hitting us, but no shock there. This thing's been up substantially since the beginning of the year. I'm talking about UNG, 16 3/4. Again, largely due to the cold weather, but we did get the strategic reserve of nat gas last week on Thursday at 10:30, and that it was more withdrawn than we had anticipated, hence why the price continues to go up another 2% this morning.
I skipped over AAPL there. Yep. APP on a big bounce this morning as well, in case we just run out of time. AAPL on an upgrade this morning, catching a bit off of very key levels here, guys, for this one. There's this gap, if you zoom out onto a daily chart going all the way back to September, and then that wick that held that, filled that gap to a T. We're right back down here again.
Yeah, nice call here from Needham analyst Bernie McTurnan. He upgraded app from hold to buy. He's at a price target of $700. He's citing confidence in the company's trajectory after the stock pulled back from highs about a month ago. He's also citing revised estimates. He said Needham significantly hiked the e-commerce revenue estimate from 2060 up to 1.45 billion. That's up from the 1.05 billion they had last time. They see the key growth driver here as self-service advertising. See how this does.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a $500-600 stock, so not necessarily a day trader, guys, but APP looking good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like it for those exact levels. I mean, Brendan just showed you, you get that gap and go a little bit there in and around. I mean, I have it up right here, so kind of the same thing that I was just going to show. I don't know. I've never traded this on the show or as a day trade, but yeah, there's that fill there. Like nice little gap that gave it all the way back, and then you're now coming back into those levels. So you got to be weary of some of these upgrades, because is someone just stuck? Do they think it's like a good technical bounce? Do they actually think that this business does have some upside to it? So I'm actually going to do a bull and a bear case here on AAPL, and then let you guys know either later today or tomorrow about what I think about this stock, because I think this is in a spot where it might have to be bought. Like, you are now down from $730, and we got to hurry up here because we're getting on in time here. But that's $730 down here to 5 and change. That's 27%. So you get a nice little pullback here for APP, a name that was recently added to the S&P 500. Something has to be working right in this company, but there it goes, down $6 right there on the moves lower. So, all right, Nat Cat's running AAPL, give us a take on whatever you want. Less than a minute left, Obi.
Yeah, AAPL, I traded a little bit of this I think it was last week, Sean, on that gap down, I think. Yeah, coming in on Tuesday. It's been moving around, but you gotta be wary of this one. Sometimes the spread can be about $2-3 even, and coming in. But yeah, gap up, definitely have a bit of a watch on this one. But yeah, no, good luck to everyone on the day today. Bell is about to ring in about 20 seconds, so may the odds be ever in your favor.
Yeah, we like that.
And let's try to make some good decisions today. Good decisions. That's what makes the difference, man. And really slam into the stuff that's working. That's one of the things I'm trying to get a little bit better at as well. CoreWeave and USAR off of the open. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's get it going here. Let's see how we open up. CoreWeave through 100 maybe, but we'll see how this action comes.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait to see what happens with silver here. Obviously, the market's now open. Silver's a continuous trade, so we're not too worried about the market opening up. But I'm still looking at that $100.50 break. Wow. If that comes through, we're gonna try that for sure. I want to look at Apple long here near 250. Would rather things settle down a little bit, but here goes Apple right now to the downside, trying to break into our 250 area. Let's see if it wants to hold out right now. Apple long in and around this 250 area, but the market's pulling back in. Let's let the market tell us what it wants to do. Right back into the 200 period moving average. So that's a spot here for Apple. Remember, I liked it today. Thought that it was a good upgrade there from JP Morgan ahead of earnings. But here we go, Apple. Just trying to bounce off 250, a trade that I'm looking at pretty early right now. AAPL. People saying NVIDIA is also popping. Neither of us are in a position. Those will show up near the lows, near the bottom of our screen right there. Looks like NVIDIA trying to go upside with that CoreWeave. I know you're probably looking at CoreWeave right now, CRWV. So, oh wow, 105 right there, Obi.
It went right off of the open. I missed that 104 push, but getting involved here once again as it pulls right back in. I'm like, all right, fine. Missed the opening range, pre-market range high break, but I do want to get involved with this one. Let's see how this one pans out as we chop around this 104 area. 105.95s is the current day high on this one. Again, the spread being anywhere between 20 pennies to about $1 at times here, Sean. So I've got to be wary with this one. 106 is potentially coming in, but that was a very strong slam back into that 104 at the same time. So let's see if we hold this 104 area or we continue a little bit higher. USAR straight through 30 off of the open, coming right back into some of those pre-market levels here, 32, 33s. And my phone's going off probably because I'm getting a lot of trading view alerts here. So I put on a bunch of alerts normally, and then off of the open is when those DMs really start going there and
oh boy,
coming into some of those places. What do you got going on?
Dollar Club is already here, my guys. There it is on Apple, man. Our #1 trade idea written down here at 250. There it goes, man. We'll take some out at 250.75 there. We'll take another piece out there at 251 and see if it can continue to climb higher as it's getting ready to get hit back into the downside. So we'll send the alarms out. We'll send the fires off there. Nice trade so far there, but I'm using this low as our out. If we break through 249.75, we're gone on this one. So far so good here on a move up. So that's not a horrible play there. Let's let it go, man. Let's see if it wants to go. And there goes Tesla breaking through our levels. We're never, ever taking, shout out to Chris Jericho, a bid here on Tesla early. Like I did on Apple there, very dangerous on Tesla. This name could fall like through many different places. So we're going to wait to see if there is finally a bid coming through for Tesla. I liked it last week against these levels, but those did not hold at all. So 445 right off the jump, still downside, but I'm looking over here, man. Maybe this 440 is a jam here for Tesla. So let's let that settle down, but there it goes, man. Back upside there for Apple. We like that trade. We're still waiting for silver. Come on, Apple. There it goes, man. Let's put another out here. There it is. We'll take 15s. Okay. Nice move higher there for AAPL. Now your official Dollar Club member. Shout out to our good friend Max right there. Okay. Wow, there it is, Obi. Bang, that's our first trade of the day right there. It is on your sticky note. It's a banger right there. It's Apple long at 250 on the JP Morgan upgrade, man. It falls right into our lap early. Obi, we're very, very patient with it. Ciao over there to Apple. Miss Adara, it's nice to see you. I haven't really seen you today, but thanks. Oh, by the way, I said to Adara, I was like, what's up with Apple? She's like, JP Morgan upgrade. I'm like, bang, long, big trade alert right there. Adara, what you got for us?
Yeah, I want to mention here TTD. Now, this is very much to the downside. Actually just broke a new intraday low. A couple minutes before the open, for whatever reason, is the time they decided to announce that they're reaffirming their Q4 2025 guidance. Now they're seeing revenue here at $840 million and adjusted EBITDA at $375 million. Not sure how that compares to estimates, but this stock has been quite beaten up as of late. A recent S&P 500 edition, but they also were one of the worst performers in the index last year. Back to you.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, no, this action on CoreWeave is absolutely wild here. The swipes up and down $1, sometimes $2, just chopping around just below this 106 and 104. The swipes are absolutely crazy there, Sean, but that opening drive through that 104 gave you almost to $2, and now we're holding this prior week high, maybe structure high if you want to call it, at 104s here as of right now. But USAR holding up quite well, I would say maybe even better as it pushes, just grinding a little higher and higher here. So the opening, I guess, opening range high, if you're looking at a 3 minute here, is coming in at 30, and that's pushed all the way almost up to $32 at the same time. There's the high day break here on CoreWeave coming in. So yeah, it seems like that was the place to get in. 104s looking quite nice. Maybe we hit that 110s here, Sean, if this continues to push even higher. But absolute strength. The market tailwind is definitely helping this one out as the market continues to push higher and higher here, and bringing us some stronger bid action at the same time. So 104 is held pretty well on CoreWeave. Now we're pushing a little bit higher. So I definitely have to kind of get out of this one and rethink, as the long was definitely not wrong there, Sean.
No, I think it was, you know, well thought out play. I mean, sometimes they don't work out. Just like this Apple trade could eventually come back in. We did get another piece out there at the day's high. Let's check out what else is going on here. Let's check out some silver just real quick. I mean, very, very range bound. I can't believe we're saying that about SLV, but very, very range bound here early. We still do wait for silver to take out this high of $100.50. I'm still trying to go long if that does wind up happening, but I have it on my other side note here on my charts just to see what is going on. Oh, geez. Right now, I did not watch. Joe, how was that fight, by the way? Okay, yeah, I saw that Patty versus Gaethje or whatever. Yeah, and that was an upset, right? So nice move there for Patty lost, didn't he? Pimblett, yeah. So, okay, Netflix, anyways, long story short, it was on Paramount, but there goes Netflix to the downside there. So that was almost straight downside fire right there for Netflix. So just watching out on that chart, what's going on with NFLX, nice move lower. We still are in our Apple, that's $1.20 in the money. Silver's trying to go right now, so that's something there. I did want to see LAC. I said a $7 break might be, okay, perfect. I want to get involved in these names, so a nice pullback here for lithium might be the play for sure on a little bit of a pullback for the longer term play. USAR, all right. I mean, that's a big move there off the open, up to $32 as well. So there's a play right there. Adara, I just heard something about Canada. I'm not sure if there was something there, if Trump is speaking, but she's going to go have a quick little look in that one. DraftKings whipping around here. Go ahead.
Yeah, for what it's worth, nothing is on Trump's schedule until 1 p.m. today, and I think all of his events are closed press, though there is a White House press conference with the White House press secretary at 1 as well.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Adara. That's why I mean, talk about, look, watch us for the trading and for, everything like that, and get involved with your ideas, put them in the chat there. But you are not going to find a better place to get live news. It's not possible. So thank you everybody for watching us for that reason as well. And a big shout out, I mean, Adara has the real tough job around here, reporting, making sure that all these stories are exactly what's good. So we want to thank Adara for that and all of her expertise in the space. Okay, yes.
Yeah, so the headline was just that Carney's saying they're finding new trading partners and new opportunities make them less dependent on the U.S. I think that's probably what you heard.
All right, boom, boom, pow on that one. Yeah, so thanks to Dara for that. But there it goes, man. Let's see if Apple can continue to go higher. And guess what's pumping right now, man? It is silver. We're going to go long on the break of 150. So let's get ready to go, man. We just broke it right now, right there, through $100. Let's go silver. Let's go Apple. We on one today, baby. Good day. Glad we came in. We're able to shovel that snow. Get that snow out of here. Right now, we'll come in now and, make a little bit of cash right here. DraftKings upside, but I'll throw it back over to you, Obi.
Yeah, this CoreWeave's holding up quite well here, Sean. 107.5. So that opening drive came in quite nicely and working out really well. I'm just looking for a potential pull into this prior structure. The market, again, like I said, strong bid coming in right off of the open, all the way up to 25.8 here, but maybe taking a bit of a pullback as we come into the close or the later half of this 15-minute candle here. Just looking, you guys already know I like to work with 5-minute, 15-minute candles sometimes.
What is
5 minutes left on this 15-minute candle to finish printing, and the markets are catching a bit. Distinctly different from the action coming into the week last week, Sean, as we saw that gap down, maybe potential continuation to the downside. So that dip definitely got bought up. And we were kind of calling it as well. Maybe that was a taco trade as well.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely taco trade.
Like every single dip in this market continues to get bought right back up. So how far can we continue to go and continue to keep pushing that? Every little scare, you get that gap down, strong selling, and I was just like, yeah, I don't really trust that selling way too much last week. And lo and behold, we're kind of coming back into some of those levels once again here. And that Apple's working out great.
Apple is going basically parabolic. It's going meme crazy right now. I've sort of coined that with NVIDIA here, but you could see Apple right now, $3, almost $3 in the money, Obi. And where did we find that from? We didn't just pick this out of our, what? We found it right there, man. We went Apple picking today, long at 250. That came in perfectly off the open. It is your number one trade idea off the sticky note. Make sure you go watch it every day. We'll see what's going on with it, but some days we're right. And there goes Apple right now. Okay, you know what? I was waiting for 80s. We'll put an offer there. It gets them out at 30s. Now we'll see what we can do with the high side. We still are in 45% of this trade right now. It's Apple, and it is just, honestly, it's feeling pretty good for me here. Apple. DKNG, we were just talking about that earlier. I was saying that, you can't get away from all of these ads. You're sitting there watching whatever you're watching, whatever game you're watching this weekend. Congratulations if you are a fan of the Seattle Seahawks and or the New England Patriots. You will be having quite a good time over the next little while there because it's a Super Bowl. All right, DraftKings right now up 2%. They got hit, right? I mean, I sold my DraftKings in all of this malaise right here as we weren't doing too much. We did have a downside sort of sputter there during earnings. It did sort of teeter out around that $26, $27 mark and a nice move back up to 30s and then 36. And now we get hit right back down again for DraftKings. So potentially into a little bit of an area of support there, DKNG. But wow, man. Yeah, just extensions continuing here on Apple. Jensen right now talking about demand for their products seems to be incredible. Well-spoken CEO. I mean, that's always great to hear. But there it goes now, just reaching new heights here, 189 for NVDA. My guy's over here on CoreWeave, so I got to go find out from you, Obi, what's going on with CoreWeave, because NVIDIA, they like that purchase apparently with CoreWeave. NVIDIA shares going higher there, AMD shares going lower. So here we go. This has been sort of a tale of two different names recently. AMD and NVIDIA, they don't move likely together. So a nice move there for NVIDIA. And then I'm going to throw it over to you just quickly. There's a pullback. We nailed the level on silver, but it was the short, not the long. So SLV pulling right back in off that $100.50 marker. Again, if we do get something near the 200 period, 98 and change, I think that's worth a look. But it's Apple for me today and CoreWeave for you.
Yeah, no, definitely not working out here so far on CoreWeave. But like I said before, market tailwind not helping out either. The long was definitely not wrong. I actually punched that 104, Sean, and I was just like, yeah, it missed. It missed my order. We were already trading at 104 halves by the time, so I didn't cross far enough. And I think my cross is not that aggressive here. It's just I think it's only about like 10 pennies. So when the spread itself is about 15 pennies, I hit that 104, and I'm just like, all right, well, what do I take the next trade? The next trade might be the short, but absolutely not as we continue to push a little bit higher. So I am keeping it light, not really tight, but keeping it very light here and looking for a potential pushback into maybe towards that VWAP, maybe pull back in there. 108.65 is currently the day high, and looking to get a little aggressive with this one when and if that backside does come in, but I'll keep it light. But at the same time, let's see what else is going on here.
We have a super chat if you want.
Yeah, sure. Let's talk about.
Okay, it's right up your alley here. So, oopsies, here it is right here. So, what about having a look at GME? So I'm going to this here for a little bit of a story. Yep. Watch GME, several catalysts. So we'll fire that to Adara for the catalysts. And what does it look like on a chart? Because, hold on, just come over to me quickly right now. Oh. It is not $1, it is not $2, it is now $3 right now in the money for Apple as we get excited for that trade right there. AAPL now up 2+% and $3 for your boy. We just took a piece out, still 30% in. All right. Actually, Adara, were you able to find anything on GameStop? Let's go there first.
I think when people are talking about catalysts, they're probably talking about last week with the Ryan Cohen purchase. Again, in case you guys missed it, he did purchase some shares here, 500,000 shares to be specific, in the open market. Now, I did not find anything since then. People just talking about apparently he's invested this money in the stock, but again, that's going back to last week. So probably just ongoing excitement here. We know this name does have that meme attention. So that could be what people are getting excited about this. But again, this is from last week. There's nothing new here.
Okay, all right. So I know. Thank you for the super chat. Several catalysts in play today. It looks like it may want to squeeze, saying WCM good tune. So thank you for the super chat there. Today, is it doing relative volume? That's the first question I'm going to ask. And absolutely yes. It was doing about 2 times in the crumble in the pre-market session. Not a lot of volume, but relative volume nonetheless. Off of the open, we're doing, again, in and around the same 2 times our vol. Let's see what it's been doing on the daily here as well. Wow, look at all those anchors we're trading below. Oh, wow. Yeah, breaking. Maybe, potentially, that 24. I think that's what I'd be looking for. I like daily breakouts here, and you can see here that 24 exact is that daily breakout level, and that was kind of a high from December 9th of last year. So just a few weeks ago there, and then next level after that, 24 half. So. A lot of room to go if it does go, and in a lot of headwind, I would say, on this one. Because think about it, man. This thing, split adjusted, remember, went all the way up to 64s there in May of 2024, right? And then pulls back in. We could never really break back below 20. And best believe there are bags that are still holding this from the 30s, from the 40s, from the 60s. Again, split adjusted, don't forget. But yeah, no, it's definitely going to be on watch here if we can continue to pull up a little bit higher. But I do want to keep in mind when it's meme names like this, Sean, there are people who are still holding from some of these higher prices and just willing to take the break even when it gets back up there. Yeah. So that's the headwind that you have to watch out for. So sellers on board potentially on a higher time frame, but we'll have to wait and see if the buying is finally back and the game is on GameStop. But yeah, USAR coming right back in. So what a reversion on this one. Only could get up to 32s and then pulling right back in into these pre-market highs. So that long not really coming in.
Scammed here or what?
25s was that prior day. Yeah. Right, prior week high. So it's just like we gapped up like crazy, all the way up to 40 this morning. So if you woke up early and you had the long in USAR coming into those prior weeks, because we talked about the daily breakout, weekly structure breakout was at $19 and some change. And all of the move happened last week, and then we gap up into $40. So that's a lot. That's a lot to do in 2 weeks. It's 100%. Right? So I am definitely kind of watching this one here. Maybe if we break some of these pre-market low levels at 28s, maybe make a beeline down towards that 25 area prior week highs there. What's up, Adara?
Here on AB, Alliance Bernstein, I'm seeing reports suggesting that there's some chatter around the idea that Nancy Pelosi, United States Representative, could have added this to her portfolio. So again, as far as I know, this isn't confirmed yet, but there is reportedly some chatter that AB has been added to Nancy Pelosi's portfolio. Back to you.
I just want to say a new trade right here. We hit that. OB was going over some stuff. I'm in silver, so let's go right now. This is what we're doing, man. We're cooking up some profits today, boys. Nice move there in SLV. We just punched along into 65. I said if we got anything into VWAP, we like a lot. And there goes silver right now. Hopefully continuously moving a little longer. If we do get that $100.50 break, maybe we can add to it. But we are now in silver at a decent spot. I like the level that we're at right now on SLV, trying to break through 100. We'll take out a little bit more here just in case. I just heard in my ear, Carney is not planning a snap election. I did not know that there was that was going to be happening here in Canada, but just in my ear now, in case you guys are playing the US dollar or something against that play, you can check out the Canadian dollar and whatnot. Okay, so there goes SLV, move higher right now into that space. We can have a quick little look here, but first let's go over Beta Pro, because savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily levered ETF. So go check these guys out. They feature built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves while minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether or not you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Please read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca, of course, before investing. So, thanks to them for hooking it up with us. Beta Pro, go make sure you check them out for sure. But now we are just really going here. Wow, we're doing it again on the show, man. Like I was saying, no Neil, no problem. We've got OB here, we've got Joe here. We're ready to rock and roll. There's a monster play on silver. There's 70 cents in the money on silver. We're $2.50 in the money on Apple. We're deuces over on this side, man. 2 for 2. There it goes, man. Nice little play there. And yeah, some of these plays, like I was saying, did we get scammed? Because I like LAC. I'm not in it, but this is coming right into a level that I like. So we're going to wait to see what happens with rare earth. Oh boy, man. What a play on silver. Getting ready to break through $100.50. Let's see what happens right here with it going just a little bit higher. It's LAC making moves now. It's SLV making moves back there. Is your core weave finally settling down over there, my guy?
It's starting to pull back in here, but again, we could get that continuation. Like I said, that is the much better trade. Again, 104s all the way to 108s, but this chop is absolutely wild here. I'm looking for potential come into VWAP here. I did say I want to get a little bit aggressive, so I got roughly half on the left side, and so far a little more on the right side here as we pull back in. But VWAP's coming in and around that 105. Let's see if buyers hold on, man. Buyers are very dominant off of the open, and I was talking about that market tailwind. You can see here the second 15-minute candle so far, with 9 minutes left to print, is going a little red. Maybe some pullback here as well, but that would definitely come in handy as that confluence potentially comes in here as well. But again, it is not I was going to say earnings day one, but news day one trade. So the buyers can be relatively fresh at the same time. But is this move too far, too fast? Let's take some measurements to figure out what this move actually is here in terms of a percentage point. We'll just take it from the open, and I was saying earlier that I tried to punch that 104, man, and it just it did not get filled, and I think I'm only crossing like 5 to 15 pennies. I got to check what it is on the system here, I like to use a Frex cross, which will get me on any gate. And I love that key, man. It's just like it's kind of like a market key almost.
Has it been working for you?
Oh, it's amazing.
Okay,
it's
good.
amazing.
Me too. Yeah, I like it. Yep.
It's just the thing is, like here on this desk, I have to press the key, then press enter. But at my main desk, I just press the key and it's insta fill. Because if I want it, I want it. I'm hitting keys for a reason.
You can just change that fill.
No, I know. But it's being a little diversified in my attention, I just choose not to do it here.
Yep.
But when I'm really honed in and focused, like that is definitely the way to do it. I don't need to press multiple keys when I'm pushing in tension onto the market. But we're pulling back into 105s here. But that was a 6.5% push off of the open. open there, Sean. And yeah, VWAP is
silver
potentially
is
coming in here at these lows. What's silver?
We're $1 in the money now on silver. Let's just go, man. I'm not playing around no more. There goes SLV. We told you, I don't know if Joe, I know he's watching the show, but Joe, I discovered SLV just last week, man, and we've been pumping that name like all the time now. I've traded it every single day last week. There goes SLV, man, taking out new highs right here. I still like the $100 spot, $100.50 spot. So I think we can go push a little bit long here if we can get it extending through this area. We're 75 cents in the money. It's a good trade. We're starting to take a little bit off rate. Well, not a little bit. We're out of half already right here at these levels. I mean, this is where we were thinking about it. So I think we can go long on a breakthrough on SLV here through that $100.50 mark. This has been your high. There it goes. Let's go. I'm in more. This is the high there, breaking through $100.50. This is exactly what we wrote down on the sticky note earlier. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. As here we go, man. Traders got to trade. And there it is. Money. Yeah, we like that song. But nice move higher for now. Let's see what happens with silver. As there it goes, man. We take that break through $100.50. Nice extension play there now, and it's working out, man. We take it through VWAP. Now let's see how high we can fly on SLV. 70 cents or $1.50 in the money off our initial buy, but it's Apple also going to the high side. So yeah, man, so far so good. Everything working out. We're showing up here today, man. No matter the weather, we're showing up. We're coming in and hopefully putting on some decent trades for you. Let's see if silver wants to continue higher. Maybe that was it. And if it is, that's fine. We're going to stop out here on a break back down below. I was going to use VWAP, but now that we've punched in again, maybe back into $100 we can sort of stop out. But things are working out for us so far. Nice move there on silver and on Apple. Apple trying to slow down a little bit, though. We're getting back up here to 53. Let's take a piece out.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of watching this core weave dance in and around this 106. So I guess 104 is that key level. That's all the way down here. No idea if it's going to get all the way down there, but we talked about the market at the beginning there, catching maybe a potential red second 15-minute candle, but guess what? We bid right back up. So maybe potential continuation here. But USAR, man, this one, I know a lot of people had eyes on this one, and I talked about this, some of these levels that I defined in the pre-market session, just kind of roughly there. You can see we did come into that first level there here at 31s that was above the price and catching a bit of a sell back down into these pre-market lows. So that's coming in at 27.50, and we're making a bit of a beeline straight through that, especially on the break of this consolidation that lasted from 8 a.m. into the open. So that's about an hour and 15 minutes. That low coming in at 29.30. So if you took this opening range, what was the opening range low? Opening range low was just at 30s. So you can see here that trade is coming in quite nicely, and maybe a wick of this prior level here where we stepped down, bid up to 31s, and then couldn't really go more. So stuck in a bit of this range that we made in this pre-market session, but it is stepping down. It's doing more of the same as what I'm seeing here on USAR. We slapped up all the way to 40, and I did talk about this last week. We did a crazy move last week as well, that 19 breakout. And remember, last week was a holiday shortened week. We only had about 4 days worth of trading here. You can see here opening up, breaking out of that 19 level, and then pushing higher and higher, closing at 24s, and then catalyst over the weekend. Yeah, that's over 100% within I would say less than 5 trading days, right?
Right.
Within a week here on USAR. So selling, yeah, maybe it makes a little bit of sense in hindsight. But going to continue to watch this one. Let's make some structure. But what are you guys trading? I'm curious to know, and we can take a look at some of that as well at the same time. So some of the names that I was watching off of Open. Wow, look at AppLovin.
What?
APP straight to the upside. That pre-market high hold. As well, 544 is on the pullback.
Like that.
Holds pre-market highs like a champ.
Go Apple.
And then continues to push higher. So 544 is all the way to 558s currently on AppLovin. Another name I was watching, Sean, was IONQ.
Yes,
again,
yes.
why was I watching this? Again, quantum maybe a little bit.
There's a story there.
Play. There was a story as well. Look at the relative volume increasing in the pre-market session. And again, in the Blue Ocean session, while other stocks did kind of a little bit of a chop and then a push, it had a steady consecutive bid all night long into the 4 a.m. close there as well of that market. So yeah, coming in off of the open with a very strong bid here on IONQ. BNAI.
Yeah, let's do that.
Brand Engagement Networks. Now, I really, really liked this one. I was trading this one. I remember sitting beside Sharif on Friday, and I was like, wow, this one is an absolute banger. I really love trading it because it was very, very clean. It pretty much told you what it was going to do before it did it, or as it did it. And funny enough, got long going into the close, just gave it, or into the end of the midday session, gave it into 15s, Sean, and right after hours, it goes up to 24s. Not only 24, Sean, we hit a high of $82, and this was at $15 around the midday yesterday. So absolute madness here, halting down, I guess, off of the open, halt up. We had one halt up there as well, back into 52s, but sellers in charge. So I'm watching this one. I haven't really borrowed shares for this just yet, because again, very seller dominant, but that was something that I could have definitely done. 52 breakdown, that pre-market low breakdown. Look at that. If you took this trade on that pre-market low breakdown, it has never looked back, even on the halt up. Opens lower and trades even lower. Opening range low breakdown at 47s. So another $10 down from that, trading at 36.80. So absolute madness on Brand Engagement Network. And great trade there on Apple, man. Just continues to push.
Dude, yeah, it's $3 on Apple. We're almost out of it, though. We only got 15% left on Apple, but it's this trade too, Obi, man. I mean, silver was down there at $99.50. There's our $100.50 break as well. It goes to 101 on silver. We only have 20% left of silver, 10 or 15% left of our Apple trade. And yeah, man, pretty happy today. That is for sure. I don't know why. Like, I was trying to get an answer from Neil. I'll ask him why. But like, I had sold some Intel last week, right before their report. Like, I'm not sure why. You know, we'll see where this play is. But coming back into $44, like, that's breaking. Like, I did not buy back into Intel at all. So this name continues to fall back in, and I don't. You know, really happy, and so far so good, that we were able to get away from that name and sell some of this out of our portfolio last week, right before earnings, man. We got 50, I think we got 53.50s or 54.50s, but whatever it was, it's not 43.50s. So there it goes to the downside, continue movement there. So I'm getting a little nervous about silver. I don't really know why, because I got nervous the first place and started selling some there. And now I'm just going to, there we go. I took another piece out there at 79 as Apple and silver trying to make those moves. They're finally making a move back in as well is NVIDIA. I just heard you do a little bit of a celebration there. So I'm thinking, well, because I saw NVIDIA.
Someone slapped the bid.
Oh, that's what it was. It's a slapping of the ass.
Yes, slapping of the bid.
Good. Yeah, because I was going to say,
getting slapped off of the open.
But before we go to Adair, just quickly, I did see NVIDIA come into the 200 period. I was debating going long there, but I do know that there is that CoreWeave story. So, all right, so far so good there. NVIDIA making a move back to the downside. Let's give it back over to Adair and see what she's up to.
Let's talk about this market to start. It's really nice push to start the day and the week for the S&P 500, though as of right now, this third 15-minute candle of the day already near the precipice of the low of that last 15-minute candle. So are we going to continue this strength, or we're going to pull back a little bit? Time will tell, but again, 14 minutes left in this 15-minute candle. So let's see if we get a continuation or a bit of a pullback. And what a week this is going to be, guys, because we have earnings from 4 of the Mag 7 companies: Apple, Meta, Tesla, and Microsoft. AAPL with some news, apparently rolling out new AirTags, $29 for a single AirTag and then $99 for a 4-pack. But AAPL also getting a positive analyst note from JP Morgan, which raised its price target for the stock to $315 ahead of earnings. Let's talk here about USAR, USA Rare Earth. There were reports this one was going to get a government deal. Does confirm here around 7 a.m. today that they're signing a letter of intent, or an LOI, with the U.S. government for $1.6 billion in CHIPS Act funding. There's a lot of strings and different aspects of this deal here, but either way, USAR not quite able to continue with that gap up and struggling a little bit so far off the open. SLV certainly not struggling. This one still at highs above 100 here for SLV. We know precious metals, including silver and gold, have been really strong with ongoing geopolitical tensions and concerns about potential government shutdown once again. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara. I'm just on that silver trade before we go over and see what Obi's up to or whatever. I'm going to get out if it breaks this 21 period. So we almost got close to that. It's really sort of watched it the whole way up. Like I said, we just got some more outs there at 50 on the way back down. I don't know if I trust this anymore. We've made good money on this, and I'm not going to let it fall back in. We do now have only 20% left on this trade. So looking to see if it breaks through 20s out of USAR with an offer in the 90s to see if we do get those highs one more time on that space. So that would be an interesting level for me to have a quick little look at there on USAR. But yeah, okay. So that's what we're doing right now. Adara with some more news. Wow, busy over there. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye on Booz Allen Hamilton, guys. BAH, they reported earnings on Friday morning. So this is a day 2 earnings play, but I'm also seeing reportedly a statement from the Treasury Department reveals that the Treasury has canceled its contracts with Booz Allen Hamilton. So BAH losing some government business, at least reportedly, according to the statement. If I do get any more details, I will keep you posted. Back to you.
Humbug for that one. But Booz Allen Hamilton, I did hear that in my ear, and I wasn't very familiar with the topic there. But Treasury contracts canceled there by the Treasury. 31 separate contracts with them, $4.8 million in annual spend. So, okay, not a great sign there for BAH. Yeah, just my plans are set right here, Obi. So we're $3 in the money. We're looking for a little bit more here on Apple, and then we'll start to get out. But looking for other names as well. Right now, it looks like Uber just hit the 5-minute moving average for me. Yeah, so Uber downside, it looks like pretty good here today. No, not really, actually. I thought this was more like an $85 name, $82 name now for Uber, so not much going on. I know Joe likes this name, and so do I, man. I mean, I've been obviously a big fan of JP Morgan. It is my largest holding in the bank space, and it continues to make new moves higher here today, which is nice to see. So breaking through this $300.50 marker there for Uber, a good one. Okay, man, we did not give you up, man. Never going to give you up. That's silver. Never going to let you down. But there it is, $100. Shout out to Rick Astley. Yeah. Nice move higher here. Let's get a piece out at 80 if we can, and then just watch this name continue to hopefully mature up through $100 and $101 right there. Nice move on the upside again. So we have some halters here today, man. We had this stock move. This halted on us last week. It looks like it's halting again. Just reopened there at 10:02. So nice move there. Closing, halting higher, move continues to make moves higher there now. Wow, silver, we actually going to get our 94 fill? There it is. Wow, we get it there. Nice move higher on silver. Yeah, we're now $1 from this move right there. We're $1.20 in the money. And then on our posted, if you guys are part of it, man, I do this every single day. It's a sticky note, and if you're tired of it, too bad. There it is right here. Go find it, man. There's Apple long 250. There's silver long $150 break, as well as VWAP. So we hit the VWAP first, then we hit that next. Apple comes in. CoreWeave 95 long. You're dealing with CoreWeave right now. And I said, let's look out for some Tesla lows. But Tesla did make a move lower today as well. Yes, silver, man. Yes. So glad that we started trading silver last week, Obi. It's made a big difference there. Tesla might be finding a base. This is the kind of what we're looking for in Tesla. Let it settle down, and then boom goes the dynamite. Definitely a news-based name. Tesla continuing to work higher right now as well. What was that there? Oh, yeah. Fabian is loving SLV. He's telling that in my ear. A good pick by my guy Fabian over there to start the year, man. AG he's involved with, First Majestic. Nice. We saw, wow. Silver just went again, dude. There goes silver through $100, a 101, sorry. See you later, man. What a banger there for us on SLV. But anyways, nice move there. Let's go back over and see what Obi's doing. We've hit 2 times our goal now, so it's a pretty good day. It's 10:05.
Yeah, another name that I'm watching here, again, I still have BNAI on watch. Watching this 104, this was that breakout level. Again, I think that if we break 104 with some distinction, that will also take out definitely some stops. So maybe potential for continuation. Market still holding near its highs here, but this selling, when Sean was like, yeah, Obi celebrated a little bit, I was just like, just boom, someone slapped the bid there from 106s down to 105s. So I was like, okay, maybe potentially coming back into 104s, and we're holding that 104 right now, while BNAI continues to sell off. Absolutely beautiful waterfall here on brand engagement. Again, it had a bit of an extensive move, maybe if you want to call it a bit of capitulatory action there, maybe in the morning session. I didn't even see what BNAI did in the overnight session. Let's take a quick look there. Oh yeah, no, another one with a straight up and then just flat there for the rest of the session. So we saw that USAR did something similar to that, but USAR pulling back into its lows, but chopping around sideways here. Maybe a held offer at 29 halves. So that's interesting here. If the seller is going to step down and hold 29 halves on something like a USAR, I definitely want to keep that in watch. APLD doing ridiculous amount of relative volume here. Maybe not crazy, but 2 times, 2.5 times, 2 times 2, so maybe not that ridiculous. Those bars look much higher. I was just looking at the bars and I was like, wow, that's pretty crazy. But doing about 2 times, 2.5 times roughly, and breaking out of those pre-market highs quite nicely as well. And holding above. So look at that pre-market high breakout, guys. 39s all the way to 4160s. So pushing quite nicely. Let's take a quick look at gold and silver here as well. Shout out to Sean for that amazing silver position. Gold also, GLD specifically, coming into its pre-market highs here at the same time. But I want to reiterate, when we're trading something like this, you always obviously have to keep a little bit of an eye on the futures, the structure on the futures, because this chart's not going to give you all of the information on some of these assets. So let me know in the chat, what are you guys trading? EVTV saying Sate Javis Sameti. Okay, I hope I pronounced that right. EVTV here, Envirotech vehicles. We saw this one running around, I think it was sometime last week. Yeah, wow, what a beautiful crack on that one. But pulling right back up, $2 all the way to $3 in the 345s in the pre-market session. And I'm noticing, I talked to Sharif about this as well. I'm like, yeah, some of these smaller cap names that do move around like that, like this is a 14 million cap with only about 4.5 million shares that are in the float. How much of that is a free float? I have no idea at the same time, but pre-market session trades much, much better on some of these relative to some of the action that happens on the intraday. So continue to watch that one. Lily saying other zinc. Let's take a watch on Lily and see what that's up to. Wow, what a reversion on this one. Absolutely crazy. Not really doing too much relative volume, but if you saw the puke off of the open, maybe the 1,050 back through is the place to get in. You can see here buyers stepping right back up, maybe some intraday capitulatory action there with the strongest volume candle coming in with that. I don't know, I think people call this a shooting star or whatever, but this one right here, the opposite of a hammer, right?
It's a gravestone.
Gravestone. Okay, so yeah, so definitely longs went to the grave off of the open there, and then on the break of that 1,050, the buyer stepped right back into the opening range highs there, 164. So nice look there on Lily. Let's see what else you guys got going on.
I think that's a gravestone. I call the other one the Doji Star on the top side.
Okay.
So
I don't know. I feel like everybody has like so many different names for them. It's just a candle for
coffee
me.
Or anything? And
I'm okay. I'm still sipping on this green tea here.
You're the devil. Here we go.
But yeah, no.
This is a saying, Randy. I don't actually think you're a devil.
Breakfast has arrived.
Oh, Andre just told me breakfast has arrived, but I have no idea what it is. No. Oh, banana would be great. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. You want a banana as well?
Sure. Thank you, Randy.
If there's 2 there, Randy, thank you so much. Obi. Yeah, it was awesome.
No, I've moved to, not necessarily moved on, but like moved to green tea. So because it's just, I
heard you last week.
Yeah, a lot of
it's like half the caffeine.
It's half the caffeine, and it's more of, and it's like a slow drip as well.
Okay.
So if I'm like trying to look for like sustained longer term focus, I'm liking sipping on the green tea a little bit more because the coffee is just like boom.
You know what I realized?
Falls off.
That's nothing. I'm not affected at all by any of that stuff because like over the weekend there, like we woke up Saturday morning, didn't have a coffee, completely like felt fine. I feel like for me, it's a situational thing.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
You know, it's like I'm sitting here, so it's like, you know, in order to talk and discuss and this and that, it feels like, okay, I'm just going to grab a coffee, you know, and it's like, ooh, thank you there.
Very much.
Randy? Mine's a little more ripe than mine.
Okay.
Cold. Freezing cold.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, our guy was obviously stuck in traffic there. And, everything was a little cold there in the back. But no, I was going to say, for me, it's just, I don't know about everybody in the chat there. Maybe that's a good question we could put up here. Do you need your morning coffee? before you trade. Something to that extent, we could get that going. For me personally, no, but I think it's a habit thing. Sitting here, you know, like Neil and I would always like to, you know, have a little bit of a sip of something. And I love green tea. I actually switched over to green tea myself. Like when we go to the hockey games, sort of, you know, like to just have a green tea. I think it's a little bit of a different taste there. But, oh, heck yeah, people in the chat going crazy right now, saying they need their coffee before they can hit this market up. And yeah, that's awesome. I think that's what it's all about, right, is getting some of these, you know, habits and properly forming habits. There's nothing wrong with a couple cups of coffee every once in a while. But I am no medical professional.
Enters you into a flow state a little bit easier as well.
Maybe that's what it is too, right? Silver right now over $1 into our posted level right now of $100.50. Also over $1.40 now in the money on our first in. Sorry, $2 in the money now on our first one. All right, Obi, let's handle some business.
All right, so let me ask you this, guys. If someone handed you $1.25 million to trade, would your process change? Or just your upside? That's the opportunity Funded Futures Networks provides. They're a futures prop firm that gives traders access to large SIM and live funded accounts every day. They've already paid millions to traders around the world with fast same-day and daily payouts. Right now, valuation accounts are 50% off, buy one, get one free, and no activation fees. You can find the link below or scan the QR code to check it out. All right, so we're kind of holding this this view up here on CoreWeave. So we're probably going to be going for this one relatively soon, but we'll wait and see. We're holding this, stepping down, holding some structures. I mean, that 104 hold, quite nice. Again, maybe being a bit defensive because that was the level to buy off of the open, and you can see that aggressive chop that we had off of the open as well. This thing was kind of teleporting almost, you know, $1 to $1.50, almost $2 at times, and then pushed all the way up to 108s, pulling right back into those 104s. Consolidated for how long? It was a pretty tight consolidation for about, I guess, 10 minutes. So hadn't really done that, any sort of that kind of an action. Now we're breaking out of that consolidation here, breaking back above 3105. This could be a VWAP hold. We could get right back up into those highs. So I am watching it pretty closely. The market continues to push higher here, Sean, as we move on throughout the day.
Yeah, I just took another position.
What's that?
I mean, Tesla might be the right spot. I'm going to take a spot in NVIDIA. I'm just going to wait to see if we do bounce off of this 200 period moving average. So we're going to go long, hit the sirens up right now. Look, man, silver, Apple, everything is really working out now. I mean, Apple just went for a little bit of a dip. We're going to wait to see if we can reload that one a little bit lower, but we'll get going on Apple. I'm waiting for 75s to get a piece out, and then we'll try some NVIDIA. So a new trade alert here for NVDA, just trying to bounce off of some of those lows. We'll see if we can get out of 10% in the 40s or so, and then another piece, you know, maybe at 50. We'll see if we can get out a little bit up there, and then try to hold against this 186.80 mark. I mean, we bounced off there a couple times. It is your 200 period moving average. Let's see if NVIDIA gets okay. Let's see if NVIDIA gets a little excited right here. Long at 24s. Normally I offer for a dime, but I'm at 38s right there. So we kind of just went up to us and missed us. So we'll wait for 38s. I don't even know why we're offering up there, but we're going to do that right now. Get out of 5% if we can. Sorry, I have 10% there. 10% there, then 15% at 50s, and then we'll see if we can get going again. We'll take like 20 cents out. That's about our risk on this trade. So far so good to the upside there, and we'll see if NVIDIA can sort of get off the bottoms one more time coming back in. This is what you guys have asked us to trade today, so thank you for asking us that. And you can go into the chat right now and hit $, and then the name that you're looking at right here. So if you're looking at Tesla, go $, Tesla, thanks to Fabian. Yes, sir, there goes NVIDIA, man. Another 15-cent winner, man. That is a chicken dinner winner. Hopefully we're having, my wife made this crazy chicken. It was a chicken soup. Well, she made her own with homemade dumplings last night. Man, those were pretty tasty right there. Shout out to Marissa on that one. But CoreWeave, you're already in that one, 92 subs asking for that right now. Intel, wow, down to $43 now for Intel. That is getting absolutely clubbed, man. That's down 25%. No way, man. It's down around $12 on 55. So yeah, about 25% there in just over 2 days. So that's been a big movement, 20% in 2 days downside there for INTC. NVIDIA, I mean, I just learned from NVIDIA. I learned, you got to learn from your mistakes, right? Like Intel was one of those plays where it literally went parabolic. And like I said, man, I was getting questions from some of my friends, and hopefully they're still friends. And I had mentioned getting out of some of my NVIDIA, or sort of my Intel before. They were asking me my opinion on that, and I gave it here live on the show as well. Just it looked like it was going a little too parabolic for my liking there, so we were able to exit out of Intel, and now we don't have to worry too much about that trade, but Intel continues to be a little bit of a problem, down 4.5%, trying to find a base. I don't like it. I chose NVIDIA there today, but yeah, Intel, not a horrible plan, but not a great one here, looking longer. Looking shorter rather than long here on Intel, down 5%. But yeah, I think there's always something to be said, Obi, about getting rid of shares if you do notice a little bit of a parabolic move. I mean, it's kind of like what you and I do, or especially on your core weave, right? It's too much of an explosion to the upside. Let's see if there is potentially a move back in on the downside to take advantage of that. So
100%, yeah.
Yeah, some good plays happening.
Intel again, like you pointed out, great example of that. Like we pushed up to 50 quite aggressively, and then pushed through 50, 55s as well. And another great example of that, I've been talking about it multiple times today, is that USAR, right? 1 week on the weekly here. Just take a look at this. This was the breakout. What a beautiful push on this one. If you guys position in for this breakout here, 18.95s or $19 roughly. You can see all of last week. We broke that out on Tuesday, coming into Friday. Again, only 4 days to trade last week, and closing near the highs, touching that 25 high of week was 25.27s, and that came in with a bit of a gap up here. Now this on the intraday is showing 32s, but here's the thing. You go into the pre-market session, and that's all the way up to 40. And this was doing volume. This was doing 50 times. Wow, 69 times I'm seeing in the 4 a.m. Session there. The 4 a.m. hour on USAR, 69 times the relative volume, maybe getting it to 71 at the highest point there at the same time, and dwindling off a little bit. But that's over 100% within 5 trading days. Not even full trading days, right? So if you're counting pre-market and after-hour sessions, which I always do, if they are, added with volume, it's again, if they have volume, then I'm counting those levels there. But yeah, all the way up to 40 from 19 on Tuesday. So absolutely beautiful move, 100% in 5 trading days. Right now, we got small cap recap with Adara.
Let's start with a name that's rallied at least a couple times through the last few weeks here. EVTV, Envirotech Vehicles. This company is set to merge with Azio AI, as announced again roughly a couple weeks ago. They announced alongside Azio AI that they've reached an execution milestone under their AI infrastructure program. EVTV here with a basically 4.5 million share float, so relatively small float there. Here's AUST. No news on this, but the company's name kind of says it all here. Austin Gold Corp. This is very likely a gold sympathy play for Austin Gold with a $37.5 million market cap, float here of around 7.2 million shares. RVMD taking off right now. Now, I do want to clarify this is not necessarily a small cap per se. It is around a $97 ticker, but I did want to mention this one because of the move it had. This gap down as much as 20% this morning here after the Wall Street Journal reported that Merck is no longer in talks to acquire them. Nice push up here, though, or at least attempt to recover as of right now here for RVMD. So that's Revolution Medicines. Keep an eye as well here on AUST and EVTV. And do remember to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, some crazy movers there in the small cap world. Again, the one that I really like didn't really prepare for this one, but was that BNAI, and I want to point out this pre-market low. Look at this consolidation. Oh my God, 51.29s. We could not break. We have some aggressive moves, right? We go pretty much parabolic, all the way from $20 to what is that high in the after hours? 68.10s, and then coming in 4 a.m., you hit a high of 82s. So whoever those buyers were, they weren't finished until the morning session today, and that coming in right off of the right off the 4 a.m. open. That buying pressure definitely dissipates just as fast as it came in. But this consolidation, man, that's what's interesting to me. For over 3 hours in the pre-market session, we cannot break through those lows at 51.29. We come in off of the opening range low, 48.79. So we break it in the first minute of trading here. Even with the halt up that we had, halting up to 51s, that halt opens up lower than the halt price there, below 50. So that halt open is coming in right at 49.92, so can't even get above 50. So if I was watching this one, again, in retrospect, how would I take this? That pre-market breakdown gives me a lot of conviction, even if I miss it off of the open, and that halt up comes in, and I'm like, okay, maybe it's a long. Maybe we're gonna go crazy once again today to the upside, but we open up below 50, getting involved in this consolidation, taking the breakdown here as well through 46s, and then maybe risking up to 50, saying that if this gets back through 50, then I'm pretty much done with it. You can see VWAP, not really a great tool in this scenario, as we are very extended off of that, and sellers very much in charge. And that's what happens sometimes. It's just like when something squeezes. I'm sure BNAI trapped some shorts there for sure that were maybe swinging into this. You can see that squeeze kind of confirming a potential move from short sellers getting kind of rocked there. And then what makes it even more obvious, Sean, is that okay, so that buying pressure that comes in when shorts get squeezed is obviously not necessarily, it's non-random in a sense. So as soon as that buying pressure is done, it's gone. Those were the only buyers. That was the only buying pressure. As soon as that's gone, the bid just drops. There's no more buyers, right? And that's a great example of that happening here, coming into the open, and then once again the open of the 4 a.m. and then once again the open of the regular session here, as well as we trade much lower. So BNAI, absolutely beautiful on the day today.
Silver is 112 per ounce.
Wow.
Obi, we're $5 in the money on Apple.
Boom.
Our NVIDIA trade that we just put on, extending up into VWAP. We're going to empty out the clip a little bit here again on this. So we still have 40%, actually, so we'll have 60% of this trade. Let me get an offer out. Okay, let's take another piece out here at 62. We just took out another piece. I didn't realize how much we had left, actually. Let's take out a little bit more of this as we're at VWAP right now. We were just trying to play it off of that. So far, so good. There you go, another piece out. We can ease back on that one right now. I just put in the chat, like, we got Apple, we've got NVIDIA, and we've got silver, and it's basically a perfect morning for me because we had written down here, and I said to Obi, it's funny, Obi, didn't I say to you like a couple minutes before the open, I've got nothing to trade?
Yeah.
I said I've got nothing to trade. Like, there was nothing that was like overly exciting, but then all of a sudden, you know, silver was bouncing off the levels that we wrote down, and it was bouncing off the VWAP, and I was like, you know what, let's give this a go right there. So we tried silver. We had this at 99.60. It's at 101.60. So that's $2 right there just off of our posted VWAP trade. And then all of a sudden, Apple, I even said that again to Obi. I was like, you know what, it's right into my level of 250 here. You know, let's see if that does wind up playing or whatever. Sure as hell plays, man. Apple right now, 450 in the money to the upside there. And then NVIDIA is a little bit of a trickier one. We had to wait for NVIDIA. I only really played this. It wasn't counter to the core weave. It had really nothing to do with core. Obviously, the action has something to do with that. But I was just playing it off at this level. And you know, now that I see this coming in, you know, with me talking about less conviction, I only have 40% left of this anyways. But this wasn't like one of those trades that was like, oh my God, we got to make this. So let's exit it out. We'll just use this as a stacking entity, and we'll just put a little bit of profit back on, and we won't make this like our huge home run kind of a trade. I just looked over there and saw Brendan. He's already eating lunch.
Whoa.
So lunch has arrived. It came in with the breakfast.
Okay.
So we're still going to wait. It's a very, very good lunch, in my opinion, today.
Okay.
So you're going to have to wait, though, man.
Yeah,
We are now 20 minutes away from figuring out what's for lunch exactly, Obi, and everybody will soon be able to find out what's for lunch, and it should be a good one. It should be a good one. All right, so yeah, so that's what I'm doing on right now. That's a little bit of a look on my stocks. And then, you know, just a look on some of the names that you guys wanted us to talk about. Intel just continues to get clapped. And remember, this is an SSR name. So Wow, we had so many shares short of this on Friday,
yeah.
but nothing today.
Swing some.
There it goes, man, into the outs, into the downside there. Intel just can't find a base. Doesn't look like it's going to be able to. I don't even want to go. I'm not even looking long on this name anywhere. We said that maybe we hold 44. It does not. What a wealth creator, but then what a wealth destroyer right here. If you have options or anything like that, you do not get that bounce. So ahead of what's going to be big mega cap names this week, I am nervous for a very, very similar move, although Intel went parabolic in the report, which is why I chose Apple today, because it was going the opposite. I think this will be the best performing Mag 7 name out of the earnings. That was nothing to do with earnings themselves, but just with the fact that it's been pulled back so much. It's sort of a good news story waiting to happen. So we did get a pop today about Gemini and about Siri. Released some sort of new watch band that turned out to be anything. So we'll wait to see if this can get going. And then, it's getting lighter on all these trends as the day continues. Then looking at LAC, like this is a name that I'm really, really debating here. I said we got to do a little bit of work on it anyways. We're really debating putting something in the old portfolio here for LAC, because this has really pulled back in. And I like this level breakout. Actually, no, the level breakout was right here. So that's 575. If we're able to get something down in and around this area for Lithium America, I don't mind that, especially on this deep pullback. Seen today with investments in the USAR by the Treasury, and yeah, they made that investment. It was up 26% or so. Is it around 33, 32 bucks a change? Now at its morning low here, USAR OB.
I know. I think someone in the chat was like, I think Control Alt Escape in the chat was saying JPM swing is going to be generational. And if you look at and probably won't, but it is pushing that 300 level today. Also, I didn't know USAR needed shorts here. We're cracking through day low. Yes, please. I'll have the usual. But 300 coming in here on JPM. Let's take a look at this on the weekly chart here and see what Control Alt Escape is talking about. So we did hit that 335 level a couple of weeks ago. That was all-time highs, pulling back into what seems like this is a pretty clean trend here. Are we breaking down this bit of a trend? But bigger picture, yeah, man, this has always been a bit of a generational swing here. If you look all the way going back to 2015, but I think we have some breaking news with it there.
Alibaba on watch. AAPL pushing higher, releasing its latest AI reasoning model called Qwen 3 Max Thinking. According to the company, this model actually performs better on complex reasoning and agents. So BABA again here with the metrics for its latest model, which is again called Qwen 3 Max Thinking. Back to you.
We do have, we'll look at Alibaba for sure. We bought some at 60s, 160, then we got out at 160, 25% of that position, and now Alibaba continues to move a little bit. Okay, 171. It got up to 178 or so last week, so I wanted to check out some of the action, but it started the day down 1%, so there was 178. So we're definitely keeping an eye there on Alibaba. I just wanted to say, you might have heard Obi ask for 100 shares, so not ask for shares. The price on 100 shares is what I was getting at. Very cheap, and 66 cents for 100 shares. So for a one lot, there is 66 cents. Shout out to Real Trading, and that's another one. Another win there for traders here at Real Trading. Virtually free to borrow. That's 6 cents there, right? So that's pretty simple there. No, less than 6 cents. What am I talking about? It's cost 66 cents for 100 shares. So you make 1 penny spread on 100 shares. That's $1. So this is costing 6/10 of a penny for those shares. So USAR virtually free here at Real Trading. Big shout out to Real Trading. But let's go over to Obi.
All right, guys. Millions of questions. 0 approved therapies. Orogenics, that's OGEN on the NICE, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Orogenics is positioned to drive what comes next. See what's ahead. Book a meeting today. Yeah, that USAR is coming in real hot. It's funny. I was looking at the day low there, Sean, at 28s, and I was like, oh, this is coming into pre-market lows.
Yeah.
And by the time I look at it again, we're already at 26s. So that dropped down almost $1 and some change there since then through the opening lows there, 28s down to 26s continuation. So bit of a miss on my part. Just the thing is, again, preparation. One of my top names on the day. I didn't realize that I had to borrow shares to flip short. I did have a little bit of a long bias there, but coming into the pre-market, should have known that sellers were very much in charge. And when we break below this level, I even called it out earlier. I was like, there's a bit of a held offer at 29.50s. Guess what, Sean? It never got above that 29.50 held offer, and now we're trading at 26 halves on USAR. So yeah, definitely alongs punching out, and sellers potentially pushing in as well on this one. So now I gotta be patient here. I don't necessarily want to chase into these lows as it starts to go. Increased volume. I don't know if you call it parabolic to the downside, but definitely strong selling coming into the downside off of the day low break. Almost $1.50 so far. So I'll wait. I'll be patient. It's stepping down. Let's see if I can identify another held offer like that 29 halves. But pre-market lows here on USAR was 27 halves, and that was a nice push in as well. So if you didn't catch 28s, 29, 27 halves was nice as well. And if you identified the held offer at 29 halves, then that was the place to probably take the most, as well as you can tighten up the risk quite nicely when you do get those held offers and held bids. It's just a participant that maybe has a reserve on. I don't know if it was specifically a reserve, but yeah, held offer nonetheless there at 29 halves USAR, trading much lower now. So going to wait for pops to see if we can get that continuation maybe back into this pre-market low 27 halves. If it does come up here, I'll be looking for these sellers, which have been dominant since the open, since the pre-market session, to give us a bit of a continuation. I talked about potentially coming into prior day's highs or prior day's close for that quote-unquote gap fill, and that's coming in at 25.27, so not too far away from that. Again, if these sellers are continue to be dominant throughout the day, I do want to stay involved with this one and continue to watch this one here, Sean. So let's see what you guys are talking about. BNAI, we looked at that one. CoreWeave, we're talking about that one as well. Aura Alpha saying CoreWeave triggered long. Yeah, no, good luck with that one. We're holding that 104 multiple times, so that is a solid look there. Save Man Woman saying SLV short, someone hold me. Okay, I don't know.
Not bad. I actually like that play.
Yeah, I think the bigger picture, the buyers are definitely very much in charge, but intraday scalps, I like those as well. Google saying Akayamo. So let's see what Google is up to here.
What the? Whoa. I like that.
Correct. Straight to the upside. Look at that, man. Look at some of these holds. Breaks out of opening range highs, pulls back into opening range high, holds, breaks this high as well, giving you great opportunities on just scalps on some of these Mag 7s. Let's take a quick look at these other names here. What else is running up in a similar fashion? Now, of course, the SPY's up there as well. Google and Apple, Sean, are the ones. They're the ones that are the strongest. I haven't taken a look at Meta just yet. Let's see what Meta is up to. Okay, Meta is relatively strong as well. 671s. We saw that strength coming in prior day as Friday's open just continues, and we close not necessarily at day's highs. We get to triple sixes going into the last trading hour, and maybe a little bit of a sell-off, but continuation potentially happening here on Meta. What's up, Adara?
In BKR, Baker Hughes, not too much of a move here, but it is worth noting companies saying that they have apparently maintained an ongoing presence in Venezuela supporting oil producers. They said that moderate production increases in Venezuela will require substantial investment. So again, BKR speaking about Venezuela here, we know that the presence of these oil companies in Venezuela has been on watch. So just be aware that these comments are coming from the company's CEO right now. Volume on this is actually quite good, about 3.5 million shares traded so far today. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara. All right, just a quick little update. I just said, oh, be like, why'd I get out of NVIDIA? Like, so I thought it was going to break lower here, man. And we kept on sitting underneath this 21 period moving average. It broke through the 50. We started to go this way. So I just got out there at 35 or whatever it was out of everything. That's too bad, but yeah, nice little move higher there. We'll make some money on that, and we'll regroup. Someone said a short silver there in the chat, so I was like, it broke the 50-period moving average. We did absolutely bang up. Like we'll wind up making about a third on this silver trade that we made on our Apple trade, but you know, I didn't expect Apple to go 450. Did I say 450 in the money? How about 5 right now in the money as Apple just continues to extend higher there? I might as well offer it out, man. I didn't even think we're up here. Let's offer out some 86s, see if we get it now. But okay, right back up to today's high again. Apple, don't make me miss that top. But yeah, I thought, you know, upgrade by JP. There it is. Yes, sir. Upgrade by JP Morgan. Again, you know, I kind of like that talk there and heading into earnings. So it kind of made a little bit of sense for me to trade a little bit of Apple there today. So that's what we did. And it was the #1 trade on the note. Let's check out all the markets here. We do have, oh, here, first of all, the dollar, right? We talked about the dollar earlier today and how weak that's gotten with the strength in silver today, with the strength in oil, in gold and in oil. Yeah, you are looking for a little bit of a move here in SLV and the dollar reacting downside there as well. So we're trying to go a little lower here in the spot dollar for DXY there. US dollar is what I'm trying to get at. Nice move there. So DXY down 0.5%, but we can have a quick little look over here right now and have a quick look to see what these markets are up to right here. This is, again, a little bit of a sector look here, what's hitting, what's not. Oh boy, like Apple just broke through 255, monster move there for Apple. There's Apple up 2.7%, again, an upgrade by JP Morgan there, nice move there. The bank sector trying to get going today. It's Tesla that's sort of on the back of something. I don't know what's going on with Tesla. We'll have a look at that, down 2.5% there. Maybe Adair, you can find if there was a specific story about Tesla. And then in the electronic technology space, Boeing, Intel, Micron, AMD, like some of these names that have been really sort of going a little parabolic, starting to come off today, including Boeing's had a great run, so that's down 1.4% there today, as well as LMT, Raytheon. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So with TSLA, apparently there are reports suggesting, this was as of the weekend, suggesting that Elon Musk's timeline for China for FSD, which is that he expects there to be approval soon. Reportedly, that timeline not accurate, according to CNEV Post citing government officials. So kind of par for the course for some of these Elon Musk timeline headlines, but either way here, that's the only thing I'm seeing.
In China?
There was a what?
I think there was a military coup in China over the weekend.
Against the current regime?
Yeah, Xi Jinping. He basically got rid of all of his military board or something like that. I got to look more into it, but none of their defense stocks on the Hang Seng really trade on ADRs. So I was just like, how am I really going to take this? But we can take a look at the Hang Seng there at the same time and see what that one's up to. I just remembered. I was like, okay, well, let's see what. Is going on there. Yeah, strong, maybe strong bid there. Let's go to a daily here and see what's happening on the other side of the world. Okay, so yeah, I mean the chart's very much intact, man. They're pushing for all-time highs here potentially. This just based off of this trend. 25,000 holds quite well on the Hang Seng, and we're pulling up into some of those highs as well. So let's take a look at what some of these stocks are doing, these ADRs. Baba, let's see what Baba's up to today. Strong bid, wow, grinding bid as well all day long. PDD, let's see what that's up to. Okay, very strong at the same time as well. What was it? What were some other ones there as well? Wow, CoreWeave is finally coming in, but as of right now, we got Sector Watch. So let's see what's going on there with Adara.
Yeah, with Baba, guys, as I mentioned a little while ago, what happened there with BABA is they just announced as of probably like around 10:30 a.m. that they have released their new Quen model with max thinking. So that could be that move there in BABA as of the last, 10 minutes or so. Let's talk here about this sector board because it's pretty interesting. We have a lot of strength, but there are some things that are weaker that we should talk about. Let's start here with health services. This sector more kind of mixed than anything, but UNH down almost 2% ahead of their earnings report tomorrow before the bell. The likes of Boeing, RTX, and NOC are also reporting before the bell tomorrow alongside UPS. Consumer durables here, the aforementioned Tesla to the downside, as I just mentioned there. CNEV Post reporting back on Saturday that it looks like Elon Musk's timeline for this FSD approval in China might not be accurate, according to government sources that were not named by the CNEV Post article. We also have electronic technology. There is some strength here with Apple to the upside. Cisco, I believe, caught an upgrade there to the upside. Arista Networks, really strong here, up 5%. But then you have Intel, AMD, and Micron all to the downside. MU kind of pulling back here along with SNDK. As of late, we know that these memory names were strong, but now giving up some of that rally. Intel, meanwhile, down once again after closing 17% lower on earnings day one last week. Tech services, finance, utilities, non-energy minerals with some of these gold plays on watch. They're all going to be really strong today, guys, as well as health tech with some strength. Back to you.
All right. Thanks, Adara, for all that kind of look. Yeah, we're looking at the healthcare spot. I mean, we talked about, someone asked you about Eli Lilly before, so that was a good little name to have a quick little gander at. Apple continues to extend higher there. Our NVIDIA trade that we got out of is now into 187, so I'm going to take a bid at 187 using this as my out, 186.80s or so, because that's why we sort of got out in the first place, thinking that this was going to potentially come back in. The futures may have seen a top right there as well. So yeah, this is trying to break through the 50-period moving average again. Was a good out for us on silver, and we sort of were going to talk about it, then we went over to Adara, but I think this short might be working, man. You're starting to turn over right now. What about a short in and around 101 and change for silver? Just flipping it up a bit, right? I mean, as a day trader, you do have the ability to go long and short on our platform anyway. So SLV right there, 101.10 or so, an interesting area for me now on silver as we continue to watch out for this as a potential play now for the short side on SLV. Starting to break down. I know it's very risky. We said we'd try to buy it back to VWAP. VWAP's at $100.10, so we still have a little bit of a move down there as well. All right, the fact that we're $5 in and just extending, the show's almost over. I'm going to take another fill here on Apple and then just try to move on from this. So right now, Apple looking to get a piece out, and we'll see what winds up happening now. Apple, we are long on NVIDIA though right now, 187. Let's see where this goes.
Yeah, that 102 price on CoreWeave is the opening price. So we saw that,
Right.
So we're kind of consolidating on top of that right now. So 102's potentially coming in. This 104 was, I think, a great area to add, because I was just like, yeah, that was that hold, that was that breakout. And I was like, okay, well, if we break below 104s with any sort of distinction, then yeah, we're definitely, you know, there are those longs that if I caught the long on top of 104 and I kind of bagged it all the way until here, probably be getting stopped out on that pushback below 104, especially after it consolidates there for over half an hour and holds that low. Boom, 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 boom. Can't get through 106s. This was nice as well. This entry that I took here just below 106s. I think there was 30K on the bid. And I was like, all right, let's see if this guy can actually push us through 106s. 30K just gets slapped. And I'm like, all right, cool. That's more of what I want to see. Buyers getting taken out, especially size getting taken out on the bid. So showing some signs of maybe seller dominance, and then breaking down through 104. So let's see if we can make any sort of a distinct push below this 102, again, opening price. So we're consolidating a little bit lower. No idea what it's going to do, but we'll see. Market as well, maybe a little bit of a pull in here. You can see the prior two 15-minute candles. The ES a little bit nicer because you have that double hammer, maybe, if you want to call it. Strong wicks to the upside. So sellers stepping in here. Let's see if they can kind of continue going into the rest of the session. Similar with the NASDAQ, but you had one green candle, one red candle on the 15, but both with decent top wicks there. So maybe the bid is slowing down is what I'm thinking, and looking at some of the Mag 7 names here. You know, I'm going to be looking for a potential turn on some of these. So Softy, maybe, perhaps. Apple looks pretty strong. Google looks really strong as well, but Apple definitely much stronger than any of the other names in the Mag 7. And yeah, Tesla's just getting slapped though. Tesla is distinctly different, straight to the downside. So not really helping out with any sort of a bid in terms of, you know, playing its part as one of the top constituents. But you know, it is what it is. Sometimes, you know, even the Mag 7s can do their own thing, and that beta is slightly disconnected. There we go through 102s. Let's see if we can get any sort of distinct push below, or do we push right back above? What are some of the pre-market levels? That's what I'm asking here. Wow, USAR, I'm glad I didn't chase into that short below 27s, because we're catching a bid right back above. So VWAP sellers were there off of the open. They were there once again around 10 o'clock. I just got to be patient to see if they show up here, maybe a lower high as well on USAR, now that I have some of those borrows at the same time. So I was going to look at, oh yeah, CoreWeave. Let's take a quick look at some of these pre-market levels here. Did we mark them off? No, I did not. So not on this specific chart. So let's just go ahead and do that. Right now, 110 is that pre-market low. This high right here was 103.20. As you can see how we just sliced through that. Pre-market highs was 104. That was a nice opening range high breakout as well, especially if you took the 102s and the 103s. But that action came in real fast there, Sean. So tough luck for me, not really being able to catch that. I punched the 104s, but I think I'm only crossing like 50 pennies through the 104 break. It goes, the offer goes to like 104.40s. So I was like, all right, well that's kind of done. But you know, kind of talking to some of my pod members at the same time and asking them how they took it. They kind of just took the back through, right? Let it chop, let it show you that 104s is holding, and then get involved for the push and maybe take a bit of an ad through that 106 as well for that 108 push. But this is where buyers were off of the open. Let's see what we do with this opening price. Back through open. Another great kind of execution that works every now and then. But let's see if that back through open is coming in with any sort of distinction here as of right now. I do want to point out maybe one more here. I always like some of these consolidation levels that come in right before the open, as you know, sometimes you see it happen where the move, the opening drive that you're looking for happens in the 5 minutes going into 9:30. So almost getting front run there as well. We didn't really see that today. But this is, again, I like that. I like any sort of structure that may be formed, let's say, after going into the open, 30 minutes to an hour going into the open. So 102 is testing right now here. 101.50s is that low. Let's get specific. What is the opening range low on this one here? So opening range low is 101 halves. So let's see what we do with 101 halves. Size was getting taken out on the bid here multiple times, even going in through, I think, what was it, in the pre-market, when I was talking about this. Somebody bid, was it 101 halves, 50,000 shares, and then 100 halves, another 20 to 30,000 shares. Oh boy, imagine if you were that buyer and you're like, I don't care, I'm getting hit on that buy, big shares, and then you take it into the opening drive, which goes to 108s.
Good discipline holding on to that. Like that was.
Yeah, I mean, I got to get a little bit more, but yeah, like I said, I want to keep it light. I'm willing to spend some risk on a name which is definitely in play today. And the long, like I said, big miss on my part, but I do like reversions, and I did step into it. Definitely on the front side of the move, but I did step into more on the right side of the move as well. So, which is definitely an improvement of my trading over the years. But we'll see what can happen here. Bigger trend line that I'm seeing, maybe some of this. So VWAPs all the way in and around 104s as well. So that confluence is great because that 104 was key. Now VWAP is 104. So the average long or short potentially is sitting in around, or participants sitting in and around 104s on the day. So we'll see where this goes from here. I'm looking for a potential test of that pre-market low. No idea if it's going to come in. Buyers were aggressive off of the open at these prices. Those buyers could step right back in here on CoreWeave. So where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking. USAR. Again, I didn't have much on my watch list. Like even Sean mentioned earlier, like we were both like, okay, there's not really much.
Yeah.
But you got to wait sometimes and just see what falls into your lap, right? And sometimes there are great opportunities that fall into your lap. Like that 250 Apple long, you were talking about this. It was in a great area on the weekly as well, and we covered that 244 bounce, and we're pushing right back up through 250. And right off of the open, those buyers come in really, really strong. But yeah, you know, sometimes you just got to be patient to see if that bid comes in. Market catching a bid right now as well.
We made the mistake of trying to short silver, so we're just stuck in it right now. We did shorted 100, got stopped out at $100.20, so take a 20-cent hit. Now we're back into it. I just want to see if silver comes back up, honestly, to 102. So I'm taking less shares here, seeing if we can get away with a little bit of a hold here on silver and bring it back into VWAP for one more test. I just thought, you know, worth it there. We came back in, we bounced off of it. I missed that trade. Should have tried the short there when we broke the 21 period moving average right into there. So that got us out of our trade. So did the 50. Thought that it was starting to turn around a little bit here. So we're short silver right now at 101.20. Let's see if it winds up working. And then, yeah, Apple still continues. And then video is finally starting to work out for us a little bit there. Again, here we go, and that was good trade. We got long at a 187 flat, 187.01 there on NVIDIA. So we're now 40 cents in the money on this name. So far so good here into the afternoon trade. It's only 10:50 though. Let's go over to Adair and find out all about that US dollar. We talked about it a little bit. It's Money Talks.
What I want to talk about is not the fact that the US dollar is falling, which it is. I want to talk about maybe why it's falling. So we know that we did, of course, have these ongoing geopolitical tensions. We have the gold and silver being viewed as safe haven plays. And I've seen some sources attribute that kind of safe haven gold and silver push to the weakness in the dollar. But the main thing that I'm seeing is pretty interesting. Apparently what happened is on Friday afternoon, which is when the selling really began, it came out that the New York Federal Reserve conducted a rate check with currency traders with regards to the dollar and Japanese yen exchange rate. Now, apparently this type of move, it's pretty rare, and it implies that the U.S. Federal Reserve might be considering coordinated action with the Bank of Japan to support the yen. So again, of course, this is all speculative, but that is what I am seeing as the reason for this decline here in the U.S. dollar. So be aware, pretty interesting stuff here. I do also want to mention one of the bigger catalysts that we're going to have on watch here this week, beyond earnings, from an economic perspective here, the interest rate decision from the U.S. Federal Reserve on Wednesday is certainly going to be worth watching here. And it's worth noting pretty much 100% of participants at this point, 97.2% expecting rates will be held in place, 2.8% expecting that we are going to get that 25 basis point cut. But again, likely we will get rates held. Furthermore, there's been some speculation here just based on Fed, likely reflected, as you can see here in the rate tool as well. We're not really likely to get a cut until later in the spring. At the March meeting, we are not expecting a rate cut either. So interesting stuff. We'll have to see if these rate cut odds change for, sooner or later once we get that FOMC press conference with Fed Chair Jerome Powell at 2:30 p.m. on Wednesday. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and back to you.
All right, thank you, Adara. So interesting talk there. Based on, it's obviously that 97% chance that we're not going to get any kind of a movement on the Fed. So I think if you're, thinking about positioning, look at the dollar, look at how that's moving. The rates should be and remain, the same there on Wednesday. We'll hear what Jerome Powell has to say, Obi. Yeah. That's the most important time, like when he gets on the mic at 2:30, because and you want to see how many of those members dissented, and then obviously if there is questions about his future, what does that look like as far as his replacement, so on and so forth. All right, I have a new position right now, LAC. Made the bottom into $6, gave us that $6 fill right there. Now we break above the 21 period moving average, trying to break above. If we come over to the chart right there, trying to break above the 50 period moving average, we'll start to trade a little earlier right now on lithium and see if it gets back to the upside. Why? Because USAR is finally starting to bounce as well. So USAR now looks like, I don't know, might have found a bottom there. The government takes a stake there, the Treasury, so we're going to wait to see if there's a little bit of a bounce in play there. I choose you, LAC, right now. Looking to break through, and then if we can get back up here into 30s or so, that'll be just like that 1-to-1. So here it goes right now. Nice little play on LAC here to close out the show. We're going to offer something out. We do have a decent sized position, so let's offer out a little bit here at 24s, and we'll see what's going on. But I said to you, we're going to figure out what's for lunch. Lunch came early there, and it was been pretty good. I'm going to go find the exact. I don't know if I have the menu. Oh, there it is. Okay, I did see it today already. Okay. So I know what it is. This is a little bit of a cheat because I went back there. I saw, as I mentioned, I saw Brendo crushing the lunch there. So it is out right now. And today we have Joseph. This is going to give it away.
All right.
It's a Jamaican flag.
Okay.
We've only ever had one Jamaican dish, I feel like, around here. All right? And it's the authenticity of it, it's not super spicy, anything like that. Well, I've never found it. Maybe that is to be questioned. I mean, Adara over there, I heard her there. Spiciness is in the eye of the beholder. But today's lunch with a Jamaican flag is, of course, jerk chicken. So that's a good one. So we'll hit bang on that. I think that should be pretty tasty. Wait for an update to see how this goes down. Is Jamaican jerk chicken with, get this, Joe, Jamaican cauliflower.
You're making me hungry.
This is making me hungry. With chickpea curry, rice and peas, of course, and a little coleslaw. You got to have coleslaw on the side of your jerk chicken, that is for sure. So shout out to that. That's what's for lunch, and it really sounds pretty tasty today on the jerk chicken front. I missed it last time. We won't miss it today. Jerk chicken, getting people excited, and myself included, around these here places. So thanks, Obi, for filling in today as Neil works on shoveling, I guess, and he'll be in, as far as I know, tomorrow. So that should be a good one there. You've only made that one trade today, and it's been a good one, right?
I mean, initially it was a little sticky, but it's all right. It's starting to work out now. I'm looking for, like I said, I've kind of charted the stock, charted the territories here. These were uncharted waters on CoreWeave, but now we have some direction, maybe some levels here that potentially we are holding, right? We are holding some of these pre-market levels with some distinction. That 104, I think that was very, very key. Let's see if we get back above 104. I'm just glad I have an average above 104s on this crazy chop. If we can be doing a little bit better, taking this breakdown here, I think this breakdown of that 104, if I'm gonna say it multiple times over that was key, then have an edge A, have an order in, just take this wick low breakdown here as well. Like, what was that? Let's get specific. 103.77s, right? So I have to be involved there. It's almost unacceptable not being involved at that breakdown and getting the size in, being like, all right, this has a stronger likelihood in my perspective to go a little further now into some of these prior levels that we've seen in the pre-market session. But it seems like we're slowing down here a little bit, and the market, we're talking about the market potentially catching a bit of a pullback, but this current 15-minute candle with about a minute left to go, strong, right back up, breaks through those prior highs, those prior wicks, means absolutely nothing. That's a beautiful thing about the market. Even though the candles in the chart is telling you whatever, it doesn't take much to change the probabilities, right? Yep. Anybody can step in and be like, hey, boom, watch this, and then move some of the stuff around as well. But that's the beautiful thing. So I love kind of dancing with the price action as those probabilities change and move around at the same time. But hopefully you guys have had a solid morning session here. We're about to give it up to the Midday crew here with Joe's back.
Yeah, it's gonna be great show. Again. Yeah, we're ready to go there. Joe's going to be killing it. We'll see what he's trading a little bit there as well. We're still on the backside of silver right now, trying to see if there's a move down. I mean, just go right into the day's high. So we're short right here at 50s. So not great. It just went down into 65 there. We could have actually went to 58s there. So it did come right back in just a couple seconds ago. So let's see. Right now we are at a record high for silver. So we've been there all day. We did have a great long. We did lose it a little bit on the short right there, in and out quickly, but now we've averaged up into this trade, and now we'll wait to see where it goes. And obviously a break there of 102, and we can get out of there. We don't have to worry about it. NVIDIA is really working to the high side as well. But yeah, thank you again, Obi. A great show over there. We're going to watch. These guys are going to be watching out for the U.S. dollar. Stock like Move has halted a couple times. Another big one there. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA just tanked to the downside right there. So I'm not sure if there's a little bit of news right there, but there it is. Move down right now.
Oh yeah, that definitely looks like news.
I don't know what's going on there, but that was a decent swipe. Largest. I'm trying to hear. There is something in my ear. Don't know what this is about right here. But OpenAI. I don't know. We're gonna get the story, but OpenAI and NVIDIA. I don't know. We'll get the story in a minute. But it's a nice move to. It's Microsoft. Something about Microsoft over here. All right. Yeah. We'll wrap this up. Thank you for watching. We're gonna go to Adair, then back over to the Midday guys. All right. Good show. Let's go get it, Adair. She got the story.
Microsoft reportedly unveiling an AI chip that will reduce its reliance on NVIDIA. Again, Microsoft apparently unveiling an AI chip that will reduce its reliance on NVDA. Back to you.
Yes, what's going on?
Shoot.
Yes.
Man. Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Waddles. You gotta see this guy waddling all across the studio. And I'm Sharif. Good morning to everybody. Let's say hello to Brown Lightning. We got the cool man, Medical Marinara. Shout out to Christmas, The Real, Trexy, Trader 604. We got Ichiro. We got who else, man? We got a whole bunch of nerd affiliated. We got Antoine, Byron, Dalmir. Shout out to Avery Rob and Max Trading and Investing. Shout out to Rex Banner, Mr. Puka, Durant Gordon, Vizbot, Cario Kaka, Jen, whatever the hell that is. Anyway, Alex, we got Joers, Nun, Dan Gale, The Longman, Wyatt. Shout out to Blue Arrow, Trader, and TX Badger. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, you, brother. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And yeah, I mean, thank you everyone for the well wishes. Glad to be back. Glad to be sitting in the chair with everyone and get rocking and rolling. So let's start things off. I mean, we've only had one trade today, kind of like OE, but I've seen Katina Man taking it earlier this morning, and that is going to be SLV with a price of around $99.40 is our average. So here it is on SLV. This is going to be the 5-minute time frame, guys. We're just holding this, and I was in the chat on Friday as well. I'm swinging this from $91. See Katina Man trading it on Friday as well. So off to a pretty good start. One trade so far, and I think that's how we're going to keep it. I mean, we're up 9.4% here this morning, but other opportunities may be rising. Eyes on JP Morgan and Chase as well, so we'll keep that in mind. But no need to fix what's not broken at this point, Sharif. SLV definitely the hot trade of the day.
All right, let's get right down to work over here. We're looking at a couple of small cap gappers that are moving, so let's bring in the side chart and talk about them. MBAI seems to be the #1 gapper in the market, a little bit less than $3 at the moment. 84% double top in and around 3, still trading above the 10 EMA and the volume weighted average price. This is an interesting one, but I kind of feel that maybe MOVE and MBAI may be suffering from some double top action. MOVE is at the volume weighted average price. Let's see if it holds up at that around that 18 3/4, 19, give or take. The volume weighted average price on MBAI is a little bit lower at around 260, so we'll keep tabs on that. KITT, this one's trying to reclaim VWAP. It's likely going to have resistance at that $1.20 to $1.25, given what we were doing before, but it's regaining that critical technical level. DTCX not up big, but up decent amount, 13 and change, looking to hold trend here with the higher lows. It's losing the 10 EMA on the 5, coming back into that 250. That'll be in focus for me. AUST just reclaimed VWAP. AUST had a monster day on Friday, not least of which was right at the open, and then really midday, this one really started getting its footing under it, breaking through 390 on the way to 4. Very much an inside day, ensconced by the highs and lows of Friday. So we'll see if it can take out that 290. Seems to have a lot of resistance in and around there. HUYA also up about 15%, trying to hold on to that 380 at around the volume weighted average price, 395 high. Let's see if it can hold up the higher low. Sorry, Assassino, I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, I didn't.
No problem. We're going back to the big desk.
I have to remind you guys here what happened here. I do apologize. I think with the rollover, some of the story was missed. So we're going to go over it here with more detail, because I actually have a lot more detail now, too. Microsoft announcing its Maya 200 AI inference chip. This chip is built on TSMC's 3-nanometer technology. Now, according to this Microsoft announcement, the Maya 200 will deploy on Monday to U.S. Central Data Center region in Iowa, but there are going to be more regions to follow. Furthermore, they're going to be powering multiple AI models with this Maya 200 that includes the latest ChatGPT models from OpenAI. Now, NVIDIA pushing lower on this because, of course, this move will reduce Microsoft's reliance here on NVDA, but Broadcom also pushing lower, so are kind of potentially on watch here. But again, NVIDIA definitely moving the most on this. One more time here, Microsoft unveiling its newest AI chip, which will help reduce its reliance on NVDA. It's built on the TSM processor, and it's going to be used in these new ChatGPT models. Back to you.
All right, good stuff, guys. All right, so let's go over what I'm looking at here today. Let's pull this up momentarily. Let's see if okay, you don't feel like cooperating right now. The screens are a little bit different. All right, so we're gonna start things off with Applied Digital, and then we also had SLV here, guys. Core, we've always been trading this one throughout the whole day, and then we have the TQQs on the radar. JP Morgan starting to come back into the volume-weighted average price. Let's expand this a little bit so you can see it clearly. But this is it. Couple names, and that's just kind of the narrative of 2026 for Joe, is just stick with the names. If you don't find any quality setups, well then run through the scan, but don't sway from what the initial game plan is. And these were the 3 on the top of my list. Other than that, once again, thank you all. Options activity, guys. We're going to head right into this SLV. I was talking about the supply zone over at $100. We're way past that now. 15,900 contracts open at that zone. We're now trading around 102.17. So that's a pretty good move. Where is that next zone going to be? I see nothing. So we might continue to climb in SLV throughout, I don't know, we can go into a further expiration cycle, but I see absolutely nothing. So watch out. Who knows how high this name can climb? I think we're going to be doing just fine. Maybe 120, 110, definitely in the worst, considering over the weekend we gap up almost $9. That's a substantial move. I'm liking what we got going on in silver and some of these precious metals.
All right, I'm keeping my eye on move. Just got in over here. Let's see if it holds up at the volume-weighted average price. We're going to risk 25 pennies for this VWAP hold. It's basically unbroken lower highs from the topping tail candle that we put in at 1035, so we'll keep tabs on that. The other one that I want to keep an eye on, MBAI, not really doing anything here, trying to hold above VWAP at 260, but keeps rejecting that, I want to say, mid to high 80s area. Most of the closing prints are all south of 80. Yeah, it's dropping right back down into VWAP, so this one doesn't look like it's going to hold up. There's really not that much going on, guys, in the world of small cap gappers, so if there isn't anything to trade, I'm just going to continue to talk about the ones that you look at. So just tag me in the chat. Let me know what you guys are looking at, and if it's, warranted, we'll take a trade on it. If it's not, I'll tell you why I wouldn't be trading it. So we're going to hold on to MOVE, but really nothing else for me to trade at the moment. We're going to keep an eye on KIT as well for a clearing of that 120, but again, you're not really getting much in the way of strength on that either. So very, very weak day in small cap gapper world, to be expected. The IWM, which is the Russell 2000 ETF, is the only negative major ETF on the day. All the other ones are decidedly positive, so can't really be too surprised with that. EV TV, says Ethan Walker. Looking at that, below the volume weighted average price, brother. It's got to clear that $293 for me to get interested. It's trending down. EV TV is the one he's talking about. Let's have a look here on the side chart. Yeah, so this is kind of what I mean by that. Unbroken lower highs. You have an ill-fated attempt to reclaim the volume-weighted average price. It reclaims it for all but, 2 seconds and then drops right back down. So it is a bit of a downward channel as well. You can kind of trade it as that. You can, if you're inclined, I'm not, to pick it up long below the volume-weighted average price at that trend line, then take your shot for the move back up. BATL. What's his name? Emiliam saying there in the chat, BATL. Yeah, not bad. This is one that's probably seen a little bit of a better look than the current look that it has. Okay, I'm going to have to stop out over here, and fantastic. Stop losses work all the time. Looking for that reclaim of 525. I like the ascending wedge pattern on BATL, not bad. 5 will be its first line in the sand, but you can see that it has a whole bunch of rejections or area support at 525, so be on the lookout for that. We'll put BATL on the side chart. I think that this one is, close enough to that volume weighted average price reclaim that we could safely say, we'll have a look at this one later on the day in case it does catch that bit. What else are you guys looking at? Keeping an eye on ARAI. Let's have a look at that. Arrive, yeah, this one is, it ran in the aftermarket on Friday. It has a high there of 447. And since that high has been put in, it's been lower highs, and more lower highs. Seems to be finding some support at, for whatever reason, at around $2.80. But this is just a hard trade if I've ever seen one here. You get basically pullbacks. Every time this one makes a new area high, you're kind of destined to drop right back down. So unless you're okay with trading it like that, I'm not. So I'm going to say no to this one. MBAI is the other one that kind of keeps dilly-dallying here with the volume-weighted average price. Let's take a look at that. Trying to hold up above that 270 area. I think this one may have a shot It'll have to hold prior bar low. Prior bar low takes us south of VWAP, but into the 10 EMA, and that's 244. So we're going to go ahead and just put it a little bit below that, see if we can kind of catch a bid there. Let's see if we can get something at 69. Then we'll set something up at 77s. It feels like it might be catching a bit of a bid, but we still have that $3 area with which to contend, and that $3 area is the high of the day, exactly 303 on the dot. Okay, taking out 77s into 82s. We're posted at 88s now. We have 65s on. Let's see if this one's got the juice to take out that area top. That area top, as I mentioned, 280, 289. Here it comes into 288. Looking for 286s that just flashed there. No continuation, though, into the high 80s, up 90%. It's got the goods, but it's got to be able to clear 88s for me to get printed. We're waiting at 95s. There's 88. Now we're waiting at 95, but we have nothing posted above 3. So we're going to go ahead wait at 307. Now, 307 might be a bit of a stretch. We've seen this story before. When it clears the whole dollar level, there is a liquidity grab that pushes it 4 or 5 pennies above that level. Maybe not 7, though. And there it goes into the mid-90s. We're looking for 95s next. I just saw a 94 show up. Not quite strong enough to get that next beak wetter, but we're going to pack the patience here because it looks like the buyers are in control now with that higher low relative to the 1105 candle. So no continuation into 3, but we're looking for a move into the mid-90s. And then if this one clears 3 decisively and, really gets a squeeze maybe into the mid-teens, I'm going to be looking to add over here, especially seeing as this is the #1 gapper. Now, by the way, this one wasn't running in the pre-market because it's up 77% since the bell rang. Why does that matter? Well, a lot of them have their best trades in the pre-market. So it behooves you to know what it was up from 4 a.m. and then what it's been up since 9:30. And there goes 95. Now we are knocking on the door of 3, looking for that 307 continuation. 99s, 3. There it goes into 319. So we do get the liquidity grab there. And now we're waiting at 25s. Let's see the continuation here. We got 265s on right now. Good mid-teens hold, not immediately dropping back down into 3. So let's see where the buyers are stepping in. Key here is to look on the left side of the level 2. That is where we're going to see the buyer stepping in. You're looking for a large number next to one of these gateways to say, yes, look, that's where the buyers are stepping in. Let me base my trade, generally in that area. Here is 22s. We're waiting at 25s next. Good strength on this one. 21 showing up again, but not quite into that mid-20s area, Joey. We're going to pack the patience over here. MBAI doing it live.
All right, man. So there it is, doing it live once again. 99.40 now climbing up to 102.61s is SLV, up 10.4% on today's session. Some big time movement here, guys. We'll take a little bit more off. Man, oh man. And I mean, if we're going to talk about risk to reward ratios here, starting off the get, we weren't risking very much whatsoever, 20 cents right around these lows. And then sure enough, we're over $2 and 20 cents ITM on SLV. But enough of talk with silver. Let's see what we got going on with the Bitcoin world. We heard Sean talking about it this morning. I was keeping my eyes on it. But once again, we talk about the lengthy consolidations that this name continuously goes through. And I think that's what we're sitting in right now. IBIT, for quite some time. I mean, we bottomed in November. We're now in the latter half of January, and we still haven't done much. Like, we can look at the range. Yeah, Joe, this is $7 range, but in Bitcoin world, we've only been trading within a $10,000 range. That's nothing substantial in my opinion. I think we're going to head a little bit lower and definitely into those 70s, as it doesn't look like there's very many buyers stepping in or bullish participants. Enough of that. Let's take a look at what NVDA is up to. Interesting volume profile here on the intraday session. You can see that volume spike here. Let's zoom in here and make this a full screen. Bam, we get that news that Microsoft is going to be creating their own chip for OpenAI. And sure enough, you get that volume stepping in, but we hold those pre-market lows. The wick on that hammer candle, relatively long. So your risk profile isn't necessarily as tight as you would possibly like it, but that's okay. I wouldn't be surprised if we continue to climb a little bit higher. Now, this was on Friday when we had the news, in fact, that some of the Chinese companies were placing their orders for the H200, and sure enough, we didn't do much, and then we get a little bit of a gap down here on today's session. Now, if we break the volume weighted average price, I like our chances for us to potentially test this HOD, and that's going to put us around 189.15s. And there goes silver, 103 and change. Supply zone where? That's insane. I mean, I was talking about $100. You've seen that on the options activity this morning, but that clearly wasn't enough supply in order to stop this thing. We're going to hit 11% here momentarily, and we're going to continue to hold on to our position. We don't have much left, Sharif, only 6%, but that's okay. It's better than no percent. Now, as for JP Morgan and company, what do we got going on from a daily perspective? I want to see if we're going to potentially bottom here and continue to climb higher. I mean, this is a pullback. If we go back and see what we've experienced before, let's get a percentage metric here. 10%, roughly. It was like 9. And then now we're down approximately 12% off of that previous pivot high. I like our chances of a bounce. But if we do break that 293 level, watch out. There might be some more downside here in JP Morgan and Company.
MBAI rocketing up into the $0.50, guys. The 349 high. So it's decidedly cleared that $3 area. We wet the beak there at the high. 4 pennies off the high to be exact. We got 345 dipping down now into 330. Great strength on this name. So what I'm looking for now, I've got the 5-second chart on the top screen, and what we're going to look for are micro areas of support and resistance. So it's basically the same look you're going to get on the level 2, except the level 2 is not going to hang out in that area to kind of keep showing you that repetitive buyer or seller at that area. So I always suggest to everybody who's going to trade these small cap gappers that wants to identify local areas of support and resistance, use a smaller time frame, a shorter term time frame, whatever your brokerage allows you or your platform allows you. Mine, I can go as low as 5. I know some ones that can go as low as 1 second is what I'm talking about. But 10, 15 seconds work as well, you know, obviously with the delay in mind. Keeping an eye here on MBAI on the top screen. That's what I'm looking at. Looks like there's a buyer here at 310 locally, and that is an area that we dilly-dallied with before about, 3-4 minutes ago. Looking for a hold of this 310 area and then a move back into 325. I think I might add into this position, but when we look at the multi-time frame analysis, and I just want to show it to you over here. Look at this topping tail candle, ugly, but they are not the end all and the be all of the small cap gappers. This is completely normal because there's going to be profit taking. Let's cut the crap. We know most people that are getting into this stock are in it intraday for a trade. So they're not looking to hold this for ever and ever more. What does that mean? That means they're taking profits once we get into new area highs. So if they're taking profits, what kind of price action is that? It's selling. So it's entirely within the realm of possibility and normal price action for us to develop these topping tail candles on small cap gappers only to see them cleared maybe 2-3 candles later. Is not the same thing as seeing it on a Meta, on an Apple, on a Tesla, where typically they do mean decided intraday reversals, if not more. So keeping a watch here on MBAI, looking at getting back into this one because everything else looks like absolute hot garbage and doesn't interest me whatsoever. Okay, so we're going to continue to watch over here. Joey, looks like we're putting in some more highs and higher lows off that $3.10 area, trying to hold that 320. So here's what we're going to do. We know there was a buyer at 310. We're at 22s right now. We're going in half the size we got into before, and then we're dropping the stop into 308 territory. So let's see what we get, and we won't get upset. 323 is where we're setting up. Where we're in. So let's go ahead and put some profit takers in case this one gets a bit of a liquidity squeeze. Now, we get stopped out. I've got to give this an opportunity to try to ride to the high side, okay? So let's see now. Perfect. There we go into 31. So now we're going to set up a little bit higher that we took 31s now instead of 33s. So let's set up now a little bit higher into the 40s. So what I'm looking for here is prior bar low hold. Prior bar low hold is 308. If we lose prior bar low, especially since the prior candle at 11:15 is a topping tail candle, may not be the end of the matter, but it's enough for me to get the hell out of there. And there it goes into the mid-30s again. Let's see if we can get continuation into the high 30s. Looking for a nice price spike squeeze into that mid-30s area. Not readily apparent whether the buyers are going to be stepping in at key levels over here. So let's pack the patience, and we're sending it to the big desk.
Just be aware here, RCAT and DPRO, and watch some of these drone plays on the move. Not too much of a move on either of these, but just be aware in case they do kind of get a belated reaction. action. Looks like the Defense Department announcing updated guidance to counter drone threats in the homeland. So potentially drone plays on watch here as we send you back over to Sharif and Joe.
What do you got, Joey?
Yeah, good stuff there. I mean, I want to talk a little bit about Applied Digital. I've been going over this name for quite some time, and the run that it's been on is absolutely insane. So we'll pull this out from a daily, and I have that written in my notes. Look where we open up, around $38.74, currently where we're trading at right now. But you open up on top of a resistance zone, and then sure enough, you have the ability to push up into around $41.65. Applied Digital has been on a monster move as of late. So let's zoom out here and see what we got going on. Like, you bounce right off of this level, $19, and then sure enough, you get 114% return. Obviously, nothing is that easy, but if you go further back even more, we're trading at $3 in the middle of 2025. That's absolutely insane. 1,000%, 1,100 to be exact. So Applied Digital continuing on that northeast trajectory, and that's what you want to do is just stick with strong names, and that's why I'm sticking with silver for today. Gorb, I know you were talking about an inverted hammer candle on SLV. Yeah, I see it on the 1 minute time frame as well. I could head over to the 3 minute to see if there's volume correlating with that. There is a little bit of an isolated print, but nothing outstanding. I wouldn't put it past silver to blow through those signals. Now, someone was telling me on Friday, I think before I left, they said, hey, Joe, I have these calls on SLV. Do you think we can hit $100 in a couple of weeks? To that individual, just hit me up in the chat. I'm curious to how you're doing, considering you must be getting relatively close to that expiration cycle, but has the increase in implied volatility and the appreciation of the actual underlying asset helped you gain anything, or did you lose the majority of that premium to Theta? I'm so glad. Oh, okay, yeah, thank you, Melanin Particles. Very much appreciated. Yeah, good to be back. I know, deficiency. I would like some of those particles there, my friend. As for JPM, the TQ is heading right towards the high of the day. Let's go Meta Platforms. This is in the long term officially. We'll pull it up for you guys here momentarily. Bang, breaking through those key pivot levels. If we get an open up on the daily above $672, watch out. I think we're going to continue to climb here in Meta. Also, price target increase to a whopping 900. If we hit $1,000, Mark Zuck, we need that split.
Oh, yeah, he got some love last week.
Yeah,
too.
we need that. Oh, did you know
Raymond James love right there?
Also, the UFC Apex is now the Meta Apex.
What does that mean?
Well, it's sponsored by.
What's Apex though?
Oh, okay. So the UFC facility, the facility. So yeah. Where they hold fight nights. Yeah. So
well, it makes sense because your boy Dana now he's on the board.
They're in bed together, right? And you can see all the UFC fighters when they go out, they wear the Oakley glasses. Oh yeah. They all wear them and stuff.
Well done, Mark. Yeah. Well done. Yes, Mark, keep pumping up that stock price, boy. All right, we're doing it live. All right, here's the deal. We got back in. We got back into MBAI in 17. We wet the beak there, right back into 40, so it's a little zig. It's a little zag, but your boy got out of dodge quick as you like before that big topping tail candle. Now, guys, we are double topping. We're double topping right at the same price level. Not even a penny difference. It's two rejections back to back on the 5 minute chart at $3.49. So we know the shorts and or the profit takers or both are very, very gung ho this 349. But before I tell you more, let me tell you about this. Today's coverage is supported by Electrocore. Electrocore. All right, guys. Trading on the NASDAQ under symbol ECOR. Electrocore develops non-invasive neuromodulation therapies designed to activate the vagus nerve with products spanning prescription medical devices and consumer wellness. Its flagship Gamma Core platform is FDA cleared for multiple headache indications, while its Truvaga and Quell products expand the company's reach into wellness and chronic pain. And listen to this. With growing adoption across the VA, international healthcare systems, and direct-to-consumer channels, Electrocore is building a diversified, high-margin, you got to love that, Joey, bioelectric business. You'll need to learn more at electrocore.com. You get my attention immediately when you say high margin.
Yeah, I was going to
say high margin?
Right away, bro. Right away, straight away.
All right, Joey, we're working right back into that 349, and there it goes. It is a 358 high now on MBAI. We were talking to you about this 80-some-odd%. It is now up 135, going on 140%. It's got the juice to let this one loose. Do your daily technical analysis on the daily chart is what I'm trying to say there ineloquently. Look to see where is the next level that we could find a rejection at. Is it 4? Is it 5? Is it 450? What does the chart tell you? If we haven't been up here in a long time, then you're looking at those whole dollar levels for key areas of psychological resistance. MBAI is going to be basically my focal point the entire afternoon until it's not. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one, Joe.
All right, good look there, guys. Let's run through some daily charts and see what we got going on. I mean, I was going through Robinhood and SoFi. You can see that we're kind of stuck within some consolidation phases here. And then sure enough, here's NVDA. So sideways for the better part of about 6-7 months now at this point. Qualcomm, how are you doing? Ooh, that's a hefty move off of these highs. 204 down to 155. You're getting a quarter haircut right there. That is not pretty, but this is what I wanted to talk about. Robinhood starting to form that bull flag and breaching that 108 level up into 108.40. Now, is it going to hold this 103 zone? One thing to note, I think it's important for us to just gauge and wait for this trend line to break. I was talking about this with Sharif. While I was gone, I was like, yeah, we got to wait for Netflix and this trend line to break. Otherwise, it's a no-go, especially off a good earnings report. And you decide to dump about 7-8%. That's not fun at all. So here it is on NFLX. If you do snap this and sit on the backside, I think that's the time to get it to engage instead of trying to catch a falling knife like I was. So I took a hit on the Netflix swing, still holding a little bit in my long term. It's nothing substantial. I mean, just 2% or so roughly. So a little exposure to the second largest streaming giant. I'm going to say YouTube being the first, in my opinion. So if you're number 2, Sharif, I think you're going to do relatively well. And the catalog that's going to come with Warner Brothers is going to be absolutely insane what they can do. By the way, I did watch the first episode of the new Game of Thrones, the Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Sucks. So anyways, yeah, I don't know, man. I think Netflix can do much better things. I'll be honest with you. I don't love Paramount's production. I like Netflix a little bit more. I think they're better at producing just like the realness of things, right? That's my opinion. I'm curious what you guys think about that. Now, as for MicroStrategy, yeah, okay, never mind with that one. That one's continuing to suck. $160 there on Michael Saylor and company on strategy. But Joby, Adara was talking about some of these eVTOL plays. We got she was talking about drones. This is the eVTOL play. Joby looking like it's heading towards some key support levels. Let's pull up RCAP because that's what she was talking about earlier. Man, what a move up to $18, now trading down to $14, Sharif. That's a 20% haircut.
All right, guys, back into MBAI and taking scalps. Let's see if this holds up at 45. So I've gotten in at 44. I've wet the beak there into 69. Looking for continuation into 4. We're still holding higher lows. We have a doji candle, a candle of indecision, the one that closed at 1120. But the fact of the matter is this current candle cleared its highs and held the prior area low. So, you know, it's not really an endorsement to get out, but let's see exactly how much time. This candle's got 1 minute left. Let's see if it holds up. Back into the 60s, mid-60s we go. Can we see some 70s? We're getting some selling here. The high of the day is 69. We can't clear that level. Maybe it's good enough we hold up here. Let's see. 65 seller, can't shake the 65 seller. The high of the day, though, is 69. I'm looking for a squeeze into the 70s. 65 showing again. There's 69 momentarily. We flash 69. Well, I probably shouldn't say that, but into the 70s we go. It's a 72 high, but dropping right back down. No continuation quite yet on that 72 area seller. Let's see if we can pop right back into the 60s again. Let's take a beak wetter here, and then we'll look to get in some more if we can clear that high of the day. So we're going to keep MBAI on the ropes over here. We're not going to let it out, right? We're going to keep, going to the body. We're going to throw in a couple of rabbit punches, Joey. We're going to do whatever we can, illegal or no, we're not going to do anything illegal. Don't get the wrong idea.
No, we don't want
right? No. Right? We're not going to do anything.
Not live.
Not live. All right, looking for that $50 hold over here on MBAI, but it's showing a little bit of a sell here. Now, the deal is once we get these big, huge kind of like outsized candles like we got at 11:30, it is kind of hard to base your out on prior bar low because it's just so much lower. So you're punching in towards the higher end of the candle. Let's just say the candle has 375. 372 is the high, and then 322 is the low. If you're getting in 40s, 50s, it just, it doesn't make sense with a lot of people's risk parameters to be able to hold into the prior candle low. That is, of course, if you're getting in mid-candle, if you're getting in on the lower end of the candle, well, then it's perfect, right? It gives you a great opportunity. Now, we've opened up a new candle, and this current candle also has yet another higher low. So let's see now, can we get into the 70s and hold into the 70s, you know? If we do, it could be an easy squeeze into 4, especially shorts will get caught offside. So let's see. Packing the patience over here. I am MBAI 2 New York cents. I'm in and I'm out. I'm in and I'm out. So sometimes it's going to show on the position board, and then, you know, when I'm out, it's not, obviously. So let's keep an eye out on this one. Let's see if it's got the juice to take out 72s. It's showing 62s now, up 142%. I really do like the look of this candle over here. So here's the deal, Joey. We're getting in. We're going to set up some here at the prior area at 69. We're going to look to defend that $0.50. So that $0.50 comes in. It's coming in pretty fast. Let's go ahead and throw in the stop. In case this one does lose a $0.50, buyer at 55. Let's see if it can move back into the mid-60s. We're going to pause for a second. We're going back to Adara.
I have a very sad daily chart to show you to start this crypto segment. It's not a crypto asset by any means. It is actually GEMI, Gemini with its IPO in September of this year. Very much basically at or near all-time low state. This stock has been struggling since its IPO. Now, I bring up Gemini Space Station because they are a crypto exchange. They do have a catalyst. On Friday, U.S. SEC, or Securities and Exchange Commission, announcing it's dismissing its lawsuit against Gemini. Now, apparently, again, this was filed on Friday, Gemini is saying that because the exchange actually returned some customer assets that were part of the reason they were investigating them, that's why the SEC says, yeah, we're not going to pursue this any further. Basically, long story short, Gemini allegedly offered unregistered securities via its EARN program. But again, because they returned customer assets in 2024, SEC willing to dismiss this lawsuit. So interesting look here for GEMI. No comment here from Gemini apparently on this story, but interesting look there. Also, apparently, they privately settled this at the end of last year, but now SEC actually dismissing the case outright. Let's talk here about BTC Bitcoin continuing to kind of pull back. We had a big drop yesterday. Today, not even able to get to yesterday's high of around 89.2. Today's high actually just shy of 89,000. Again, continuing to pull back. Yesterday's low, though, just below 86,000, has not yet been breached. Let's see if we can bounce a little bit or if we keep pushing lower for Bitcoin. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, zigging and zagging here with MBAI. We did it again, Joey, right back up into 76. We took 76, the high of the day, 77. Just going to keep taking this one up and up and up as long as it continues to show me this current trend that we have. Super simple, higher lows, higher highs. There's only one candle that breaches that whole shebang, and it was a doji candle that printed at 1120. But look at what the subsequent candle did, the 1125 candle. Right back up into the high date. It's 377 now. It's up 150%. And here we go again. We're showing 75s. We're 2 pennies off that high. It looks, you know, like we got the shorts in the corner now. Can we squeeze into 4? They're going to get caught offside. I don't know what the short float on this is, but I can look quickly at the actual float itself. Show yourself float. Where is it? Company profile. There we go. 4.3 million shares. So 4.3, not too bad. It's not tiny like we've seen with like 1.2, 1.3 million shares, but definitely not bad at all. So we're going to keep tabs on that as it zigs and zags with the mid-60s. What do you got, buddy?
All right, man, good stuff. Let's run through some of the Mag 7 names and what we got going on from a daily. I think it's still really interesting to think that we're down 15% on Microsoft, right? But we have a 3-day green streak going on right now. We're going to run through some more of these names as soon as we get back from Madeira, guys.
Just keep an eye here, guys. RDDT on watch, Adweek reporting that YouTube has overtaken Reddit as the go-to citation on AI search. So again here, Adweek reporting that Reddit being overtaken by YouTube as the go-to citation on these AI search. Not much of a move here in RDDT as of right now, but just be aware this has just been reported. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I like Reddit. I know Katina Man likes Reddit as well, too. Where it is, somewhere around, where is it? Somewhere around here. I mean, you can't complain. As for some of these IPOs, this thing's held up pretty well. I mean, we go back to its inception around Thursday, March 21st of 2024, and we're still up substantially from that point. So a nice strong move today on RDDT. But let's head back into the mega cap land, and we're going to look at Microsoft and see what we got going on. We talked about it still being down 15%. NVDA just stuck within this consolidation zone that we were referring to earlier. Oh, of course it wants to do that. No.
What happened?
Okay, there we go. We'll pull it back up. There we go. We'll try. No. Okay, no. Now, as for Broadcom, guys, let's see what we got going on here. 414 as that previous high. 325. You're getting 20% haircut right there. So not the best look, but I wouldn't be worried whatsoever, especially with the CapEx. These guys are going to continue to climb higher. There's no question about it, considering once you start to see a real ROI in this AI world, then sure enough, these names are just going to go absolutely insane. That's CRM. Yeah, I mean, that name's been dead for quite some time. Poor Salesforce, man, and Mark Benioff and company. Just, I don't know, Agent Force, man.
He's a great guy, too.
He's a great guy, man. Agent Force apparently is doing a lot better. The street just does not like it, so the street doesn't like it whatsoever. Now, as for some of the crypto names, like, I don't know, what do you want me to say about this? Bitmine Immersion, getting into bed with Mr. Beast, I believe. So he wants to start something from a DeFi standpoint. I forget what it was, but Bitmine is actually investing $200 million into this Mr. Beast thing, and there was something called BFS. It was like Mr. Beast coin that was running over while I was gone for quite some time. It climbed up a couple 100%, but sure enough, that wasn't the real thing. And my friend messaged this to me, and I think I sent it to Obi and to Jose here on the floor, and I'm like, hey, what's going on with this? But the more I read into it, is that this coin, the BFS coin, and what I'm referring to, is just a pump and dump scheme. The difference that really caught my eye was that this was built on the Solana blockchain, when Bitmine Immersion is working on the Ethereum blockchain. So why would Mr. Beast, who just received a $200 million investment, build something on the Solana chain opposed to what he has going on here with Ethereum and Bitmine Immersion? So I found that really interesting, guys. Make sure to do your due diligence. That was an absolute rug pull. Ran up to around 5 cents, and then it might even be less than a penny an hour at this point. Let me know in the chat, guys, if you were looking at BFS for all those in the crypto trenches, as they would like to call it. Now, as for DraftKings, not too bad here either, Sri.
Just looking at this Microsoft headline, this Maya 200, I was looking to see which company's helping Softy design this custom ASIC, right? We talked a lot about this. Custom ASICs are going to be a bit of a headwind for NVIDIA's GPUs, application-specific integrated circuits, and it's your company, Marvell, the one that's actually helping Softy design this. Broadcom is not the one here. Apparently there's another late 2026 chip that might be released that Broadcom is helping with, but it is Marvell. And when you look at the chart on Marvell, price very much did react to that, but then it reverted pretty quickly. But you did have that price spike up on MRVL to kind of account for their involvement in there. And on volume too, this 11 o'clock candle that came out was about 300,000 shares. So keep your eye on Marvell, still up 1.25%. Silver is cranking apparently right now, 9.75% on SLV. It is dropping right back down though into that 101, 102 area. There does seem to be general support here at 101.75. There is a bit of a flat top here. I don't know if you noticed this, Joey options, that 10.25 area top, and then you get another 10. I think from 10.56 until the breakout there, 11.03. Let's see now, do we find support on SLV at 101.75? If we don't, let's flip to the 5. Let's see where the technicals show us this could come in. So if we get into that 101.75 area, that is a very clear area crest. If we lose that, then we're really not looking at support until about $100.50. In between that is the volume weighted average price between 175 cents and $100.50. That 150 cent area also has a clear area of support, a double top at 720, 725 in the pre-market. And I got to tell you, that was on decent volume for the pre-market. Like this candle here at 720 has 932,000 shares. So that's a respectable amount of shares. Look for the 101.75 area to give up. That gives up that area, you're looking likely at a move into the volume weighted average price, maybe a little bit more. But SLV looking freaking good today, man. Every day we come in, man, I told you, these commodities, they trend, baby. They trend.
Yeah, I know, man.
It's not me. John J. Murphy is the one that said it.
John. Yeah, I mean, for me, I was just like, what am I doing? Like, trying to catch a following knife in Netflix. I'm like, why am I making it that much more difficult on myself? Just buy some silver, and that's what I did. So I've been swinging some silver since Friday. So
why don't you just add a little bit into the portfolio? You know,
What,
like
silver?
the long term. No, Netflix.
I have it. That's what I have. That's what I have in the long term. Yeah, I bought some in the long term and in my swing.
Yeah.
And then I closed the swing, but I kept it in the long term.
Okay, that's
right?
good.
Yeah. Because I don't.
Because long
like,
term, it's
and it's
good,
with
right?
TD. Those transaction fees can add up, so I'm not going to be hopping.
I bet.
Yeah, it's like $10.
Did you see some of the details on that report? Like there was some bad stuff, but there was some good stuff as
There's
well.
a lot of good stuff, man.
The revenue from ad sales.
Bro, digital ads.
Digital ad
bro, I'm
doubled
telling you.
year over year,
Yeah.
and they're expecting another doubling year over year.
You know what I mean? So it's like, I thought that was going to drive the name higher. You know, you and I always look out for digial ad because I think
Absolutely.
that's really like the way things are starting to go. And I think with Netflix, it's going to be a strong driver. And yeah, I understand it. They may be paying a pretty penny for Warner Brothers, but what it can do for the catalog in the long term, I think there's only really upside in this name. So just be patient with it and allow it to do its thing. Once this deal's done, I don't like comparing apples to oranges, but remember with Google and the antitrust, once the judge ruled in their favor, it was like a weight lifted off their shoulders. Once this deal gets done with Warner Brothers and company, I think that's going to be the exact same thing from a technical
I don't know if you were here though, Joe, we got to go to Adara, but
Yeah.
I want to tell you, in case you missed it last week, that the European regulator has thrown their hat into the ring too.
Of course they have.
They want to say, Joey,
Yeah,
you know, it's not enough for the American regulator to get involved.
Well, but
European regulator.
And I heard we got to go to Adair, but I heard Adair talking about nominations and stuff. I don't know how much that's going to be playing a factor. I mean, it must weigh a little bit.
You mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like compare, whatever the nomination. We'll go to Adair and then we'll talk a little bit about it momentarily.
Yeah, I mean, I have thoughts on that, but I'll start with the news here. I have a couple things to talk about. GME, Michael Burry, posting a bullish piece on GameStop on his Substack. So GME getting some love from Michael Burry via his Substack. Let's talk here about, there's one other thing I want to talk about here, and that was Zoom. ZM, near intraday highs. This thing is up nearly 10%. Saying that this company has an exposure to Anthropic. They estimate that their stake in Anthropic is valued at roughly $1.5 to $3 billion. Now, I looked into this, and Anthropic and Zoom first announced a strategic partnership in May of 2023. So there is something to support this Zoom Anthropic theory. Either way, Baird liking this investment here in Zoom. Anthropic, again, not a new investment, but likely valued pretty highly. Now, with regards to the Oscar nominations, Joe, the point I was trying to make is I think it's really easy to make an antitrust argument against this deal when 4 out of 5 nominees in some categories are dominated by Warner Brothers and Netflix. That was the point I was trying to make with that.
I don't disagree, and I'm saying there might be some factor played into that, absolutely. But it's like I said, I don't love Paramount's productions, and if it sucks, it sucks. Obviously, the European regulator wants to chime in so they can start gaining a little bit. We're going to tax them. We're going to fine them. Yeah, exactly. That's what it's all about. But at the end of the day, the deal gets, so it's okay because Paramount's not as successful. It's okay, they can be really as big of a giant. I mean, we talk about the deals that they have just striking the UFC and everything along those lines. Oh, but Netflix can't do it. Right?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So it's like,
well, the European regulator was saying Netflix is, king of the streaming, at least on, I would say, well, in terms of not from YouTube. I mean, kind of like curated shows, that kind of stuff. But they're saying so they have that moniker for, dominant player, and under Digital Markets Act that has a specific tag, and because they've gotten that tag now, it's free reign for the European regulator to kind of deal with them.
But it's like if the Warner Brothers decides they want to sell their company, who cares? They want to sell the company at the end of the day, so allow them to do so. Why do you have to get your hands in every single basket?
Yeah, that's the whole point of regulation and that the whole.
It's like over regulation at that point, right? I get it. You don't want to these monopolies. If you want to sell it to somebody, allow them to do it. That's just me, anyways.
Look, I don't disagree with you. The less the government gets involved, we have to keep an eye on GameStop now because it is moving be up, you know, MBAI percentage points like 150. But if this catches a bid, we're going to keep an eye on it. Showing me 23.82, whatever. It's only up 3%. But we're going to keep an eye on technical levels. Just before we go to Joey Assassino, there's a 23.80 area resistance. That's from earlier. That's the implied balance high from 945. Let's see if we can hold that 70, 80 penny. This could be an interesting hold and a move back in to 24 and maybe above. Joe.
All right, guys, here's a medical device. Company to keep an eye on, Enview Medical, ticker FEED, F-E-E-D. The company designs and markets a guided feeding tube platform to hospitals across the U.S. today. The majority of the hospitals do this procedure blindly, leading to injuries from misplacements. Think of this platform as a GPS for feeding tube placement, which can improve patient safety and streamline how care teams work. What stands out to me is the growing appetite for this platform throughout U.S. hospitals and how the tech fits medical needs. Today, there are 38 hospitals, and hospitals push for safer, more efficient, available technology with real-world demand behind it. Definitely one to watch. F-E-E. Feed.
All right, we're gonna go. I gotta read something out for you here because it's quite funny. I think you'll definitely like it. Hold on, I'm just trying to throw a stop.
You are here in this GameStop world, man. Crazy.
Shout out to my man, 2006 Jeep Limited. Okay.
Oh, what does he have to say now?
He's got something very interesting to say, right. Joey. Where do one-legged traders eat? Don't look. Don't look.
I have no idea.
Come on, it's an easy one.
It's not that easy, man.
It is, man. What are you doing all around the office area? What did I call you? There you go. Get well, Joe. He said in love, man. Shout out to Jeep Grand Cherokee.
I think the only IHOP here in Ontario is in Niagara Falls.
Niagara Falls.
Yeah,
I don't even know if there is a closer one.
I don't think so.
Isn't,
I don't think so, man. Yeah.
All right, your boy's doing it live here on The Stop. We're talking about GameStop in at 96, just with the beak there through the break of 24. It's zigging, it's zagging, a little at 24.08, a little at 24.05. Let's see if we can get something in the mid-teens here, or whether or not we hold 24. A very, very clear out for me. As I was saying, look how clean this 23.80 area hold was. That was the implied balance high at 945. It dips into there after making a 24.28 high. Beautiful, multiple bottoming tail candle that breached, by the way, 23.80, but as quick as it breached it, as quick as it was able to move right back above it. Let's see if this one's got continuation or it's going to lose, pardon me, 24.80. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one. Anything below 70 ends the trade for me already with the beak a couple of times, but looking for a move above 24. Also, I wanted to mention MBAI is continuing to hang out near the high. 392 high now on MBAI, up 150%. But I do expect some resistance likely into that $4 area. Now, as I've said that many times with these small cap gappers, and then they blow through these whole dollar levels, and then they have trouble at the next whole dollar level or the one after that. So maybe we don't end up getting any resistance at 24. We're going to have to keep an eye out on this one. But for the moment, it's a 392 high, and we can't shake that level. What's silver doing, Joey?
Oh, man, we're almost at 103 here on SLV, man, 102.95s. But first things first, I can't forget about my guy, South Jersey Jack. I don't know why this made me think about it, but I watched the full Godfather for the first time. For the first time I watched it. So, all
right, man. Thoughts, man.
It was good. It was really good. It's really good. It's mob stuff. I liked it. You know what I mean?
So you watched the 1, 2, and 3?
No, just one. Just one.
Okay.
Just the first one.
So you started out with the wedding scene. Yeah. And then, and then there's, what's his name? What's that big dude's name that slept with the fishes later?
What's his name? I don't know.
Forget his name, man.
But he...
Luca Brasi. See where he's like reciting?
Yeah.
Do you know that he was actually doing that in real life? That was not part of the movie.
Oh, really?
And then he saw him do that. He's like, include that in the movie. Include that in the movie.
And then he still messes it up.
And he still screws it up, bro.
Yeah, it's funny.
Fantastic.
But I got to go over to my guy, South Jersey Jack here. What's up, my friend? Yeah, let's take a look at these SMR puts that you're looking at. 1550 expiration date, February 27th, about 30 days out, $563 debit. Do I likey? Yeah, I mean, if you get this breakdown, just understand what you're doing. 1550 is at the lower end of this range. I'm not saying that's not achievable, but if you get that strong breakdown, collect that extrinsic value, and then get out of Dodge on this one. So a nice move on, or sorry, not on SMR, a nice move to the downside though throughout the day. But FLV, we're still kicking in this one. 103.36. This is insane. We're going to 110, 100%. I'm not saying today 100% is a crazy take, but anyways, 11.25 here on SLV. Talk to us about GME.
There goes GME into the day high, guys. 24.29. There it is. We're at the day high as we speak. We're up 5.5%. We wet the beak at 24.20, having gotten in at 23.95. We're looking for continuation. Let's see what this one has to offer. Can it clear 30? It's 29 penny high. Get back in if I have to. We'll see what this one is doing, but I don't anticipate there to be any other except 24 and that 23.80 to 70. That is the area that I'm kind of earmarking for support. We already held up there though, so let's see if it holds up a second time. My first area of support though is going to be $24. We got to pause and go to the big desk. Oh, we're not? My mistake. Okay, super chat. Thank you, Lizberto. Oh, this one's for you, Joey. $5.4.99 super chat. Welcome back, Joe. Don't let them bully you like that. Hop yourself into this green day. Oh, he's hopping. He's plenty green.
Yeah, I mean,
where is SLV at, man? We're
$4.
103.26. The dude's got 1, 2, 3. We'll give him an honorary 4, even though that one is pretty close.
Dang.
There you go.
I mean, our boy Obi has been crushing it on CoreWeave too, because I was looking at that. I mean, I seen him short from around 105.80s or something along those lines, punching into almost 101s there. So a nice move. Watch Braveheart tonight. Says I think I'm okay with that. I don't necessarily need to do that.
You got to go number 2 now. You can't just watch one without 2.
But is it any? Is
2 is
better?
Some people say it's the best.
Yeah.
Some people say 1 is the best. It's almost across the board that 3 is the worst.
It's the worst. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's fair. I mean, that's understandable. Maybe we'll take a peep at that, man. But we got to get back in the gym and stuff. It's been a while. I mean, but we're not going to be doing any legs or anything, but just going to be hitting the machines. Obviously, I can't carry anything. So yeah, I got to get back in the gym. That's kind of been weighing a little bit on me. So that's the goal, the primary goal. But enough of that. Let's get back into these markets. CoreWeave still consolidating around 102. We got Applied Digital did touch near that all-time high of around 42.50. Let's take a look at the options chain on this one actually and see what the IV is looking at on Applied Digital. Jose and I were talking about this name for quite some time, and I'm surprised on the run that it's been on. So Applied Digital, 126.6%. That's some big time IV. Watch out, guys. That's really substantial. You're going to be paying an increase in premium on that one, and that you won't be having a good time. Someone else mentioned something about options in here. Sorry if I missed it. Okay, yeah, Joseph, ATND. I'm looking for January 2027 calls on Netflix. Where is the daily you think you could get entry 82.79? So we were talking about this not too long ago. Wait for the trend line to break. And if you really want to leverage your system on Netflix, just be cautious. And also, I'm working on a system. These further dated, even leaps, you got to watch out for the decay, because during the morning when we go over some of the options activity, I'll put on a chart, and some of these charts are further expiration, and you have to take into consideration at their peak value and where the underlying is trading right now. A lot of the names are at all-time highs, but yet those contracts are down 30-40%. That's not fun. You can't gain that back whatsoever in the options world. So if you do have the ability to leverage your system with just shares, do that, right? Just wait until that trend line breaks. And there's a time and a place for options. I've been doing this. This is my 5th year now. We're a couple months into my 5th year now, Sharif, with trading. A little bit more than 3 with options. There's a time and a place for options. Be cautious when you use them, and when you do use them, make sure you sell at the right time. Do not bag hold them, because you will lose everything to theta.
GameStop is absolutely doing it, and it's doing it live. We got back in at 24.05, out at 24.30. We're going to keep zigging and zagging, but this one is zigging and zagging, and so I have to trade like that right back down into 24. Now, it did breach 24 before when I got in here, and you can even see the breach was quite decided right down into 20.90, but it does have that higher low pattern and higher high pattern, mind you. So that's kind of what you need to be alive to. Even though this one, it has a lot of volatility, it's going to have a lot of eyes on it. It moves into 24, 29, drops back into 24, but try to see through all that noise. It's a lot easier than done, but what you definitely see is that tilted upward channel, right? And it's got the bull flag, the bullish bull flag that we always talk about, right? There's your breakout on the news, comes out right at 11:40, and then you have an upward channel, the consolidation component of the flag. It's not quite a bull pennant because it's not compressing, it's very much a flag now. So let's see what this one and hold. Now, I gotta tell you, current bar low on the 5 takes us to 24. So the 5-minute candle has a low of 24. Here we are right back into the high teens, mid or low 20s, I should say. Look at that, right back down though, into 24. So there is going to be selling here, whether or not we're able to squeeze some of the shorts or, whoever's taking profit here, maybe some holders from a while back. We'll have to wait and see. But, just try to spot the trend. And to me, trend is an upward channel until it's not, right? Now, somebody was telling me that MBAI is destined for volume weighted average price. I wouldn't mind that, and I wouldn't mind that at all. Let me explain why. I love the technical setup on this, and here's the deal. That $3 area also happens to be, a couple of shekels below that volume weighted average price. Now, VWAP right now is showing 309, 310. But what I really like is that $3 level. Number one, it's whole dollar support. Number two, we have a double top there from 10:35 and 11 o'clock. So we know that there was selling and profiting as well at that $3 level. Let's see if, number one, it loses that 350, 345 area. I talked about that area. That's a 10 EMA on the 5. If it loses that, then the sellers at least locally are in control. And if they're going to get in control, then we could see this dropping right back down into $3.10, $3. That will be a great buy area for me. You don't have to be first there though, right? Because sometimes these small cap gappers, they march to the beat of their own drum. They drop down into 3, they drop into VWAP, but buyers, maybe they've gone to lunch. They don't like the stock anymore. They're focusing on something else, whatever the hell the reason is. And there's no buyers there, so the sellers are absolutely in control, even though the critical area of support doesn't end up holding up. So how do you get around that? Wait for the hold up at that level, and then you get in on the subsequent 5-minute candle or whatever time frame you're charting. That makes a new high. For example, this candle here, let's say 11:55, dips down to 310. Puts a hold there, and you're waiting for that 12 o'clock candle to breach the 11:55 candle from the area high. So at least locally the buyers are stepping in. Here we go. Now we've got 3 lower highs now on the 4-minute chart on MBAI. I'm saying this is a good thing, but when we get extended like this into $4, Joe, I wouldn't mind pulling this back. What are you looking at?
Things almost at around 11.6% during the day, and then turned into 103.80. I think we head into 104s momentarily. We have a 1 spread on SLV. Obviously, the liquidity is there. How many shares have we traded today? 134 million. It might even be a little bit more considering data starts collecting. Okay, yeah, so we're 4 million shares off. So 138 total shares traded on SLV this morning. All right, now, boy, Nick W. Why you asked me about something? Can you just remind me? I forget what it was. I can't scroll up that far. But we have a $5 super chat. Let's hit the money. Thank you for that. Joe WTTV, good luck with the recovery. Much appreciated. Just had shoulder surgery myself. So right now with you, took Meta long swing, ascending wedge. Yeah, I really like Meta. I've seen some intraday. You know what sucks about the knee is that, yeah, I'm down 1 limb, but essentially I'm down 3 limbs because I have to use the crutches to get everywhere. And it's just like, man, I just have my left leg, which is essentially my weakest part of my body, which kind of
gets stronger.
Yeah,
now,
it's about to
baby.
get a whole lot stronger. Yeah, so take a strong leg on that one. So yeah, down 3 It's not fun. But let's take a look at what my boy is, META. We're not going to pull it up on this one. We're going to pull it up on a bigger one. I like Meta, especially everything that Zuck's doing. I told you it's now the Meta Apex, if that has any relevancy whatsoever. But META, this is going to be a key pair. I want to see where we open up tomorrow. But even if we breach this today, I think that we're going to be looking pretty good. So we climb up to a high of around 675. And I actually bought some more of this around 630 when I was just laying around just reading books. There's only so much TV you can watch anyways. If we open up above this zone and then we start to enter this gap, I think we're going to see about a 40 to 60% gap fill before we see another pullback. So keep an eye out on that. That's going to be around that 681 on META. So a nice little look there, guys. I really like Meta right now. I think we can climb a little bit higher. But Adara, what do you have for us?
Let's take a look here at the S&P 500, continuing to chop around here near day highs around that 693 halves level. This is the 15-minute chart. Definitely seeing some higher highs and higher lows, a bit of a bull flag setup for this market. Let's see if we can break out. And I think one stock that certainly did not break out, it actually broke down earlier, was NVDA. Why? Because Microsoft announced its new Maya 200 AI accelerator. Apparently this is live in Azure. It also is going to be used, deployed in some AI sector regions, including Iowa, but also there's going to be involvement there with ChatGPT that's going to be used in the latest GPT 5.2 model. Now, one stock that had a really nice move today here was GME. GameStop, Michael Burry joining the fray, the second of two posts on Substack on GME, announcing that apparently he is interested in this news. He's actually been buying GameStop. So good look there for GME with a bullish note from Michael Burry himself. Do you want to let you guys know kind of what's on tap for the rest of the day? At 1 p.m. Eastern, we're going to get a press briefing by White House Secretary Caroline Leavitt. You guys know I'll be covering all of those details live for you. Trump does have some events throughout the afternoon, but none of them are supposed to be on camera, so very likely not going to get comments from him. I do want to direct your attention, though, to Wednesday, because in addition to the Fed meeting, Trump is holding a summit for the Trump accounts. Attendees include Michael Dell, CEO of Dell. We'll also get some names like Nicki Minaj and Curb Enthusiasm actress Cheryl Hines. So kind of a mixed bag. Neither Trump and Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary, will absolutely be there on Wednesday, January 28th, for that Trump account summit. So I will definitely cover that for you all as well. Now, before we send you back over to Joe and Sheree for more trading action, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Millions of concussions, zero-proof therapies. Origenics, trading on the NYSE, is OGE, and they are advancing a new standard with the individual brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Origenics is positioned to drive what comes next. So, see what's ahead. And book a meeting today. Back to you.
GameStop is just rocketing up, guys. Here we go again. The high on GameStop now 24.80, showing 69. We're getting in, we're getting out on the drop. This is an aggressive pop. So likely now, we're looking certainly at 25, possibly maybe more. It's up 7 1/3. In case you're just joining us, this is a Michael Burry tweet. That's kind of causing GameStop to go rocket ship over here. Let's see exactly what was said. He said he's buying shares. Okay, I'm just looking for a little bit more in terms of the actual story. Yeah, we don't have it. Basically, that's just all that's said at the moment. Yeah, GameStop up 24.66 watching. Michael Burry posts something bullish. This is what he posted here. Before we get started, some of you GameStoppers may know my collectibles bona fides with what I present the size of my collection, an unopened 1990 Marvel's Universe Series 1 trading card box manufactured by AAPL, worth about $500 these days. Okay, so this is the website, michaelburry.substack.com. So Michael J. Burry, I should say, michaeljburry.substack.com.
You're going to be a paid subscriber to read it. I already tried. It's basically just him talking about how he worked at IBM, so he could afford the collectibles, and that's kind of where the part you could read ends.
All right, archive.is, if you know, you know. All right, so keep an eye out on that one. Let's see what GameStop has to offer here. I want to see if it wants to drop out down into 24.40, 24.40 to 24.20. The reason I say that, look at that flat top break from 24.20. Now, it is a little convoluted here with all my exits and entries, but I like this buy zone, a 20-penny buy zone from that 24.40 to that 24.20. Let's see if it makes its way down there. getting a little extended now, even though the high is 80, we're only showing 63, so it's not that big of a drop, but 3-candle pullback now on the 1, looking to do 4. Now, NBAI still needs to be in your purview. If you're trading small cap gappers, it's still trading above the 10 EM out of the 5, even though it's got 1, 2, 3, 4 lower highs in a row. Still, for whatever reason, finding support in and around that 50 area. However, that's the bad news. What's the good news? That was good news. What's the bad news? The bad news is we still haven't put in a new candle to make a new high, right? A 5-minute candle to make a new high. So on the current candle, which is a 12 o'clock candle, to make a new high, you got to breach the 1155 candle, which is 377, right? Now, I wouldn't suggest, you get in on a perfunctory breach like 378, 379. Give it a little room. What's the difference if you get in at 82s than at 77s, especially if it's going to squeeze into 5? It does make a difference, of course, if you're sizing up, but to me, the conviction comes with what I need to see on the chart. So you can kind of certainly feel a little bit better about that. Now let's continue to watch over here because MBAI may be breaking trend. I just got to give you the levels. So the prior bar high, 72, prior bar low, 51. There's only been a couple of candles that breached 50, and it was the 1150 candle and 1155 candle, both of which closed above 50 pennies. So they do breach it, but not closing below it. Back to GME, what we doing? We're still bleeding our own blood over here, Joey, down to 2450. Again, I'm looking for that buy zone on GME. My bias is 2440 to 2420. The Longoma. I'm just trying to get their name. The Longman 001, $10 super chat for you, Joey Options. Welcome back, Joe. Wondering why you guys don't trade AGQ 2 times ETF instead of SLV. Tracks 2 times very close to SLV.
I didn't even know about that one, to be honest.
AGQ.
Yeah, AGQ. I would be surprised if we even have access to it. We have another super chat too, Shrew. It's funny. All right, let's pull this up here. Joe, $2 super chat. Are you bullish beer stocks? Heard you like hops. They'll poke you when you're down, my friend. But when we're back up and I'm faster than I was before, you're in trouble. That's for sure. No, I'm only playing around. I'm going to say this. Dude, I was running 10Ks in the summer with a torn ACL and a meniscus.
That's crazy, bro.
I'm doing that.
That's crazy.
Multiple times a week.
Were you getting pain when you were running up? Only when
yeah, a little bit, but like nothing crazy. Like once obviously my body warmed up, I was good. But to be honest with you, only a couple weeks leading into the surgery after I stopped playing hockey is when it really started to bother me for some reason. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, leading into the procedure, I'm like, okay, I'm happy that I'm getting it done. But then a couple of days after, I'm like, oh, did I make a mistake on getting it done just due to the pain and just obviously the recovery process? But it's like we're getting 0.25% better every day. So I'm not complaining.
We're always, I'm cheering for you big time.
Absolutely.
Here, bro.
But yeah, watch out, man. I was running around on a torn ACL and a meniscus. Watch out when my leg is better. Jim Carney Asada.
Carney, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. That's the name, Jim Carney. Asada. He's Canadian, though. I'm pretty sure he has a Canadian flag.
You been watching any all this developments on your side there?
Yeah, I watched. Did you listen
our
to
very good friend President Trump threatening 100% tariffs on this country if we make a free trade deal with China?
Yeah, well, I mean,
and then your boy Carney.
We had the canola oil.
Even after that, that whole thing. So the EV thing was one thing, which let's just cut the crap. The Americans didn't like that, right? But I don't think Prime Minister Carney was ever talking about making a free trade deal with China. I never heard him say anything like that, to be quite honest with you. But President Trump, he front ran it, like he front ran the sides, Joey.
So,
right, and he's like, look, if they think they're going to make Canada a drop-off point for Chinese goods by having a free trade agreement of sorts, you can kind of think about the wording there.
But listen, by any means, we talked about this when all this tariff tantrum first started off. It's like, you're going to slap these countries, but you're going to find countries start to, with tariffs, you're going to start to find countries make deals with other people. Right?
That's exactly what's happening.
Exactly. That's the narrative. Obviously, we love. I love America. I love our neighbors to the south, but I have no control over that whatsoever. His speech at the World Economic Forum was hilarious. Did you listen to that?
Prime Minister Carney?
No, Trump's. The whole thing is hilarious.
It didn't sit well with a lot of people here.
A lot of people. I can tell you that. But I found the way he started it off was just absolutely hilarious. Like, no one else would start their speech off like that.
I didn't see how he started it off. I saw the part.
Just whatever he said, it just made me laugh out loud, and then a bunch of other things that he was obviously talking about.
President Trump.
Yeah.
God love him.
Yeah.
All right, there goes GameStop into another area high. We're back in, baby. Your boys got 74s. It's showing me 88s. Looking for now a move into that 25-ish area. Where we posted here? We're posted in the mid-90s. Let's see if the higher lows and higher highs continue to hold. You know, this one has a tendency, once it gets a headline midday, to really trend. And obviously, there is going to be in that mean reversion trade at some point in the day. But for now, the higher lows and the higher highs are operative. The high of the day is 90. We're showing 79, 80. So be on the lookout here. I'm not getting any more in until I like what I see. There's a seller here locally at 80s. Let's see if we can shake them and print something in the mid-90s. Back into that 80 level. Nope, there's a seller at 80 here, local seller at 80, at least for the moment, that we can't shake. So be on the lookout for a mid-60s pullback. Now, the technicals are as follows on GameStop. 24.19 or 17 is where the 10 EMA on the 5 is. And that is substantially south of the current price action, which is showing 80s. So let's see now if this one needs to mean revert. I'm going to get out here at 80, 79, excuse me. And then let's see what this one does. If it clears 80, I'll use that 80 seller as sort of a local area of support to see, you know, whether the buyers are going to step in at the area where he was selling. Let's watch 79, 80, still having trouble with this. So I'll just pack my patience here. I don't need to be first. Separately, MBAI continues to bleed all of its own blood. Ever since that 1145 candle, it has been a symphony of lower highs, unbroken, mind you. So be on the lookout if you're picking that up. Funny enough, though, it's still above 350. Right, so that's where the 10 EMA on the 5 is holding, even though the prior candle on MBAI got all the way down into 3 1/3. So got down to 332 and then dropped quite aggressively. GME took out that 80 seller. Let's get back into this one. Let's see if we can price spike up into the mid 80s, high 80s, mid 90s. Let's see if the buyer steps in here. Yeah, he's not stepping in. Oh, now he is. Good. All right, we got 84s on, looking for 88s and then mid 90s. Let's see if we can scalp here on GME or whether we're gonna give back some. So just packing the patience here, up 7 3/4. Yep, back down into the mid 70s we go. Let's put my stop on this one. I don't want to give back too much, so we're gonna go just like that and give it a little bit of room because, well, these ones tend to have a little bit of volatility. So let's see if we can clear that 80 seller again. We were above it, and then now the 80 seller is back, and he's putting a damper on everybody's long party. So let's pack the patience over here, see if we can clear 80, and then we'll report back to you guys. But for the moment, we got to send it to Joey.
All right, guys, let's take a look at Fund Futures. Let me ask you this. If someone handed you $1.25 million to trade, would your process change or just your upside? That's the opportunity Funded Futures Network provides. There's a futures prop firm that gives you traders access to large sim and live funded accounts every day. They've already paid millions to traders around the world with the fast same day and daily payouts. And right now, evaluation accounts are at 50% off. Buy one, get one free, and no activation fees. You can find the link or scan the QR code to check it out now. So go check out Funded Futures, guys. I was taking a look at a potential short there on NFLX, but we're still sitting in this SLV. There's no reason for us to get out right now. We're going to go to 12%. I think we already touched into 12% on the day, Shreve, as we have a high of around 104.04 on today's session. So silver, what an absolute monster gap up here this morning. I mean, we close out at 93 bucks. We open up at $99, so that's $7 right there. The futures are going to be trading substantially higher, not substantially, a couple points higher than this at this point, because I think we were sitting around 105 last time I checked. That was like early this morning, $105 an ounce on silver. Now we're trading up to 103.92 on the ETF, that is. So a little bit of a discrepancy on that one. Hood looks decent on the 1 minute VWAP. I always have to listen to what Gaurav has to say and see what we got going on with Robinhood here. So there's a potential short, I'm thinking, on NFLX. We have a little bit of a downtrend. So if that does break, you can just get out immediately above $86. But let's take a look at Robinhood on the 1 minute time frame. Ooh, Gorv, you know we don't like shorting this thing, and if we don't like shorting something, what does that mean, Sharif? We're probably going to go long. We'll keep an eye out on Robinhood here as we're holding that $107 mark.
All right, the OG Bovin. The OG Bovin strikes again. He strikes a lot. You got to be careful with the OG Bovin. But we're doing it live here on GME. We just went to peak at 95, so good continuation here. GME continues to put in higher lows and higher highs. By the way, Broadcom working right back into that high a day. Broadcom looks fantastic, by the way, coming in at 328. Watch out for the rejection, though, at 945. Looks like the high there is 328 on the dot. But a great recovery there off some lows. Broadcom up 2 1/3 when you're seeing mostly chip weakness, by the way. All right, let's have a look at DRMA for the OG Bovin. What's this? What the hell? Oh, that was GME. Okay, not bad here, Bovin. 290. The volume is a little light. I don't know why I was pumped about this one. I thought I was looking at the wrong chart. Okay, so volume, 1.24 million. Not bad on a $285 name. Not bad at all. Up 31 1/3. You can't hate on the percentage. It's just there's very, very little liquidity. What is the spread? Let's put this up on a trading screen so I can get a better understanding of what the spread is. DRMA is the ticker, guys, I'm talking about on the NASDAQ, I believe. Yes. Okay, it's actually not bad spread here, Bovin. 3 pennies for kind of an illiquid name. Again, 1.29 million shares traded on a $3 name at 12.15. So it is contextual, price, time, context for volume when we're talking about these small cap gappers. But the percentage up is probably going to get a lot of people's attention. So this one could be one of those ones because it had a major price spike up. It moves up on your scanner, right? And that's how we find out about these stocks. We use gap up scanners or percentage winner scanners, whatever your platform calls it. So as it moves up, it's going to become more apparent to other people, and that means usually a bit more volume comes in. We're having trouble here with 3, Bovin. This is not a bad look at all. Now, if we are to sell off, what is the level at which I like it? Well, current bar low, we have to talk about that. It's 285. And then the 10 EMA on the 5 takes us down into 67, 69. I do like that. I want to say 65 to 7 penny area above. And the reason I do like it is because, well, look at that topping tail candle that we put in at 935, that implied balance high. The closing print and basically the opening print on the red candle and the closing print on the green candle there are basically at 270. Now, that also kind of jives with that 265 10 EMA. We're getting a topping tail candle now on DRMA, bringing us down into the mid to low 80s. If we do that, I'm going to be looking for a buy zone above in here, 270 to 265 generally. Let me know what you think about that. I don't know if you're already punching in or what your move is. Drama testing high of day, saying, yeah, testing high day at 3. By the way, that high of day, 299 that we put in at, one sec. 299 at 935, so right at the opening bell. Not bad look at all, not a bad look at all. MBAI, this one does look like it's heading back into the volume weighted average price, which is a little bit higher than 3 now, mind you. We were talking about this one, kind of correlating with 3, the volume weighted average price on MBAI correlating with 3, but the volume weighted average price at a dynamic level, man, it evolves as the price changes, and it's now about 15 pennies higher. Here comes MBAI coming quite aggressively into 3. Now, this is kind of what I was talking about earlier. You don't need to be the first buyer in and around here, right? It's especially since, VWAP not really jiving with the price action. VWAP is showing you mid-teens, where the price action is showing you rejections here at 3, whether it was at 10:35 or whatever, or again at 11 o'clock. We rejected 3 a couple of times. So that's probably a buy zone for me, $3 to about $3.15-ish. Current bar low, I believe, is 25 on the dot. We're moving into 35, but we're still putting in that rounding pattern with lower highs here on MBAI. How's GME doing? Dropping back down. Okay, so GME could be a buy zone here, 23.40 to 23.30, as we talked about. That's kind of the flat top break. This could be an interesting buy here for MBAI. But there goes Drama. Drama's taking it out, Bovin. Good call on your part, my man. 320, 325. The breakout is on Drama, and here comes 50%. It's 52% now. It's a 331 high. Joey, this one is all sorts of crazy right now. Be careful with this one. The volume is picking up, and the spread is tightening up. What do you got?
Yeah. We'll hit the Stone Cold for the super chat here.
super.
Danny Boy, how's the cheese dispenser business going, my friend? I liked what you got going on. I like your sense of humor. All right, guys, happy Silver Day, boys. Anyways, about a month ago, Raheem Alani talked about a tiny little lithium stock, JORFF, and now the cat appears to be out of the bag. It's up like 38% since I bought it. His next tilapia is on me. I'm sure.
Yo, you missed a really good tilapia dish last week.
Did I?
It was one of the best ones I think they've ever made.
Really?
Had a bunch of soy sauce on it. It wasn't all flippy floppy and weird. It was like a little bit harder, so it was good. Yeah.
Bullet strong like bull. All right. I mean, man, I'll tell you one thing, Sharif. I'll never miss out on any tilapia dish, no matter how good the rating may be. I'll tell you that. The salmon dishes, that's another thing. Did we have another super chat? Okay, so there's a couple things on my mind right now. Once again, Danny Boy, hope the cheese dispenser business is going really good. What, you heard about
No, it's just drama. No, I'm watching drama. It's just
literally
taking
just
off,
drama.
bro.
I thought you said.
Taking off,
So yeah, once again, Danny Boy, I hope the cheese.
Get it, Danny Boy.
Yeah, did you hear about his cheese dispenser business?
No.
So you see a bunch of.
Tell me.
Yeah, I'll let him do that for you. I found it absolutely hilarious. Okay, but anyways, I got to take a look at this move. We're up 13% almost here in SLV. We've been in this name since 9:33, Sharif. 9:33 this morning, 3 minutes after the open, and we're in at 99.39. So there you go, boom. A nice little look on SLV as we're up 12%. But I promised my good friend 2NY we would take a look at ONDS, and he says as follows: Joseph. Let's see. Okay. Anyways, I lost everything. Okay. Nope. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna find it. Anyways, he's talking about that. We'll pull over to the daily. I had it up there, but then I went over some Twitter chats. I apologize, my friend on ONDS. You say you want to lock in some profits. I think that's gonna be a pretty good, in my opinion. Keeping your long term, like you said, you have that November pivot low. You get a 200% return. You break through some key support levels. See if they hold up. There's nothing wrong with trimming. I apologize, my friend. I know we're talking about trimming some silver, but you had 50 calls, and you sold 5 of them, my brother, and left 10%. Hey. All right. Anyways, man, I would lose a little bit.
Make it feel worse, Joey.
What the hell, bro? He would have been up 40K. But we've all been there. But hey, man, that's what if history and shoulda, coulda, woulda. There's always going to be another opportunity. You know, anytime I would have a lot more hair if every time I did that I grew a follicle. So, but that's not necessarily the case. So there it is. ONDS trim a little bit. There's nothing wrong with it.
All right, guys. PDS Biotechnology trading on the NASDAQ under ticker PDSB is transforming how the system targets cancer with their initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people sadly are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the USA in a few years. To learn more, check it out at www.pdsbiotech.com. Shout out to the great folks there. All right, we're in drama here. We're wetting the beak. I've got in a couple of times. As it just pops up into the mid-50s, I'm taking prints. I think the best print I have on the day is 58, looking for that continuation. But they're selling in and around the $0.50 here, even though the volume has really picked up. Into 55s we go. Let's see if we can get above 60. We haven't been above 60. 60 is the high of the day, I should mention. So let's go ahead and post there. There's 56. Can we get a squeeze into the 60 area? Not readily apparent whether we can. I'm not also seeing any big sell orders coming in on the level 2. So you're going to need to keep an eye on the time and sale. 60 rejects again, and now it's bleeding its own blood down into the 40s. So a big seller coming in there at 60, keeping us down right back into the mid-40s, low 50s we go. So this one, it could be a higher low here. So let's not panic just because we got an aggressive sell at the high of the day. Let's see if it holds up as a higher low. You need to be doing charting on the smaller time frame. I've got my 5-second chart above on the top screen there, Joey, but I heard we got a super. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's a drama. 90% short flow. Yeah, I can rip off some bases. Shout out to P. Williams. Thank you very much, P, for the $2 super chat and great information there. I do apologize. I didn't see it initially. And, you know, it's great that you're giving us this because sometimes it's really hard, you know, to be able catch a stock while it's breaking out, get all the information ready about it, and then kind of echo that back to you. So there we go. We'll stop out for the remaining amount there as it drops into 33. So we'll get a little bit back there on DRMA, but going to hold up if we can possibly on this one. Why don't I have it on the side chart? My bad. I'm going to take off these ones. We're going to put DRMA. So my levels on DRMA are basically I can wait either prior bar low, current bar low, I mean 332, or the volume weighted average price, which is like at 310. I don't have any levels because it broke out too quickly on this one. So maybe if you're going to get in here, you give it to current bar low, which by the way is 332. Keep that in mind, Joe.
Yeah. Matthew K. Sonic, that made me laugh. See, that's my type of humor. ETF. Eats die funds. So that's the stuff.
Yeah, that's someone who has been hurt.
Yeah.
That's someone who was hurt.
I mean, yeah, absolutely.
I don't mean to laugh, by the way.
No, I do mean to laugh because it's fun. It's funny. We've all been there. Essentially, if you've been there, you've absolutely been there. So it's funny, and I like that type of humor. Shout out to Danny Boy as well. All right, guys, yeah, we're starting to get a little bit of a pullback here. $1 move just like that in SLV. Let's actually take a look at the IB on this. I think it's going to continue to climb. We had our options contract earlier this morning. Oh my day, Sharif. All right, let's do a little bit of a comparison here. Let's pull this up. Yeah, unfortunately, I had the privilege of allowing Selena just watch countless Love Island All-Stars, and I just felt every cell just going away with everything going by.
Hold on, you said you liked that show.
When I was in my 20s, I'm 23 now, listening to all these kids and stuff like that. All right, I want to pull this up here momentarily. It's going to be on my Google Slides. It's funny. SLV, all right, guys, here it is. We had the At the Money IV. That was going to be on Friday's session, around 80%, 80.9%, right? This was Friday's 100 contract. We're now sitting at 146%. That's insane. Right? Like, that's a big time move, guys. Just be cautious about what's going on. I mean, that was a substantial move. We're up at the peak of around 13% on today's session. And then, sure enough, we had a monster move, 50% on the year. Just be cautious on what you got going on. Have your stuff in place. And I'm not going to say there's going to be a rug pull or anything, but you might see a substantial down day. And you have to be prepared for that here in silver.
All right, Joey. I'm thinking about getting back into GameStop because it just pulled into the 10 EMA on the 5. It is a lower high, mind you. So the candle at 1220 has a low of 38. This current candle has a low of 34. So it's not exactly holding up at the level, but this is the level that we were talking about, this 2440 to 2420 area. It's a 20 penny buy zone. I know that's kind of wide, but that's kind of what I see. The topping tail candles all going to 40. The closing prints rejected at 20. And here we are again. We're in the mid 40s. We haven't made a new candle high yet, so you need to pack your patience on that. But I'm going to get in here, and we're going to give this one a little bit of room. Let's get back into drama, as this one definitely looks like it wants to take out that 55 seller, or that 50 seller, I should say. So let's go ahead and post. Now there's 50. Huge seller at 50 on drama that we can't shake. And there's barely anything posted on the level 2. Look at all those prints. There it goes into the high. There's the print into 59. Looking for more. Boom. Into 69. There we go on drama. We got 47s. Let's set up here. 70 showing up on the drama one. Let's go a little bit more. Boom into the high on drama. There we go. Nice break there. Shout out to the OG Buff. Always doing it live. Now that we're done with that one, we're focusing on GameStop. We're 10 pennies in the money on that one. Give me my money, man. There we go. And now we're setting up at 60. Let's go ahead up and set up at 69 as well. There we go. 57s, 59s now showing up. GameStop 60. Can we get a little bit? Nope, not quite yet, Joey. So we're going to have to pack the patience there. But we're for drama to continue to go. We're looking for GameStop to hold up. There's 60 again on GameStop. Can't clear the level, so we won't get the print. But we've got to set up a little bit higher, too, on GameStop in case this one gets really, really aggressive. Back to DRMA here because the breakout is on. It is 395 high now on drama, dipping back down into the low 90s. This could be a buy area. 98s now, 99s. 4 is like almost a foregone conclusion. No, don't say that. You're going to jinx it. Yeah, I know, right? But when you're this close, usually you at least tap 4, you know, give it a quick look or something. But that is the situation. And there goes GameStop into the area again, into 2480s. Let's look to see if we can do some more to this. My headphone got ripped off there. All right, man, we're doing it. We're doing it live. But GameStop, MBAI, DRMA, they are all going. They're all very strong, but trade them carefully, guys, because they'll rip your face off quicker than you can say, how do you do? There goes 4 on Drama. It's a 406 high now. Have we cleared 4 by enough? Wow, bro, 420. Someone told us this has a 90 some odd % short flow. So get ready for the squeeze. Here we go. We're gonna have to get involved in this. Big moves here on Drama, 433. Look for a move back down into the mid-teens and a hold. All right, there is that $4 area. Can we hold 4? We're gonna get in here. We're gonna look for a general area hold. We got 19s on. Let's put in some beak wetters. Anything below 4, we're out. Simple as that. We're not gonna be able to give it that much room. So I don't want to give back anything. Let's go ahead and throw in the stop. So we'll throw it in there so we can kind of take the objectivity out of it and see exactly what we get there. Showing 13s. There's a seller here in the mid to low 14s. Can we get a nice price spike up to take out some sellers? There's 20. They're just 25 again. Why don't I have any orders? Oh, there we go. That was weird because I didn't have any orders and a price spiked up into my area and I didn't get any fills. That's not good. Got too excited there. So keeping an eye on DRMA, looking for a hold of 4 and a move up into 4 1/4, 4 1/3, Joey.
Good stuff there. All right. I don't know. This seems like a big-time losing strategy there, Scotty D. He's saying puts on Joe's hair, but why are you going to short something that is already at 0, my friend? You've already lost at some point. So I don't know, man. That's not a good strategy you got going on there. So, yeah, you're going to have to want to work on that a little bit, obviously, being extremely sarcastic. What fun would it be if you can't make fun of yourself a little bit? But I like it. So, anyways, as for Netflix, guys, we tried that short. It didn't last very long. We got out really quick on that. I mean, we were only giving that about 10 cents or so. And then sure enough, right at the break of the volume weighted average price, we're like, yeah, let's get out of Dodge. If it does start to curl over, then sure enough, we'll get involved and maybe we'll re-engage. We're only down to 50% here on NFLX, all right? So keep that in mind. But enough of that. That was small. I had nothing compared to what I had on SLV, and we've been riding that train, Scotty boy, all day. How do you like them apples, my friend? Yeah, exactly. So there it is. Almost 105 there, Sharif, with a high of around 104.80. So not too bad. Hey, look, thank you, Pretty Panda, and thank you, CJ Ramirez. Very much appreciated. Thanks, Scott Tomlinson. Joey Smooth is that's what they used to call me. Anyways, but yeah, aside from that, guys, let's run through the scanner. If there's anything interesting that you want to look at, just feel free to let me know. We'll go over a couple of names. Options chain, we'll pull that up right now and see what the king of the chips has been up to, considering I thought we were going to get a little bit of a continuation on that news that we received on Friday, but it doesn't seem to be the case yet, Sharif. Still stuck in that sideways consolidation. You know what I want to see on this name? I'm going to explain it here momentarily. 42% at the money IV, 90%, or sorry, at that 190 level. But this is what I was talking about earlier this morning, was just the concentration through the 90s. We have a lot of supply, right? So I think that we're just holding this. You're getting that options pinning activity right now, and I think you're going to want to hold off and be a little bit cool. But here it is on the daily. We're going to talk about it right now, and then we'll send it back to Sharif because he's giggling. That means he's got something. He's got something going on over there. I can't pull up the daily, but what do you got going on?
No, man, it's drama. We picked up 4. It's nothing. It's nothing exciting. What's that, Assassino? Were you talking to me, brother?
It is.
Did we get disconnected? Did you get disconnected on this one?
No.
Okay, someone was talking there. I thought it was probably that guy that connection lost, connection reestablished. All right, guys.
Bulletin
received. Yeah, those are great. Yeah. If you know, you know. Trust me. If you, you definitely know if you're on this platform. All right, continue to watch drama here, guys. It's using forest support, okay? So here we go again. We're scalping in and out on the drama one. Let's see if we can get a nice breakout. There it is into the 20s. Sorry, into the, wow, Joey, holy cow, bro. The breakout is on. We have shares on this one. Let's see, can we get a little bit higher? We got 28s, just wet the beak into the mid-40s. Back into the mid-40s we go. Boom! movement to the mid-40s again. Drama, guys, up 105%. Really going here, 10.5 million shares. Be careful trading this one, but it does have a substantially large short flow. You know, do your own due diligence as usual. But this one, we're going to continue to, you know, get in, get out, get in, get out. Every time it gives me an opportunity to get a little bit more and continues to hold those higher lows and higher highs. There it is into another high of the day. It's $4.66 now as we drop down into 450. Going to keep an eye out on this one, John.
All right, guys. Spot Gamma. As traders, whether you trade U.S. stocks, options, or futures, at some point, each of us has felt blindsided. Suddenly, a stock you're trading more sharply, and you're left guessing why. And it's not your fault. Often large funds have quietly built huge positions in the options market well before the name you're trading reacts. To gain an edge in today's market, Spot Gamma's daily flow patrol reports reveals where big money is positioned so you can identify stocks building momentum ahead of major price moves. To get 2 free weeks of Spot Gamma's Flow Patrol, scan the QR code on the screen and go behind the curtain to see what the professionals see. Yeah, good stuff there. I like that Spot Gamma. I like the Flow Patrol for sure. Where's the super chat, my boy? All right, $20 Soja. Use this to buy the Leafs a chip or Joe some new Clippers. Hit me with a short today. I'm feeling gambling.
All right, hold on.
I'm not even a Leafs fan.
You said Leafs.
I'm not even a Leafs fan.
Who are you kidding when you say that? Who are you
telling
kidding
you,
when you say
I'm telling
that?
you, man. I've officially.
All right, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's tell everybody what happened last week.
I don't. Why?
Mitch Marner returned to Toronto as a member of the
Las
Vegas Golden Knights. First time ever. He played what? 600 some odd games for
with the Leafs. Yeah, he played like 10 seasons.
You saw that reception?
Yeah, I didn't watch, bro.
You didn't watch?
I don't watch.
What?
Yeah, I
when
don't watch.
Did this happen?
Yeah, it's for a long time.
Seriously?
Bro.
You're not watching Leafs?
Dude, how many first round bounces? I don't watch anymore.
I know.
Yeah, I can't. Like, listen, there's just so many things that went wrong with this team from the get go. Yeah. And I was talking to my friends about it for so long.
Okay.
Just to care about something for essentially as long as I could breathe. Yeah. I love the Leafs and to receive nothing in return. Nothing. So why am I?
That's like almost all my sports teams. Arsenal, so like, the Dallas Cowboys, right? Like I get nothing.
So now I just watch people beat the crap out of each other in UFC, and I get it's way more fulfilling.
Don't support a horse on that one, because then your horse will disappoint you too. Yeah, no, but Mitch Marner came back. It was a little frosty. I mean, he got that love during the break when they had that like whole highlight reel for him. Yeah, but when he came out of warm up,
I see that. Getting booed. When he touched the puck, he gets a boo.
Come on.
I think rightfully so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
okay,
so.
Hold on. So it was a sign and trade, right?
Yeah, but what happened was some things behind the scene went down, right? He was talking to players before at the All-Star break of like what Vegas is like. So he's like, "What?" So
he already had it.
He already had it in his mind, right?
Crazy.
And like you have to take into consideration, he was a free agent. So what essentially the Leafs did, and they didn't want to take it like obviously further steps and like file whatever they were going to file against Vegas for kind of trying to lure their players. They gave us a center named Nicholas Roy, I guess they call him. And yeah, they're not even comparable players. No, they're not even comparable players. He's a third line center to a top performing player.
That we got out of
No. We got nothing to benefit out of it. Okay, 13% SLV, now up to 105. But yeah, so I officially don't watch the Leafs until Austin Matthews is off the team, William Nylander's off the team, and so is Morgan Riley. That is when I will start watching the Leafs again. I promise you that. So all right, guys, 100 SEK. I promise you, Sharif. All those guys got to go. I've said this for a long time. No, for all my big hockey fans out there, Morgan Riley should have been gone 5 years ago. That's just my opinion, all right? Guys, have you looked up Helka Mining have halted? Sharif, I think that's your world, Helka Mining.
All right, 1/2 second over here. I'm just trying to see what this drama is going to do. I'm back in, zigging and zagging at the $0.50. It's above the $0.50, but there's a seller in the mid to high $0.50, 58, 59. Now he's selling at 55. I'm just going to get out here, and then we'll do it live in a second. Oh, come on, bro. No, man. All right, that's fine. Guys, have you looked up Helka? Helka Mining. What's okay? Let's find out. I can find out what it is. HELCA. Helka, H-E-C-L-A, excuse me. So that is HL, ticker HL on the NYSE. Let's have a look, see what the situation is with AAPL on the NYSE. It is halted, as you say. It's halted at 33.59. It's up 5.6% on the day. Announces sale. Okay, got it. Here it is. This is news pending. And let me just make it big so you guys can see the headline. Here it is. Let me just see exactly what time this headline came in. The upgrade, that was earlier. No, I just want to see halted news pending, 12:17. Okay, so it came out at 12:16. 12:16 was the halt time. And that's the earliest news blotter that I have. And this is, I think, what we're talking about. Helcom Mining announced that it has agreed to sell its subsidiary that owns the Casa Berardi operation in Quebec to Orezone Gold Corporation for $539 million in total consideration. The transaction advances Hecla's strategic transformation and focus on its premier silver assets and is expected to strengthen the company's financial position. Transaction expected to close in the first quarter of 26, subject to certain conditions being satisfied. Under the terms of the agreement, Hecla expects to receive gross proceeds of $593, already talked about that, which includes cash considerations of $160 million due upon closing, equity considerations of $65.7 million, so that's what the share end is going to be, and to be issued upon closing, currently valued at approximately $112 million. There's also deferred cash considerations of $80 payable and one payment of $30 million at 18 months, and then one payment of $50 at 30 months. You guys can do the whole thing about that, but that is why we're halted, being reported by The Fly. But that came in at 12:16. Let me see when this was halted. First, I saw at 12:16 price spike up. 12:17, there was no price action. So we have not had any price action on the 1-minute chart since 12:17. It's currently 12:40. So this is news pending. Now, if you're new and you don't know what news pending is, it's basically exactly what it sounds like. So the exchange wants more information on the deal, and they're waiting for the company to respond. Once they get a satisfactory response, now that satisfactory is obviously to the satisfaction of the exchange, then it reopens. We never really know when it's going to reopen. It's not like a volatility halt that we know comes in waves of 5 minutes, 5, 10, 15, 20, etc. This one is, your guess is as good as mine. So you're going to have to kind of hang out there. But nice price action on the day, 5.6%. HL is the ticker on the NYSE, Joey.
All right, good stuff. I mean, there goes silver once again, 105.25, continuing its climb. We're still in this name. We're gonna rock and roll. This has been a big time move in SLV today, 13.3%. So a nice little. Yo, do you mind grabbing me a water, brother? Appreciate it, thank you. So yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the options chain here. I mean, $23. We have, or sorry, not 20. Yeah, $23, 27,700 contracts still currently open. I know a lot of people are saying gamma move. I maybe, right? Like with this concentration that we had going on right here. So a lot being closed at $24 as well too, 33,000. But then also the at the money where we're currently trading at roughly 57,500 contracts open and closed with 30,900 on that specific zone. So yeah, I mean, not too bad. Appreciate that. Yeah, so I mean, there it is, right? Like a nice move. There's GameStop's options chain. So I was just reading something there. Silver is a straight monster today. Absolutely, man. It's guys. It's been a big time move. Starting to form a wedge. Gorb, really nice play on Robinhood as well, too, brother. I mean, shoulda, coulda, woulda. That would have been more ideal than me trying to short Netflix right here, thinking that we're going to get somewhat of a curl over. But now you can see you're starting to form that wedge. So 86.04 right there. So not too bad of a look right on NFLX. But this is what Gaurav was talking about. Support. So many things correlating. I didn't see this, and my apologies, is that you have this 5-minute print at some key zones. It's going to be at a support level and at the volume weighted average price. And then sure enough, 5 minutes after that print open, you have 15 consecutive minutes of just consecutive buying. So continuous buying, sorry. Joey's living the dream. His Achilles is currently trading at 0, and his liquid asset is the ice pack. Guess that's what happens when you try YOLOing your foot. Lemons family, you've been taking jabs all day. It's my knee, brother, not my Achilles. Yeah, can I look at Sidhu? Absolutely. Let's take a look at SIDU and see what we got going on. All right, 62 cents with a high of around $5. $5.41. That's 764% from December to where we are at right now, roughly a couple days on Friday's session. So yeah, that's a big time move. You do see what of a pullback there and some selling on today's intraday session. So see space. See where we at from the open. So what we got going on here today? 10% drop. I mean, that's nothing too bad. I think that's you can recover that no problem. It's going to be strong, continuously strong. Then you'll see a continuation here. You want to see that $3 level hold, in my opinion. I think that's going to be really good. Yeah, and there goes Netflix. That's why it's important to get out when you're supposed to. Thanks, man. And then here is NFLX right here as we break through that $86 mark and head up to $86.09. I talked about this earlier. I think we don't want to compare the two exactly, but I think there's going to be a lot of similarities within price action once the deal's done, and if it does, it seems to go through. Who knows how long it'll be, a couple years from now. Watch out for this name to go kind of parabolic, because I think they're going to be doing just fine. Joe, let me know if you need a tag in on this guy. Oh, thanks, Rhino Day. I appreciate you, my boy. Now, Lemon Family is my guy. Joe, he's the fresh air in the show. He can only get well. Thanks, man. Thanks, James. I appreciate that very, very much. Speaking of fresh air, a lot of people complaining about the snow. I didn't find it that bad, man. We're Canadian. The ability to, I mean,
It must be nice, bro.
yeah, I mean,
You know what my commute was like this morning?
hectic. I bet.
Ridiculous.
I heard what you said. You're like, you were prepared on the trains, but I feel like the streets were
weren't,
relatively
Joey.
clean.
The streets were great.
Yeah,
I
streets
got
were
no
great.
beef. There
Yeah,
was
yeah.
some sidewalks that weren't done.
Yeah, yeah,
But you
the-
can kind of expect.
Yeah, well, I've seen a couple dudes kind of just run through the sidewalk.
No, it's the TTC. They don't
yeah,
have their
yeah.
ducks in a row, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, yesterday they shut down the subway from Eglinton to Bloor. So that was already from yesterday.
Yeah.
And then this morning they continued that, which is fine.
Yeah.
Right? But then the shuttle buses got to run for that little piece. There's no shuttle buses to be found, bro.
Oh, yeah.
So I was waiting 45 minutes outside in the freezing. There's nowhere to stand inside. Right? I'm like, no, this is not going to happen.
No,
There's one shuttle bus every 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Where are the buses? So I'm like, I got out of there. So I went back up.
There was a streetcar.
I tried to call an Uber from Eglinton. None. So it's like
dude,
25-minute wait. I'm like, all right, fine. I'm going to go back up to York Mills. I wasn't going to come to work. I was furious.
No,
and I'm like, no, I'm committed. I'm coming to work. So I called an Uber from York Mills.
Okay, that's
and then took me down here, which is good.
Shout out to the Uber drivers. I was saying this yesterday, man. I know a lot of people don't like them. I think I've been standing by this. Shout out to the dudes shout out to the guys on the e-bikes. I know a lot of people don't like them, and on the mopeds. Shout them out, man. Those guys got the snowboard goggles on. They got the hand on the bike, man. They're doing it live. Like and you know, the 15-year-old kids these days would be crying. Like, there's no chance in what that they'd be doing that. So shout out to them. Even though they're probably not listening or anything, I have mad respect for that type of work ethic.
They're working hard.
Yeah, I get, because the majority of the kids these days would just be like crying and like, I'm not doing it or it's unsafe. But I've seen so many of these dudes on their e-bikes just ripping through and delivering groceries to people. So yeah, much appreciated for those guys.
All right. Joey, I got a couple of things. First and foremost, the OG Bovin strikes again. SLGB rocking up into the high. The current high right now is 309. Still south, though, of that implied balance high that we put in at 1005, which is 315. A great kind of flat top break with higher lows. This is kind of your sign right there that this one is kind of coiling up for that flat top break. I want to say through 270, 260. They're not all the same areas, but SLGB up 144%, and it's doing it live on the volume. This current candle right now, that breakout one, has more than 750,000 shares. So we're gonna get focused on that one soon. GameStop continuing to trend. Drama losing it in a hurry. These ones are around for a good time, not a long time. Do not fall in love with these names. As soon as they break trend or they break your key technical levels, get the hell out of there. But there's two things that I want to say for Drama, even though it's below VWAP. VWAP is ahead of the 10 EMA, so it's one of those anomalous situations where the price kind of manifested so quickly. The volume-weighted average price is ahead of that 10 EMA. That's not usually the case. Let's see if this one holds up at 350. There was certainly initial resistance there on Drama, but don't catch a falling knife. Now, someone asked me why I didn't want to get into MBAI and what I saw that kept me out of this. And really want to get into that for that person. I think his name was Nobody, but Joey, let's cover that, and then we'll cover MBAI.
Absolutely, guys. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost exposure can now tap into the Nasdaq 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing.
All right, so I want to make my point very clear about MBAI here. So what I didn't like, look at this. Once it topped out, that candle at 11:45, that's the high of the day, 392. We couldn't do any better than that. Look what happens subsequent. All the candles that are manifesting are either lower highs, lower lows, or both. And it doesn't break trend. Like, look at this. I mean, if you just look at the shape, if you were to draw, outline it with a pencil, it would be a rounded top, right? And there's really no zig or zag. It's not like you had a rounded top that you challenged that 392 again. There was really no holdup in the price action to the downside. And look how many littered red candles there are relative to the green. So let's at 1145 area high again. Since that 1145 top printed, we've got 2 green candles from 1145. What the hell time is it right now, Joey? It's an hour. An hour, there's only 2 green candles out of the lot over here, not to mention, the umpteen amount of lower lows and lower highs. So 2 things. In addition to that, of course, that rounded top and the lower lows and lower highs, it loses a 10 EMA. So then you're automatically looking at that next area of technical support. What is that? Well, for me, it was a buy zone. It wasn't a buy level. It was $3 because I perceived that as the breakout area. And then the volume weighted average price was 315. So you have a 15 penny zone there between 3 and 315. It didn't even hold up there, man. It just rocketed down. Look at that candle at 1230. Doesn't even look at it in the rear view. Now, if we hold up at this area and we start reclaiming that 320, 325 area, and we get above the volume weighted average price, then maybe we can change our tune about this one. But you can't catch a falling knife like this, especially when you only have 2 candles that are green in the span of an hour. I think that is, just a recipe for disaster. So we're going to keep an eye on this one. But we got more now, right? We got the MBAI. If it holds, if it reclaims VWAP, it's back in play. SLGB, well ahead of the 10, and VWAP and a few shekels off high. Drama holding up at that 350, by the way. That's an area that we talked about, which could have some support. Now, mind you, it is below the 10 and VWAP, so you're going to risk here. It's going to be a bit more risky of a trade if you get in here. And then GME. GME has a triple top at $25, which is not a good look, right? And then you look a little bit further, and you see a plethora of higher lows. This one could be a flat top break. In fact, I think if we really catch a bid here on GME, it's going to be an easy $25 break. But be on the lookout for this higher low trend to break. If it does, maybe we don't get that flat top break as easily as I thought. So there's a whole bunch running: SLGB, MBAI, DRMA, and GME. So we'll keep tabs on those. Gavin Ross, was that a little bit of deets of your new short strat? Great question. You saw me talking to Obi last week about the short strat. So what I was telling Obi is there's not always going to be the time where these things are gapping up triple digits every day. There's going to come when the small caps are kind of crap. And that was all of 23 and early parts of 24. They weren't good. And so I got to add another tool into my repertoire, so to speak. So I'm thinking about we're gonna possibly start getting some shorts on this, but we have to be able to get our own shorts. So that's the next step.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I heard you saying that.
Yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it live.
You guys when you were talking about that. All right, we got some more super chats here, Sharif.
Sure,
we got my boy Robert Lewis. Okay, I think there's one before Robert Lewis. All right. We got Thomas Kondo, though. What's up, my friend Thomas Kondo? Glad to see you back. I'm back, fellas. Nice cut. Joe, USAR double bottom. Yeah, let's take a look at US rare earth. Okay, and then also Robert Lewis will go over that momentarily, but I don't even have it, so it's like $1, 2, 3, 4, 5, $6.
That's ridiculous.
In ITM there.
You're gonna stop. You're making everybody look bad, bro.
Oh man, hey man, just been holding on to this one.
Hold on to my life here.
It's not working. 106 and change. 106 and park right there
Old school.
Old school. Shout out
Who was
to
your
them.
favorite on that?
What's the guy with the dread?
I don't
his
even
name.
remember, man.
There's
Yeah.
a guy and a girl, right?
One of
forget their names,
for
though.
BET. Okay, what were we gonna do there? USAR. But it's been, I haven't
Free.
watched that
Yes,
stuff.
Byron.
Yes, yeah. That's
Byron
it,
came
that's it.
quick with that.
Free, right? Okay.
AJ and Free.
Yeah, free. Okay, US Rare Earth right here, guys. You can see out of the gate, we had that bull flag move, and I mean, we were up to $40, a little bit more than that, $40.13, and you get a 30% haircut from an intraday. That's pretty ugly. I mean, a big time gap up. So just be cautious with this. Obviously, we know it's a volatile. Previous high of around $43, and then you get a 72% haircut. It goes down to $11.83. But on the daily, you have that double bottom. But just be cautious of this intraday. I wouldn't necessarily call this a double bottom. It's pretty close. I mean, but don't force it, right? Like this on the daily is definitely more of a double bottom than what we're seeing intraday. And then we have our guy Robert Lewis. What's up, RL? Bang, bang, bang. $9 super chat, $10 super chat. Sorry,
bro.
can we get some? Yeah, they're coming in with the love today.
It's because you're back, my boy.
I don't know about that. I think it more or less has to do with the snow day, my brother. The snow day that's
good
going
point.
on. Yeah, one of my
Yeah.
buddy's flights got canceled as well, too. You're supposed to leave. I knew he wasn't leaving, right? He had to go back to Dallas. We had to go back to Dallas, right? But he was visiting while I was at home, and sure enough, he had to postpone his flight until tomorrow, Tuesday. We're down 11%.
You can't come in on these.
No, dude, you're in trouble. Yeah, you're not. No one's at Pearson. I'll give it.
The thing is, it's like minus 110
Yeah.
too. So it's like the snow is there and it's freezing.
And it's
so none of it melts. That's the thing. It all just stays, and there's nothing to do with it.
I mean, shout out to Pearson, though. Am I a fan of Air Canada? Absolutely not. I've seen you and Rob making fun of that, but Pearson Airport is pretty good at cleaning up that mess.
Oh, okay.
So I'll give them credit for that. So shout out to the CEO over there. We should be used to it.
should be ready
Yeah,
for this,
it shouldn't be anything new. But Apple, nothing to worry about here on Apple, in my opinion, considering iPhone 17 sales were absolutely amazing. We're having the rollout of the Siri, Gemini integrated into Siri coming relatively soon. So watch out for the same to continue to climb a little bit higher. I'm sure a lot of us here on this floor can agree we like Apple.
So Apple, a couple of different analyst notes today, one positive, one negative. Let's start with JP. And then there was also Jeffries who chimed in. I don't have Jeffries' entire explanation. Let me see if I can find it. There it is. Okay. So let's start with JP Morgan. They maintain overrating on Apple. They boost the price target from 305 to 315, so not much of a move. $10 move, but you're not really going to get huge price target upgrades on Apple. It's going to be incremental, kind of like this. SLGB is taking out 316 high, guys. That's a trade that that's a screen we have behind this Apple thing. And then Jeffries, they maintain hold on Apple, but they lower the price target from 283.36, very specific, down to 276.47. Dang it, Apple. Why couldn't it be 276.50? What are these numbers, man? These are weird-ass numbers, but they're probably based on some sort of mathematical calculation. That's why they're so specific. So there's a whole bunch of different, well, not a whole bunch. Those are the ones that I'm seeing today. I'm just double-checking. Anybody else want to have a say on Apple today? No, it's just JP, Jeffries, anybody else? Just looking. Not from what I see here, but the long-awaited AirTag, there was that headline. They have new products. From my understanding, guys, it's going to be the year of products for Apple. We're talking about what are those things called? Those AirPods? The AirPods. Yeah, I know, but the Apple name for them, they're called the AirPods? Whatever. There's going to be a camera on them now.
Yeah, AirPods.
So AirPods. So there's going to be a camera on the next-gen AirPods, if you believe the rumors, and it's going to be able to see your environment and give you, specific updates, specific suggestions. So much like the Meta glasses, the newer ones that have AI built into them. Apparently, these are going to have cameras. Nothing is for certain with Apple, as you know, because it's very hard to know exactly what's happening in that company. Usually, they can tell by patent and intellectual property filings with the intellectual whatever in Washington. That's kind of how some people are able to tell. And there's also supply chain stuff like from Ming Chi Kuo and some other people. But I think that would be such a game changer, especially for their accessories division, which has kind of been suffering lately with weak Apple Watch sales, etc. So I'd like to see that. And then it's also the form factor that we've been talking about. I thought it made absolute sense that the form factor that you wear on your face, whether on your ears or your eyes or whatever, would be the observing kind of the camera system would be on there, and then the AI processing could be done on your phone because you have that Bluetooth 3.0 connection, so it's super quick. And that way you could save all the compute and put all the compute on the phone so you wouldn't have to make the glasses or the AirPods heavy. And so that's kind of what my thinking was. It looks like Apple's going with that in that direction. Again, completely speculative, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. Would you wear AirPods if they had a camera on?
I don't think it's
A lot of
going to
people
be much of
won't
a
like
difference.
it.
Yeah, I mean, well, like, because see out of your ears now.
Well, no, it's going to be probably like a camera or a fish camera or a fish eye, I mean, where it has like a wider aperture or wider angle.
So yeah, maybe face like this way a little bit. I don't know. I don't think I have no issue with it, to be honest.
If it's able to see, it's able to see.
Yeah.
That's all I care
Yeah,
about. But I think
exactly.
that a lot of people are not going to like being under surveillance at all times. Especially
I mean,
things on
we
your
already
ears.
have that issue with people wearing glasses and stuff with cameras on them. I guess.
Yeah, well,
too, right? You see the light on them. One thing, considering we're talking a little bit about some analyst actions here, Sharif. Did you see the price target increase on Meta from Rothschild?
very pleased.
Yeah, that's a big time move. We like that one. For
I
sure.
added into Meta, by the way, as well.
So did I.
The position, attaboy.
Oh, hold
I
on.
added into Meta.
I'll hit this one here.
And we're gonna see. Let's see what it does on the earnings, man. But yeah, there's a lot of money being spent right now on that.
A lot of people said that, but don't forget, man. I think Mark's doing the right move once again. He's just cutting from segments that aren't performing very well.
And switching the money into the ones that are. Yeah.
Right? So, like, you know what I mean?
disagree with that at all.
Like reality laps, 30%
Exactly.
haircut plus layoffs,
3%, which is not too bad.
3% layoffs.
Sorry.
It was 30% funding,
My bad,
and
yeah.
then also the layoffs in as well too.
Exactly.
Within reality laps.
just
But that was
my boy.
almost $7 right there on SLV.
Money for the rest of
I'm
us.
trying, man. I don't got any much. I'm just holding on to a
crazy
little
right
5% right now, to be honest with you. I'm probably gonna mock it. Should we do that right now for fun? Yeah, why not, man? Let's throw in a mock. Yeah, it would have to be absolutely disastrous in order for us to fail on this one here, Sharif. So yeah, let's see if we can get that rocking and rolling. No.
What happened? Man? What happened? What's wrong? Freaking me out.
Hit the wrong button, man.
Oh, that's a big deal.
Yeah, we're all out of SLV
bad.
106. No. That's all right, man. We're not going to complain. We took $7 there on SLV, an all-day trender. So not too bad. We're up 14.4% here today, in at 933. All out at 106.36 is. We wanted to mock that a little bit and just ride it till the end of the day. But that's all right, man. There's always going to be another opportunity, that's for sure.
All right, guys, just getting in and out of SLGB, adding on the dips and taking out the beak wetters as they go. So we got 8s on now, but I've had a print up into 19s. So that's my local area high. The high of the day is 20. So be on the lookout here. It doesn't look like it's strictly holding that $3 area. So if you're going to put your stop, I think you should be a bit more strategic about it. Now, current bar low, just to give you an idea, is 289. We're showing 310s right now. There's a local seller at 15s from what I can observe. Now there's a local seller at 10s as the price slows down. Can we get now we're showing 12s, 13s, 14s, no move into 15 though, so we can't see if that seller at 15 is still hanging out there. 13 showing up again. Good strength on this name, up 156%, but it's not, really blowing through that $3 level. Down into 3 we go. Let's see if we hold up generally here. It's got a bunch of higher lows and higher highs, but can't seem to shake that 15 seller nor that 20 seller as well. Now we know that for a fact that 20 seller is there. We'll stop out here for the last remaining amount. So we'll give back 8 pennies. Let's see if we can get a bit of a better price into this 302 area. Are we getting filled? Did we get filled? No, not quite yet. So let's see if we can get in here. Not bad, not bad. Let's go ahead and put some profit takers. But I'm feeling that there's local weakness now. Even though it's holding up generally at 3, there's a buyer in the high 2s, low 3s. We're getting lower highs. And I'm just able to tell that from the time in sales. I'm going to get out here. Yeah, so we'll just get out there. I don't like the way that this is trading. Let's see if it can get above 320. If it opens up that 320 seller, then I'll get back in. Or, you know, we'll see what that 15 seller has to say as well. Back into 7s, 9s showing up over here. But there's, yeah, it's the selling's coming lower and lower every single time. It's like 9, then 8. Okay, so this is kind of what I mean by that. Look at this. We're having trouble clearing 3, and now we're losing 3. It's just kind of these instinctual feelings you get with these small cap gappers. You know, when the price starts making lower highs there, especially on the level 2. Just watching over here. Let's see what we get. Do we get another price spike above 3, or what the situation is separately? GameStop is finding support at the 10 EMA. Drama is bleeding its own blood, trying to hold above 3, but not doing, yeah, it's doing okay. It's doing 325, but well below the volume weighted average price and the 10 EMA on the 5. So SLGB is the one I'm focused on. Above it says MYNZ moving up, up, up. Let's have a look at MYNZ. Super low on volume, though, above it, 944,000. But yeah, I can kind of see why you like this, because it's up 34% of the day. And here it is. This is kind of what we're looking at right here. Yeah, look at SLGB bleed. They're really happy with that out. Sometimes your better trades are your outs, the stop outs. They're not the actual beak wetter, because then you could have been in a world of hurt if you had held.
Absolutely, man.
Right. So let's put in MYNZ. Yeah, this is the 5-minute chart. Look, there was looks like there was a halt here, or was there just no price action? No, there was just no price action on this. There was no halt here. Essentially from 1150 to 1210. That's how little volume this one did. And then, you know, continues to trend up though. Looks like it's a 160 high on MYNZ. But again, as I mentioned, still south of 1 million shares traded on the day. $1.58 trading at 105. I do apologize, guys, that there's no news segment today. I wasn't able to do the morning note because I was like 2 hours late to work, because as I explained with the subway system today. So sadly, we won't be able to go into the news segment, but of course we will have that for you as scheduled tomorrow. But there's some important headlines that we can get to maybe a little bit later. We'll use Adara's morning watch list for that. Guys, look at them. Look, Joey, look where I got out. Right there, and then look at the blood that bled. Yeah, I'm very happy with this out, I'm not gonna lie. But guys, 250 could be a support level here on SLGB. Remember that double top we were talking about? This area crest. So you don't have to catch a falling knife, right? Let it bleed and then let the buyer step in and push it back above 250 if it's gonna hold above 250. It's still on a lot of people's radars, right? It's still 100% up on the day. It's gonna be the number one or number 2 gapper, but it's losing it in a hurry. It's below the 10, it's below VWAP, it's below the area support at 250. I just saw it flash in the 30s momentarily. So be careful with this one. Try not to catch it as it's dropping. Try to catch it as it's popping. Ooh. Joey.
Pop, lock, and drop it. All right, there's something in the chat. Oh yeah, my brother here, RC, R Concepcion, Josephus Options, my boy. Do you know why my SLV 94 cash ticket put is losing value while the stock rises? So I'm kind of confused, because you want that to essentially lose value, right? Like you want it, and obviously unless you want to get it assigned at $94. But if you're saying like, why are you losing some of your unrealized gains? That's because of the increase of implied volatility. We'll pull it up one more time and we'll use this as an example again. So they're just pricing the volatility into the market. Just be cautious of what's gonna what's going on, guys. I've seen this before, and I'm not gonna say this is necessarily the case. Like we put in a 14% day here on silver. It's been a monstrous move, but just watch out for a big time move to the downside as well too here to follow, because I remember when exactly this happened, and that was going to be when NVDA and AMD had that dump like about 2-3 years ago or something. I remember it was like you just have that massive final push, and then sure enough you get that rug pull, even though it happened on the same day. Just be cautious about what's going on around here. I mean, 106.50, we caught a nice move there in SLV, so we're not going to complain about this. But anyways, what I was getting at here, 80.9%, right? And then we're going to pull up the actual at the money IV right now and see what we got going on, and it's around 140%, which is substantial. You don't typically see that in 177% now. So our Concepcion, if that's what's happening with the contract, it's because of the increased volatility. We'll go over to contract actually right now. I don't know when it expires, but you're going to start to see these increase. Like this Ford put shouldn't be worth $300. Like you ask me, considering it's almost X amount out of the money, it's like $10 out of the money, a little bit more, $11. For me, I think a lot of it has to do with the increase. All right, 73.8% to 177. So just be cautious about what's going on over there, and hopefully your question, Katie. Oh my God, same thing with my. That's the thing with your 90 puts. It's the increase in implied volatility. The options market, smart people, and sure enough, you're starting to see the premium starting to implied volatility as well too. One more thing that I want to slightly slip my mind. Jungle Book. All right, time does Trump speak? Jared's going to bring that for us, but don't forget on Wednesday we have the Fed's rate decision. I think that's really happening there. So keep an eye on it, guys. You will see a little bit of the overall market. Obviously, you have the typical volatility to follow. Sure, and just be prepared for it. And happen. Now I'm going to head over to the options and take a look at something. Oh yes, my good.
Oh.
To 1%. We're up to. Okay, we're up. We'll take it, Sharif. 0.5% today. 50. CrowdStrike. Take a look at some of the contracts that are be expiring on February 6th. Options activity. Look at the OI. Really small. And then sure enough, 480 is going to see the largest amount of on this week's expiration cycle. So let's head over here and see what's going on from this contract perspective. Put it on the advanced chart and just see what it is on a higher time frame. Just the decay in this. So I mean, we had a high of around on December late last year, December 29th. That contract's about $26. It's down. Right. Mind CrowdStrike putting it all day. But Adara, what do you have for us?
What I have here, Joe, is news publicly traded ZVIA. Z sounds familiar. They do kind of all natural sodas and energy drinks. They announced their new 30-pack ZVIA variety pack, now available across all Costco regions. It is, according to the biggest ever Costco rollout. ZVIA, just over 1 million shares traded in the day, so fairly low volatility for a $2 stock. But either way here, ZVIA available across all Costco regions, one of their 30 packs. Back to you.
Wasn't there like a beer or something, or a beer drink back in the day that was alcoholic, that was clear? It's called Zevia or something. Brendo, do you?
They got
what was that? Fact check me. Wasn't there this weird alcoholic drink that was similar to beer in the 90s? Zima. There we go. Zima. Yes, you guys came quick with that. Zima. Yes, it was pretty close. Yeah, I remember that. That was the joke. That was kind of like the running gag. If you were drinking that, you were.
You're like the Cutwaters. Off the Cutwaters.
What does that mean?
The Cutwaters like a brand that everybody memes. It's like 13 and something percent. And if you have a couple of these things,
no, I don't think that's good, Joey.
Okay. So
yeah.
Like you're
yeah. Oh my God, Old English 40s.
Yeah.
The 40 houses. Oh my God.
These are hot garbage.
Those were bad.
Beer,
but they were good because they were 40s, right?
They're like $3.
There was at no time did older students in high school go and look it up. That never happened. Never 18-year-olds.
There's no you would never stand up
that stayed back a year.
No.
You know what I mean? That would hook you up.
You would never stand outside the beer store and just ask people that kind of looked like they.
Do you know that they would book that? Like they'd have like a peeper. Any kids outside?
Not where I'm.
All the time.
Yeah, no way.
We would get clipped for that.
No way we would.
And, okay. I should probably stop talking about this now, but yeah, there's more stories we can go on to. But yeah, good times. All right, we're in SLGB here. You get a nice price spike up into the 60s. I wet the beak there at I think 61. I'm out of the money by a penny. I got 52, generally holding 50. I'm going to give it to current bar low. Current bar low is 42, so I've got 50. So I put it at 41. So if it loses current bar low, I'm going to give it a try. You know, it showed me a higher low relative to the prior candle. The prior candle low is 32. Current candle low is 42. Get it, Joey?
Do that.
All right, so this one is coming back down to 45. We'll flatten out here. We won't have to let this one bleed. It doesn't look like it's going to hold up. So ugly kind of candle. Get back a little bit there. A 6 penny loss on that amount. But I want to mention another trade that's happening right now. BNAI, I saw Casey 526 talking about this. What a recovery off that area low, 26.33, makes its way right back to the volume weighted average price, $43. Yeah, that's how much it costs. Remember, because of the huge move we had in the aftermarket. Look at this. Are you kidding me? From the aftermarket, from the close, let's take the closing print. No way, dude. This thing moved 300% Friday afternoon because there was no halt parameters. People are trading Friday afternoon, profitable people clearly here, because that's a hell of a move. And then we gap up even more this morning at 4 a.m. into 81. So there's a lot of people waiting for this. But we're holding VWAP right now from the south side. So there's resistance at the volume weighted average price, but a good recovery nonetheless, and a higher low. So watch for the break of this and a move above 45. Shout out to KC 526, who clearly has this off the bottom. So good on her. Good on you guys. Bub as well. I took BNAI from 16 to 62 on Friday. So you clearly were trading in the aftermarket there, because 62 is an aftermarket level. What a move, Bubba. You literally took the, I think, one of the closing prints where the price is closer to 4 o'clock, and you held it well into, I want to say, 6:30. So smart, man. Good on you, brother. That's a hell of a trade. Shout out to you. And look at this, Yannick. I also made money on Friday evening on BNAI. You guys had the right idea. Clearly committed bunch. You are, man. I should be as committed as you guys. But what a fantastic move for BNAI. Giving back a little bit, obviously, today, but definitely a lot higher than we were trading it Friday afternoon on the midday, because we were involved in that one. And IVF moving up, says Bubba. Let's look at IVF for the OG. Got here. New Genif Group. Sure. All right, a zillion reverse splits. Let's go. That's a daily chart. What a move up here. Decent volume. How much is the volume? 1.8 million shares. Yeah, so it's doing it. It's breaking out now. The volume is coming in midday. It basically did nothing, I want to say, from, what time is that? 9 a.m. till about 12:25. No volume bars to speak of there. And the volume comes in right at about 25 after noon, and there it is into the high of the day. Good call on you. $2.46. We're going to put this on the side chart over here. We're going to take off BATL. We're going to put an NIVF. Big mover. Let's throw it on a trading screen as well. Take off MBAI, because that looks like hot garbage. NIVF. All right, not a bad spread, about 4 pennies. Okay, it's almost 2 million shares now as we speak. Coming back down. Where's it going to come back down into? Well, we have support at around $2. Doesn't make it down into 2 though. There's going to be a lot of buyer exuberance. This is 50% in the Villa of Green. Did they make it down into 2? I'm going to put a couple of dip trades. Let's put 215. Let's see if we can get a money fill there. If we can't, then we'll have to chase it into the candle high. But very, very good strength here on NIVF. Let's throw that actually on the side chart so it updates, because it's not currently updating at the moment. NIVF. There we go. All right, so current bar low on the 5 is 12.12. Okay, so that would give me about 3 pennies based upon my dip trade and the current bar low. I don't really want to see it turn into a ridiculously ugly topping till candle. So let's see where the buyers are stepping in here. I'm going to flip to the 5-second chart on my top screen so I can see where the buyers are stepping in locally. Okay. It has a bit of an uptrend right now. Let's see if we can work our way into this uptrend. Let's go. We're going to put some at 235. Let's see if we can get a price spike up into there. All right, let's see. Where am I wrong? At least on the 5-second time frame. I'm wrong at 20s. So let's go ahead. 219, we're out. So we'll risk a little bit there. Now let's see if it holds up at that level. If it holds up at the $0.25, I can add. I can certainly add. Watching here NIVF, we've got 30s on it, showing me 29, so we're out of the money. If it loses 20, I'm out. Okay, simple as that. 50%. It's got breaking trend a little bit here on the 5, so it's got a bunch of lower highs. It looks like it's going to lose 20. Into 22 it goes. Keeping an eye on this one. 24 is now showing up right back up into 30s. So the buyer stepping up. There's a seller at 30 though that we can't shake. Yeah, that's a committed seller. Selling at almost every level. There it goes into 40. Can we get a little bit more? Now let's cancel this dip trade and move up the beak wetter closer to the $0.50. Wow, a lot of zig and zag there, man. It popped up into, where was that high? 246, drops right back down into 226. So my stop stays the same. Let's see if this one's got the juice to kind of reclaim that 30 penny level. It was a quick price spike up there, but the shorts look committed on this one, keeping it down below the $0.25. So NIVF, we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Joseph, what do you got?
Good stuff there. I'm just looking at AAPL do its things, man. This volume prints and everything along those lines. Just hesitation nation on this one. Never took it. We performed relatively well there on SLB, so we could have went small size and risked a little bit less here. So that's a missed opportunity. We could post up at 38s, but I'd be surprised if we were to catch that Phil Clutch one. Yeah, I've never been. I'm trying to go one day, that's for sure. So we'll take a look at heading over to NYC. We'll go over to Adair and then we'll get back in. There's a couple more names that we want to talk about. Also, SLV with a high of around 106.65, dumping to 104. So you lose $2.65 in the span of about 5-10 minutes. But Adair, what do you have for us?
Be aware here, Caroline Leavitt just began her White House press conference. Again, Caroline Leavitt now speaking at the White House. You just did mention the storm. Potentially keep an eye here in UNG, but either way, I will keep you posted with any and all market moving updates from Caroline Leavitt. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. Let's post up on APLD at 38. Whether we get the fill or not, we're not going to worry about it whatsoever. Obviously, we would like to, but it's essentially irrelevant to me if it catches the fill or not. So we will obviously want to put on some more trades, but we can't complain. Sharif's been putting on bangers today, and we have one banger today, and that's going to be SLV. Yeah, that's all you need, man. That's all you need is just one good trade. 9:33 we were in, and then we were out at approximately 1 o'clock sharp, and then we get that $2.65 dump just like that on SLV. So 20 cents worth of risk. I'm not even going to try to do that math right there, Sharif, to make $7. I think that's a pretty good move if you ask me. 14 or whatever, maybe to 1. So a little bit more, way more than that. So yeah, I'm not even going to, like I said, I'm not going to try to do the math off the top of my head. But anyways, aside from that, somewhere on the Amex, 13% APLD starting to come into that zone. Let's pull it up for you. $18 is where we want to catch that fill, and then we are going to be getting out at the break of 37.80. So start to come back in a little bit more. A retest of that zone is going to be exactly our fill area, and if we do get it, then we will be involved into that. So we're heading into a couple of other names. Clutch one, I already mentioned that we're looking to do that. Coinbase. Not too good of a look. $400 high. You're down 50% to 214.46 to be exact. Man, that's an okay, it gets even worse if you zoom out. Don't zoom out. Don't zoom out if you are a shareholder of Coinbase, because from that July 21st high of $448, you're now trading at $214. That's a 52% haircut. That is not fun whatsoever. What has the coin itself, I almost said something else, which would have probably got me in trouble, but I did not, and I'm happy I didn't do so. Guys, 126%. You're down 30% off of Bitcoin. This is what I was talking about earlier, Sharif. It's just the lags and then the multi-month consolidations. That's kind of the phase that we're in right now, so keep an eye on Bitcoin. I mean, the downtrend is broken. There's a lot of things on the volume profile that says we might find a little bit of a rebound, which we did up into 97,000 or 98,000. We couldn't get quite to that $100,000 mark, but just be cautious until 80's broken. Maybe we start to get a little bit of a climb here in Bitcoin.
You saw that, right?
Yeah.
It's what you were gonna say.
Yeah, that's exactly.
I had to unblock it. Yeah. You gotta leave a little latitude
there.
Yeah,
you didn't say anything wrong there, man.
No, and that's kind of how a lot of people are feeling these days. Have you seen the what's it called? The meme that Ram said?
No.
Like gold and silver all flying, and Bitcoin is like that dog on the ground that's like
flaying.
Oh yeah, I gotta show you this. It's hilarious.
Send it to me, Ram.
I will. I'll get Ram to send it. All right, guys. NIVF. I tried to get into, NIVF. Where is it? Pardon me. I tried to get into this for a $2 dip trade. It's still holding technical levels. There's a buyer here at $1.90. It does wick below it. I don't know. We'll see. If NIVF can kind of reclaim 2 and hold above 2, I'll get back in. But for the moment, I'm just going to stay clear of this one. Not really much breaking out other than GME right now. GME is not really breaking out, but it is a lot closer to highs than some of the others. And by the way, GME has really been a tough trade at $25. Can't shake it, even though the high of the day is 25.01. So apparently we were able to shake it for a very, very brief time. But what I'm liking about this is the higher lows. So it's kind of accumulating for what could be a decided break of that $25 area, whether or not you're picking it up at the right area. We're coming into that low end of the zone right now, 24.75, in and around that area. But it's been holding up higher lows. So you could accumulate a position here into GME. I think we're going to give this one a try. So it looks like the prior candle low was at 60. So let's give this one a try over here, why not? Prior bar low, let me just get that, is 62. We're at 64 right now. Let's see if we can breach that prior bar low. If we can, then we'll definitely get stopped out. There's also that 1 p.m. candle, the low of which is 24.52. That's substantially below where we're trading right now, about 10 pennies that is. So let's go ahead and set up some profit takers. What's going on, Randy? We'll put some in the 70s and then we'll put some in the 80s. We'll just play this as a range until we can see whether or not a flat top break is going to come through that $25 area. But good trades earlier on GME. Don't want to give back too much over here, so we're going to keep this super tight with the stop. Let me go ahead and actually throw that on right now. There we go. And then we'll throw in that order there. Good. All right, nice move into 69. I'm looking for a move into the 70s. Not quite there yet, though, on GME, so we'll pack the patience. Also, I want to mention drama. It's starting to curl here, and I'll get to BNAI in a second, but DRMA kind of really lost the bid quite aggressively, comes into 3, holds 3 clean, and 3 was the implied balance high that we talked about earlier. It was 299, but essentially 3. Now, it did breach it by a couple of shekels. It got down to 96. But you got to give this one room. Now, I'm not going to trade it because it's south of the volume weighted average price, but it does feel like it's putting in now 3 higher lows and higher highs in a row on DRMA. What's GME doing? I just want to see quickly. Is it stopping me out? I can't really see. No. Okay. And then BNAI, man. Casey's been doing it on this one. And BNAI really does look like it's recovering quite well. It's above the volume weighted average price now. VWAP's at around 43.25. This is trading at 45.71. So be on the lookout there. I just got stopped at a GME. So gave back a little bit there. But now, if we get a move here on BNAI, we're going to see likely resistance at 50. It's a bit of a zone here. As you can see, there's that 52 kind of flat bottom that we had in the pre-market, and the pre-market had a lot of volume, so this 52 should be an important resistance level because it has volume supporting it. But we also know that the psychological whole dollar area at 50 would probably be the initial area of resistance. So I want to say 50 to 52 is a resistance area. If we clear that, we could, we could be on our way possibly into that 70 1/3, that topping tail candle that we put in at 725 this morning. So BNAI, great recovery off that 26.33 low. It is now over $20 off that area low, taking out 47.50. This is really going. BNAI is really going now, guys. Very, very good strength, but it's also very spready and more expensive than we are typically used to. This is moving dollars at a time, and here 50 is going to come in pretty quick here on BNAI. Let's flip to the trading screen. I did put BNAI on a trading screen. Here it is. Let's take a look at the spread. Not bad, about 40, 50 pennies as we inch into that $50 area. We're about 10 pennies off that area. Limit up, by the way, is 50.47. So we're not far away from it, especially since this is moving dollars at a time. 49.35 right now on the level 2 ask side, dropping back down into 48. But keep your eye out on my level 2, especially the red rectangles. That will be your limit up. And on the bid side, that's going to be limit down, not the top rectangle. See how that's making a red? No, that's not where you want to look. You want to look at the body. So in here, where it has blue. So you'll have a standout red rectangle, which will show you limit up 50. Excuse me, 51.38. 51.30 is the limit up right now. Here comes 50 again. There goes 50. 50.76, 51.30 limit up, guys. 50.97. We're really going here on BNAI. Good strength on this one. 51. 51.97 now is the limit up. And now we showed momentarily there a halt parameter, but it didn't stay in that level for all that long. What a breakout on BNAI. Unreal. We were talking about this at 45. It's at 51, and here comes a halt parameter. 51.97. It's going to get littered with yellow and red as the selling comes in. Let's see if that halt parameter price changes, because it evolves with the price action. No, it's still 51.97. No, 52.94. That's because the timer reset on that. So great strength. BNAI trying to recover here midday, up 217%. 52.94 now, the halt level up on BNAI. Keep your eye on this one, baby. It's Gesundheit. Thank you, my PT Rider. I appreciate that, man. I feel like a little bit under the weather today. I had to smash some cold effects this morning.
Dude, don't my immune system's already a little hindered right now.
I know. I'm sorry, brother, but we have to do a live at work. Yeah, well, you know how that works. 53 now, limit up on BNAI. Volatility, pick it up on the dips, guys, right? Because this one is really moving. You can pick it up on the dips and then, try to look for that 50 area hold. Whether or not you get that 50 area hold, your guess is as good as mine. But here it comes dropping back down into 51. Do we pick it up here? Or are we going to lose 50? Kind of a topping tail candle now. Right back down into 50 we go. So the short sellers, they're also looking for that mean reversion trade. It moved too much too quickly over here. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Joey, I might punch in. I'll let you guys know.
Good stuff. Yeah, sober guys, this is what I was talking about, right? Like, I've seen these days where I feel like it might be one of the, I'm not going to say final push. I actually am going to say that, but I don't think it's necessarily going to just be cautious. I want to kind of be weary of what I say about my about this here. But when you see this big time move, like 14%, and then sure enough we climb to 107 almost, and then sure enough we're down to 103. That's just the implied volatility stepping in. So just be cautious of what's going on here, because I remember these things happening from before. Now, as for APLD, never caught that fill at $38. Now we're up to $38.23. So, I mean, a nice little move. Got to take those stabs. Even though we were sitting in sober, this is a really high quality opportunity. There's so many things correlating. In order for us to take this trade, our risk profile is relatively defined too, right? Like you get at 37.90s is the high, and 60, we'll call it 70. So you have 20 cents of risk. And if you get in at the right time at 81s, you can hit a 2-to-1 or something roughly around here on Applied Digital. And we go over to the daily and see what we got going on there. You have that all-time high push, 41.64, and then you come back into this zone here. So just be cautious of what's going on. I still like Applied Digital. I'm not going to call it a false breakout or anything, even though from a daily perspective it looks like it. Intraday, it worked out pretty good. You had that move higher, 41.20, and then you do give up a little bit of that move. So we'll sit on our hands. This is the lower end of the range. Once again, this is going to be 38 bucks, 37.70s. We'll give it 30 cents if we are fortunate enough to get that zone. But SLV is still giving up a lot of its move. Now $5 roughly off of that top, guys. A good out on our behalf. We're not going to complain about that whatsoever. 106.17, and now we're trading at 102.80s. It sounds like you got a breakout there, man.
Yeah, the BNAI is really going. We took 50s, Joey. We took it up to 53.25. It's right back into 53.25 now. Shout out to KC526. If I saw BNAI at the beginning of the show, but it was below VWAP, so I didn't even bother putting it on my side chart. I figured, that the best trade was behind it. But there you go, man. You know what happens when you assume?
Hey,
it leads to assumption.
Yeah, exactly. Or the opposite. If you assume something that something not.
It's like the stupidest thing ever. But there we go. Dropping back down into 50. Does it hold 50? Into 51 it goes. So I'm going to keep an eye here on BNAI, see if it wants to hold 50. Topping tail candle now into 55.16. That is the high of the day, the technical high of the day, even though it was well above that level in the pre. I say it got to 81 and change, but that is the official high, 55.16. Let's see if it holds 50. Now, don't look for a strict hold of $50, right? Especially with a volatile name like this and the price and the spread, mind you. 30 pennies, 31 pennies at the moment.
That's it.
for a general hold of 50.
And I knew what you were getting there with the assume.
It's just a stupid saying. It's
But it
like,
makes it-
you know
it
what,
makes
you
it-
happen when
makes
you
a-
assume, you leads to assumptions.
I thought you were going to go with the other one there.
What?
It makes a bum out of you and me. You know how do you spell? Well, it's not bum, but the other word for it.
Oh,
It's spell assume. Yeah, you know what I mean?
that's actually a good one.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
actually a good one. I like that. My bad. Casey, she was talking to Yannick. All right, I thought you were talking about something to do with BNAI. So yeah, topping till candle on BNAI, 55.16, dropping into 51.33 now. So I'm gonna pack the patience over here. I wanna see a strict hold of 50, and then we can decide whether we're gonna get into this one. But it could be a reversion back to VWAP, and if that's the case, I don't wanna catch a falling knife. And VWAP, I believe, is at 43.80, 44 generally. So yeah, that is the look right now. See, we're still zigging and zagging in the high 50s, low 51s, and I don't know how to feel about this, but yeah, it's just not a good looking candle at the moment on the 5. Let's put in BNAI on the side chart because it's not updating. Oh, there we go. 5101. Let's continue to watch here, Joey. I don't want to jump in too quick. Let's maybe wait for the first 1 minute candle to make a new high. And I'm also going to put it on the 5-second chart so I can see where the buyers are stepping in and where the sellers are stepping in. Okay, it looks like we're getting a bit of a bid now into 51. Let's see if we can get above, I want to say 52 1/3. If we get above 52 1/3, that's a local area high. So let's go ahead and set up an order here for a move above 52 1/3. You know, if it's like 52.40, 52.50, that's fine with me. 52, let's go. Yeah, just like that. And we'll see if it works its way up there. Looking at the top chart now, looking for a hold of a clearing of 52. Back above 52 we go. Can we see a nice move above this level? Not quite yet. And down it goes. Lures everybody punching in above 52 and losing 51. There goes 49. Wow. That was what's it called? A bull trap there waiting for you guys. Oh, that sucks. Okay, let's watch a little bit more. Looking for a reclaiming of the $50 level, not quite coming in now. Now we have lower lows and lower highs on the 5-second time frame. So that is not, you know, a glowing endorsement to get long on this name. So I'm gonna let this one settle down for a bit, see what it has to offer, and then we'll work back in on that one, Joey.
Absolutely, guys. We're almost in here on some APLD.
What are you telling about silver?
Yeah, silver, man. It's continuing to tank. Let's actually talk about this. Never mind the fill that I'm about to get, I think, here momentarily here in APLD. 3-cent spread on something that's 35 million shares traded. I guess that's reasonable. But look at the volume by time profile here, guys. This is really something important to know. Look at the increase in selling volume compared to our nice steady grind channel to the top side. This is why someone asked me why I'm not going to be trying to this here, because look at the increase in selling pressure, and that's exactly what I'm going to avoid. It can do what it would like, that's fine with me, but in this instance, I'm not involved with this because I think we can head a little bit lower considering the volume to the downside is really substantially starting to pick up. So is the momentum to the downside here in APLD. So we did catch that 38 fill. Now currently 8 cents out of the money on APLD. Let's see if we can get a bounce. But Adair, what do you have for us?
Keep an eye here on a handful of tickers: Lockheed Martin, PG&E, so that's PCG, Salesforce, CRM, and Wells Fargo, WFC. Together, these 4 companies are launching Ember Point to transform U.S. wildfire prevention, detection, and response. No move from any of these, but they're all pretty major, so I do want to mention once again, WFC, LMT, CRM, and PCG. All 4 of these companies apparently working together to transform U.S. wildfire prevention, detection, and response. Back to you.
Right arm. All right, yeah, so let's go, guys. Bang, right there. 5 cents on APLD as the bid now hits 38.01. Let's see if this bounce can be sustained. We want to keep our eye on the tape. Is that ask going to continuously get lifted, or are we going to start to chop around a little bit here? 0.2 on the bid. We'll take that 2-cent spread, Sharif, as we continue to climb a little bit higher in Applied Digital. 38.10s is going to be a key resistance zone. Is there going to be enough volume stepping in order for us to climb a little bit higher? Hopefully, because we are now involved in this name. And if you take a look at its daily, some big time moves from the middle of last year to where we're currently trading at right now. So APLD, we're up about 0.8%, closer to 9, and we're slowly starting to get somewhat of a rebound here in silver, up to 102.39. We're all out of that one, man. We top ticked that. We're fortunate and happy on the SL trade, as that's going to be the bigger one. Like, I don't have very much size on this APLD trade because there's no need. I have an X amount that I'm willing to lose of what I've realized here today, and then sure enough, that's what we're going to risk. If we add on top of today's realized, then we'll be happy with that, but we're not going to complain whatsoever. In at 9:33, out at 1 o'clock sharp. 1 o'clock sharp, just like that. So full disclosure, like, think about it. So the trading gods were actually on my side this time, Sharif. You know why?
Why?
Because I was thinking about mocking my last little bit, my last 5%.
Smart, man.
No, but I was thinking about mocking it, but
You're changing your mind.
Yeah, no, I didn't change my mind. I hit the wrong key and it flattened me out. Yeah, so there is an instance where the trading gods were on.
They looked favorably upon you.
Yeah, exactly. Today they looked favorably upon me.
They were
not
kind.
Not so
like
much
Xerxes.
with Netflix. Yeah, like, oh, you know I like Xerxes too, man. God King himself. Yeah, I love God King. Oh man, I am kind.
Oh,
but yeah, now you got me going. Obviously, I watched that when I was resting and everything like that.
Crazy.
Just getting all amped up. But yeah, no, good stuff here in all reality, guys. A fortunate mistake helped us get out of silver at the right time. Otherwise, we would be sitting in a mock and lost $6 roughly on the 5% that we had left remaining. But now let's see if we can get APLD remaining. I was telling you, I don't know if it's appropriate or anything, but I stopped taking my pain meds that they gave me like a couple of days after, right?
I wanted to message you about that.
Yeah.
You know they can be a dangerous punch. Right?
Dude, and I was telling the guys how many they gave me 60 of them.
Jeez, which ones?
Codone.
Oh, oxycodone?
Yeah. And I'm like, what the?
You must have been flying.
No, I didn't, bro. I didn't even touch anywhere close to that. I stopped taking them after a couple of days because they were actually making me like feel a little bit worse, to be honest with you.
Don't think.
Yeah. So I'm like, what's that? I'm like, I'm like, no wonder people are getting hooked on these things. Like, you're giving them
opioid crisis.
Yeah, man.
Before we had
It's
the
just
fentanyl
like,
crisis, we had the opioid, which is I think fentanyl is a type of opioid. But before that, before fent, there was all this other stuff that.
Yeah, man, it was crazy.
God keep that kind of stuff away. But here, I was talking to Jay Bronson 03 in the chat. He's like, look, man, am I wasting my time here holding on to Sound, SOUN? I'm like, what's your price? 1035. So it looks like you bought either the closing print on Friday or you bought the high today. Because the high, I think, is 1033, 1032, something like that. I think Sound is in a bit of a range. Let's do a little bit of a wider time frame. We'll start with the 4-hour. So yeah, definitely a bit of a support level at around $10. You saw that, I think, in the late parts of last year, the 31st, as well as on the 2nd of January, so the first trading day this year. But it's been in a wait and hold pattern here. It looks like resistance at 13, support at 10. I don't know, man. I maybe you bounce off here because 10 has been a support level. I can't say I see markedly lower highs. That's not true because look at that 13 high 12s. That kind of just shadows the area that we were back in early December. I'm talking about this area here, of course, on the 12th of January. So it looks like it's caught in a bit of a range with $10 as support and 13 as resistance. More than that, I really can't say. You do get some, not so good technicals with the 50 crossing below the 200. That was back in early November. That's not typically a good thing. You had an attempt here for the reclaiming of the 50 over the 200. So the golden cross, you didn't get it. Let's look at the daily. That was a 4-hour. The daily does look, I don't want to say flat bottom breakish, but it's preceded by a downtrend, sideways consolidation. It could give up 10. If it gives up 10, you're looking at about 9. 9 was those levels that we had in June, but local area low is going to be around 6, and that takes us to the tariff tantrum, right? But I want to say for the most part, though, if you exclude the tariff tantrum, you're looking at 7.5. And that was an interesting area of resistance as well in November of 24. So sorry I couldn't be more upbeat about this, but yeah, it does look like, it's in a wait and see mode consolidation here after that $20 breach. Now, I mentioned the death cross on the 4-hour. Looks like we got the death cross as well on the daily back earlier this month around the 5th or the 4th or the 2nd, 5th or 2nd of January. So you did get that death cross. Now, They hadn't been crossing over too much. I was just trying to look to see if they crossed each other before, because this could cause, you know, some, what's it called, false signals. No, you got pretty close over here. I want to say in May of last year, and then you got pretty close again in June, but it never really crossed. This was a decided cross. I mean, there's no bones about that. So let me know how you do, buddy. I hope you print up a storm. Now, we know that, you know, this one is one that NVIDIA was involved with earlier with an investment. I don't know if they're still doing that, or we haven't heard anything about the relationship, I think, in quite some time between SoundHound and NVIDIA. I'm not really sure if they're still involved with them, Joey.
Right on, right on. Yeah, I mean, there it goes, guys. Silver giving up the majority of its day. So we were grinding from 9:30 all the way to approximately 1 o'clock, and then in a span of 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 30, 40 minutes, all gone. So see you later. Aside from that gap up, we're heading close towards the opening price here in SLV. Not quite there just yet, but a nice steady downside. And don't try to catch this falling knife, guys. We talked about seeing this before. Let's actually pull up the example in which I'm referring to. Again, I'm not comparing the same kind of asset class, but it's a technical and trading standpoint that I think is really important to kind of just hone in on and see if you can kind of correlate the same things. Because Obi would, I think a lot of people would agree with me, is that price action is price action. Here it is. Remember this day, Sharif, on AMD, March 8th of 2024. So AMD just making that final push higher and opens up approximately at 207, climbs up to 227, and then sure enough, it took multiple years. And I'm not saying that's necessarily going to be the case in silver, but you see that just that last thrust, that last push higher in AMD brought it into this multi-year downtrend, and it took quite some time for it to break, and eventually it did and recovered pretty strong. But still, I think that's something that you want to be aware of, and that might be the case here in SLV, starting to form identical prints. Like, look at this straight up. This is a steady move to the top side, guys. Again, let's go from the April lows to where we're currently trading at 282%, and a little bit more, add another 10%, maybe roughly on top of that, if we peek that out. But if this closes as an inverted hammer candle, be cautious of what's going on, and these gaps to start to slowly get filled. Silver's been on an absolute monster run, so don't be chasing any form of beggery on that one.
Oh, baggery. I like that.
Yeah, silver, APLD, still dropping around. Let's head over to the position that we are currently in. We're not going to complain about it whatsoever, but we did run into that supply zone around 38.20, and now we're starting to come in off of that level. Only a couple pennies, but nothing to be worried about considering the size is relatively small, but we will take 15 cents ITM all day, every day, Sharif. And if we do have the ability to break that 38.20 zone, I think we can climb a little bit higher. But first things first, one step at a time. Sweet Jesus.
All right, guys. Barago, Sharif, and Joe, how do you think AAL will do tomorrow? Ooh, that's a great question. I mean, all we've been hearing lately from these airlines is, you know, they're focused on business class or whatever they're calling it, first class. And you've heard, like, you know, changes in the cabin structure to make it, you know, more not premium, again, business class, first class, than economy. And then we also saw weird numbers as well, where the actual revenue for the business class was growing at a faster pace, and now a higher actual revenue number, top line number, for the business class, whereas it, you know, only comprises about a third of the cabin. That wasn't the case before. Their profit was always definitely higher, so their EPS, their margins were ridiculous on business class, but we didn't really see the top line number blow through that. But that's what I'd be looking for. I'd be looking for them to talk about any plans that they have for business class and what those plans are. And then to be looking, obviously, at what they're talking about in terms of expansion. You know, whether it's new routes, what they expect the consumer to be, what they're gauging the consumer sentiment to be going into the next year. So that's what I'd be looking for in terms of commentary from management. But I mean, I have really no idea how this is going to end up playing out. Sorry, I'm just in a trade right now. 47.92, we're in BNAI. It's got a bunch of bottoming tail candles here that I'm really liking. So if this clears through 50, I'd like to be on the receiving end of this as well. So let's go ahead and post above 50. Now I will take the opportunity, I think, to pick up some into the 10 EMA. The 10 EMA on the 5 is up 45.51. So let's go ahead here and set up in the low 46s for that. Let's see if we can pick up some there for hold at the 10. But I'm looking for a price spike into 50. I promise I'll look at the AAL chart in a second, but I just want to resolve this trade. Let's see what this one does. If it comes in, gives me that money fill. By the way, MBAI is breaking out. It looks like it's headed to that $3.12 area where the volume weighted average price is. SLGB also back above VWAP and looking to do it live. GME's reclaim VWAP as well. So a lot is running right now. So keep your eye out on those. But Joey, you want to look at AAL for him while I let this trade resolve?
Yeah. Let's take a look at AAL. And for those, have you guys been following Ryanair on X?
Oh, that's hilarious. The beef between him and Elon.
Yeah.
It's like just trying to explain to Elon, look, man, it's going to cause drag. We've done the studies.
Yeah.
We don't think people are going to pay for it. It's our average flight time. It's an hour and a half, right? People can live.
No one's going on those, brother.
Bro, I got to tell you that Starlink is the best thing since sliced bread.
Yeah.
But it's got to make sense. It's got to make sense for the passengers.
Or bag
and
meal.
it's such a short flight haul for Ryanair. It's like it doesn't make sense. And everybody's super, discount focused on there. And the drag is going to cost them like, I don't know how many millions of dollars a year.
Yeah.
Anyway, he went into the whole thing. He's hilarious, by the way, this guy.
It's funny. And then also Ryanair coin. That thing has been insane. It's up thousands of percentage points, Sharif, Ryanair coin. For those
Ryanair coin, I didn't even know that.
Go and check it out. Don't trade it at obviously your own risk. All right. I mean, the airlines have been absolutely hot as of late as well, too, guys. Nice recovery, nice steady channel to the top side. We're still a little bit off of these off of that previous pivot high, 23%. But if we go to our benchmark of April, we have 75% return. So that's not bad whatsoever on AAL. We'll take a look at some of the other ones like UAL to see how they're performing. Not too bad either. And then we have Love. That's not too bad. And DAL, not bad either, right? So the airlines are definitely hot. Sharif mentioned it, hit that nail on the head by just saying they're looking to increase the economy, and the business class, and I'm surprised of how small it actually is. And I mean, a lot of people bidding. Because when you purchase your flight, you're going to have the opportunity to bid for if there's any available business class.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen that? Yeah.
Air Canada does it all the time. I love it.
Air Canada does it all the time. Those guys. Anyways, APLD, that's looking pretty good for us right now, guys. We took a little bit off of the top, and it's continuing to break through that supply zone of around 38.20, and then now we're in 38.42. Sharif,
Get it, Joey.
That's 40 cents right there on APLD. I took 20% off. We're still sitting on 80% remaining of our position. Did I get the green light for Adara? We're rocking and rolling. Let's go.
Take a look here at this market. I just want to let you guys know White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has just finished her briefing. A little bit of a higher low here on the cues. Just an update, though, that press briefing is now complete. Nothing really market moving or related was mentioned the whole time. Back to you.
Thank you for that 1.88% here on APLD. We take our second out an additional 20%. So a nice little move off of that $38 mark. Let's see if we can head into 38.45. And it looks like it. Tape is really strong here, Sharif.
My feet are strong.
Oh.
You ever hear that? You remember Tyrone Biggums?
Yeah, of course I remember.
Oh, my God. Let's go BNAI. We got 47.20s on. We're showing here 48 and 80s, now dropping back down into 50. Let's see if we can breach prior bar high. To breach it, embarrassing.
Let's go, my boy.
We got like 40, I think it's about $49. So we still haven't breached prior bar high. But it does look like there's a good amount of buying coming in back into the $0.50 we go. There's 69 looking for continuation now. There's 48, there's 49, 48.94. Can we see anything above that 48.94 showing up? Seller here at 94, a monster seller. We can't shake him, Joey. There it goes into 49.50. Boom. Nice trade. Okay, happy with this one. A couple of good trades here on BNAI. This one is doing well. Let's see now if it can clear 50. The reason I flattened out there because I'm worried about the 50 sellers. So what do we get there? We got not bad. We got 49.42. Okay, so 49.50 candle high. Not bad, not great, but definitely looking for a bit more, looking for a decided clear of that $50, and then we'll get back in. It's up 200%, man. Let's put some dang respect on this one's name, but definitely looking to do it live and to do a little bit more here on BNAI, but worried about the 50 sellers. There's a whole Fluffy Hippo said, just flew Lufthansa, hot garbage. Really, eh? Yeah, you gotta, okay. I know there's mixed feelings about the Middle East, but you really want luxury, you gotta go on Emirates, you gotta go on Riyadh Air, you gotta go on Qatar Airways. That's where you're really gonna, you know, it's gonna be opulence. Now you're gonna pay a little bit for that, but it's better than buying business class on, you know, one of the hot garbage airlines here that we have. So I don't know, man. Did you see your boy Carney? He was in Qatar. You see what he was doing? He was doing it live. He allowed them to like fly way more flights into. Yeah. Remember Stephen Harper, the former before the guy who did it live here for 10 years. No, he actually blocked Emirates and Qatar Airways and all the Middle Eastern airlines. He's like, nah, you guys can hang out over there. We don't want you hurting our domestic airlines. And then when he saw the domestic airlines were hurting everybody, and so they kind of opened it up. But I think that's where you're going to get a lot of the.
Anything for Air Canada to.
We gotta do a little bit here.
Do it live here. All right, guys. What do we got here? Today's segment is brought to you by electroCore Inc., traded on the Nasdaq under the ticker ECOR. electroCore is a commercial-stage bioelectronic medicine company using non-invasive neuromodulation to address chronic pain, headache, and wellness conditions. The company recently reported record revenue guided to approximately $30 million for full year 2025 and strengthened its balance sheet following the integration of NeuroMatrix and its Quell platform. With high margin recurring revenue, growing VA and consumer channels, and a clear path towards improved cash flow, electroCore is positioning itself at the intersection of medical technology and wellness and innovation. To learn more, visit electrocore.com or visit the company under ticker ECOR. We never really talked about it this much. What do you think about so what is it, around like 50,000 Chinese EVs are allowed to start to come in?
Yeah, 49,000.
About like,
But we didn't even get talked because you weren't even here. Do you know that most of them, well, 3%. The prediction is most of them are going to be Teslas. They're going to be Shanghai manufactured. Apparently, before the 100% tariff came in under Trudeau, Tesla was already sending a ton of Model Ys, Shanghai produced Model Ys into Canada. And so they're going to just restart that supply chain right there. I mean, so that's what they're saying immediately. And think about it, bro. You think BYD's got a presence here? No, Xpeng, Neo, Zeekr, Alito. There's so many I can go through, and they're all amazing. Exactly. None of them have service centers. None of them have salespeople. Now, they can probably set that up.
Right.
Be fair, but
I mean, would you do that for 3% of the TAM? You know what I mean?
Well, why not? Open up, just wet your beak. It doesn't have to be huge.
Yeah,
you put it in the major centers like a Vancouver sales center, one Toronto, one Montreal.
Fair enough.
Right? You don't have to keep. You can keep costs low.
Some of those Zeekr cars look unreal, dude.
That Xiaomi, that Xiaomi SU7 comes here. I'm having a real good look at that. Yeah. Even though I'm not, you know, I don't want to buy a car for a while, but I'm gonna have a real good look at that. Dude, it's like, have you seen the Taycan?
No.
The Porsche Taycan. Okay.
Oh, so yeah. I think there's one stuck this morning.
Multiplied by 2. There's one stuck this morning. Yeah, I bet there was.
There was.
This is like a better version of the Taycan, but like half the price. Do you know it has like 1,600 horsepower on one of the models? Like that's the high-end spec.
Dude, crazy.
We're talking like 0 to 100 in less than 2 seconds.
There's one that kind of looks like
the
one that's like kind of looks like a Subaru. I forget the name of it. It's a Chinese.
BYD? Geely or Seal?
I forget. But it was when I was watching the YouTube videos on what was going on. Yeah. This thing looks wicked, and it's as fast as like an actual GTR, man.
They're amazing.
They're amazing on how fast they actually can go.
Yo, Ichiro always brings in fantastic questions. I love this Ichiro. He's always thinking in that way. I'm curious how those other cars crash rating in America would rate. Very good point, because that could leave them banned in this country if they don't have the proper, what is it called, crash test ratings, or if they're not rated highly enough. Very good point. I'm assuming they're going to be alive to that, Ichiro, and they're probably going to, either modify the car somewhat so that it meets Canadian standards. I was going to say North American standards, but we know they're not making its way into the States. Or, you know, they're probably going to do something or just offer the models that actually meet those standards. But that's a great point. So we may be limited in the models that we get. I think that that's a fantastic point there. I see some others coming in, other comments there. I want to get to them in a second, but we're going to go to Adair at the big desk.
Kind of an odd story, but still a notable move here for SKM. Now, SK Telecom, this is an ADR. This is the U.S.-listed shares of a Korean company, again, SK Telecom. But basically, seeing now some people speculate here on social media, given that we had Zoom with its Anthropic investment, it looks like SKM also has a stake in Anthropic. Now, this is about a 0.7% stake estimate. That'd be worth just over $2 billion. Again, Zoom's stake in Anthropic estimated between $1.5 billion and $3 billion. So once again, lots of analyst speculation here over which companies have which size of stake in Anthropic today. SKM and ZM both benefiting from said speculation. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Great comments by you guys. I'm loving it. Chicago, at that speed, you would run over Trump's foot before he can add another tariff. I don't think so, brother. He's quick with those tariffs. You better be careful there.
Send that executive order quicker. What was he calling? What did he call Joe Biden with the pen?
Auto pen.
Auto pen.
Well,
yeah.
you know they were using an auto pen, right? Yeah, like, but it's still legitimate if he like authorized the use of the auto pen. What the allegation is, he didn't authorize it. That's whether it's true or not. Who knows?
I remember how he started his speech at the World Economic Forum. He was like, "Yeah, it's great here to be amongst a lot of friends." Some enemies too. It's like, it's like, bro. All right, there it is. APL.
Look, Miami Dragon, Joe, Sharif. Do Canadians remember that Elon gave us Trump 2.0? Okay, tell me how you feel. Now tell me how you feel. Yeah. Shout out to Paula Malone. Thank you, Paula. She's
baby.
Cash in the chat. Hey, y'all from South Carolina, USA. Missed my guys. It's good to see you, Joe. Prayers for your healing process. Kisses. Man.
Yeah.
There you go. You're getting all the love.
Yeah, we
appreciate it. Very kind of you, obviously. The boys are back, man. And you're going to see more of this dude right here.
Yeah, you're going to.
I don't know where Obi went.
Oh, yeah, you just went to go do The Boy a Solid. And, yeah, I know what you got.
We're going to do it back.
Yeah, you can do live. There goes APLD. I mean, we're continuing to climb higher. Now we're up 3% on the day. APLD, the only loss is going to be on Netflix. I'm not even going to look at that one because it's so minuscule. But here is APLD coming a little bit to the north side, $38. Let's see if we can hit that plug in. That's so nice right there. Here's our boy. You got going on. I'm going to ramp up a couple more minutes. He did a big grab for the kids, so over here. I got over here to make the kid go over there.
Go over.
That's right. Waddles. Everything takes 10 times as long. That's the frustrating thing, man. Don't apologize. That is like it's gone, but I two other limbs because I occupy.
Question, by the way. How's it feeling, like, in terms of the ETA timeline?
So by, I think 3 to 6 weeks is I should be consistent with crutches, but still full brace. Yeah. So another like a week and a half or so, I should be able to walk. Hopefully, and I think it's optimistic time. But other than that, a couple of days, pain was gone. Sleeping absolutely horrible. When I move or when I sleep, the leg has to be straight. Other than that, it's just weakness. Bad muscles taking in.
That's all to make it back.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it's a 9-month process, right? So it's a 9-month process. We're only a couple of weeks to.
All right, make your way on over there. Leave it down. All right, guys, continue to watch BAI over here. Here's what I'm saying. It's very interesting. Actually, there's a 50 seller or had for a while. I'm going to say it's 140, so 20 minutes, more than 20 minutes. That 50 seller has been staunchy. I think it just may be a matter of time until that 50 seller gets taken out. And the reason I feel that way is because we've got, oops, that's the wrong one. Pardon me. Wrong one again. Because we've got these high lows generally holding up at the 10 EMA, and you're getting these general higher lows accumulating possibly for break. It looks like the money fills are in the low 47, high 46. If you can pick it up there using a resting order for dip trade, you could be on the receiving end of a $50 break. Now, technically, the 5-day is 55.16, but take a look at what we did earlier. This is 4 a.m. By the way, on volume, this had 123,000 shares. We got to 81.77 and then 7.25. We also did it live into $70.90. So we'll have to obviously clear that 55.16 area high, which is the official high of the day, but that doesn't mean the pre-market levels are not important because they were all printed on volume. Now, they're not as much volume as here, but definitely something to be on the lookout for there. Separately, KITT. This is not a good volume play, but a fantastic chart pattern. And it gave you very little in the way of bamboozlement. Shout out to Bovin, who mentioned this one to me earlier. There we go. Just printed the high of the day into 134. It's up 44.5%. It flat top broke through that 130. So look for, 10 EA on the 5, $1.25, $1.26 to hold up. But we'll keep tabs on that. SLGB, it doesn't feel like this one is, going to break out in the same way that it did at 9.55. Look at this. Unbroken is this upper trend line here of higher lows. I mean, it's a clean hold off that. So maybe 250, 240s is a buy zone. Now, mind you did topping till into 290, so you couldn't quite make it up into 3. So by definition, that gives us yet another lower high on this one. So keep tabs on SLGB. GameStop, GameStop being focused after Michael Burry tweeted about this one, or I think he put it on his Substack, not tweet. I have no idea. It doesn't matter. But anyway, a good couple of trades on GME, but dip down into the weighted average price it goes. It looks like it's trying to recover off that level here. So that's what we'll keep an eye out for there. But as OB gets ready to sit down at the big desk to send you over the very special afternoon show, the OB, he is the one Kenobi, and your boy Joey Waddles. See you doing live. Take care, guys.
What's going on, guys? How's it going? Joe, come on. You can't do him like that. Don't do him like that. Come on, bro. Catching strays left. Yeah. Oh my God.
Hey, that's all right though. We're not worried about that whatsoever.
You're muted. You're muted, by the way. Yeah. On the top?
Oh
yeah. Okay. Yeah. No worries.
With that one there, man. We're doing it super live now.
Ain't no mercy in this dojo, saying Michael Peter Ryder. Yeah, no, for sure. Definitely. Hey, man. If there's anybody who can take a hit, that's our boy Joey right now. For sure, man. How's everyone doing? Hopefully your morning midday session was solid. This market is staying solid, man. Still consolidating at it. It's super strong on the day and still holding up, and some craziness this morning as well, holding up the market. You saw that Microsoft as well. Microsoft catching a bit of a bid, maybe the bid coming in a lot before the actual news. That news saying that they might have a chip that could contest or potentially contest NVIDIA's AI chips. They're kind of releasing that dependence on NVIDIA. So we talked about this, Sharif and I talked about this last week, saying that NVIDIA is definitely top dog, unless and until somebody steps into the ring and says, hey, no, I can probably do it too, or maybe even better, and a competitor has arose and accepted potentially that challenge there. So Softy coming out with a potential chip. And we saw NVIDIA react to that as well. Strong flush was this candle right here, and I was just like, oh, damn, that's coming in. I looked around. Nothing else was really moving as aggressively as NVIDIA, and the volume as well speaking for itself. So I was like, yeah, definitely NVIDIA with that news. Since then, or even in the morning, NVIDIA has been very VWAP heavy. You can see every time it gets up here, distinctly different from the rest of the market here. So as we settle in, I want to ask you guys, what have you guys been trading? You guys know that I only had one trade this morning, Joe. And I was looking, the idea was to take this reversion and take some inventory into 100. Kind of lost my patience, I would say. I was just like, this is taking way too long. I'm like, I know it's going to come. VWAP's below that 104 breakout level. And I covered here at 101.80s eventually while I was eating my lunch. We saw that come in. I wasn't necessarily at this desk, so I couldn't really take the trade. but 101s, this consolidation, this multi-hour consolidation, 11 to 12:45-ish, so like about an hour and 45 minutes, just consolidated sideways, making lower highs. There's a bit of a bouncy ball, and then boom, slaps right through that range low. We get that 100, but we only got past 100 by less than $1.50. We dropped down into 99 halves, maybe some 30s there on the low print, and then bouncing right up into 101. So what a beautiful, beautiful reversion this was. And you can see this had pretty good news, pretty solid news this morning with the NVIDIA investment. But, you know, it's not really holding its own. It's not really bidding as aggressively as it was. Those buyers were definitely gone. And what was interesting to me, Joe, was that in the pre-market, I did get involved in the pre-market. Let's go back to this chart. I did get involved in the pre-market. I liked the long off of the idea. I'm like, okay, fine, I want to join some buyers. Joined some buyers at 202 halves. Got to 102 halves. Got to 103s and some change. Seller step right back in. I'm like, okay, fine, that's okay. Got flipped short on the 101s, but there was an interesting action that happened around here. 101 halves, there's 50,000 taken out, right? So seller dominance. I'm like, wait, someone's up to that. Again, doesn't really get too far below that 100, below that VWAP, and holds that 100 mark. And again, 100 halves, another 20 to 30,000 shares live, showing itself on the book, gets taken out. And I'm like, okay, well, we're on for the short. Guess what? No, that buyer, if that was an actual buyer that was trying to go long in the pre-market, wow, off of the open, definitely got rewarded as we went all the way from 100 bounce to 108. For me, I was just slightly skeptical after missing the 104 push, and then decently on the right side of the move, kept it light on the left side. But yeah, that was probably one of my better trades. You were involved in that silver move this morning, and
all
that
day,
thing's
man.
still going, man.
Yeah, I would love to show you guys. I'm going to need you to show me how to open Key Pro on this one here.
Why, it's not working?
No, it's not. Look, it's not displaying itself here.
Okay, that's, you know what? I'm gonna send you the link. I think you have to install the new version. I'll send you.
When did we get the new version?
Just last week.
How come it worked on that one? Oh, we got the.
I'm pretty sure I installed the new version on your
on
PC
mine.
when I was
Oh, is
there
that why?
last week. Yeah. That might be the issue. I was having the issue in the back this morning. It wasn't even opening up. I think they've just. So I'll send you that link in a real quick second.
Yeah, but yeah, other than that, Obi, I mean, we're in some APLD right now. We got a nice little move. We're still 20 cents ITM, but it climbed up to 38.81. That one, we'll get it up here. Once it's down, though, then we're really ready to roll. Whenever I don't think Sharif's ready just yet, but almost, man, he's gonna get the nod. We're gonna get the afternoon down. We're gonna run through these tickers and see what we got going on for you guys. But other than that, man, what a time to come back. Essentially, we're here again. You guys missed me. You're not gonna miss me so much by 4 o'clock. No, I'm obviously joking. We're gonna have a lot of fun, Obi and I, as we typically do, Sharif, and everyone. So that's about having fun here. It's consistent and essentially stops. Oh, send it.
I think we're on Discord.
Oh, brother, I don't think I got Discord on here.
No, you can log in. I'll show you in a second. We're gonna be right back.
Okay,
Let's
yeah.
start.
Everyone, to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Very special afternoon show for you. We got Obi, we got Joe, the big boys. They are locked and they are loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. The only way to get your tickers on the afternoon rundown, get in the chat, but make sure to throw in that sign before you vote. Choose whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's first start, though, Assassino, by looking at all 4 major averages being led here by the NQ. The triple Q's up 0.7. The SPY barely below it, up 0.68. Likewise, the Dow up 0.61. So good strength on all 3 major averages. But there is one that is in negative territory. The IWM, the Russell 2000 ETF, down 0.5%. Not too bad. Very strong as of late. Bad week, though, last week, by the way, for the IWM. Here is the first ticker as decided by you guys. We saw Joey involved with this one all day on the midday. SLV up 7 3/4, taking out that $100 $100 easily with a 106.70 high, and it's continuing to run into 52 highs. The rally is fueled by a lot of the threats of tariffs now by President Trump, as well as geopolitical tensions, guys, with a looming, possible as well, looming government shutdown now with a 77% probability on the 31st. We'll have to see how that all works out. But guys, silver trying to $100.
Wow, yeah, coming right back. All right, guys, let me ask you this. If someone handed you $1.25 million to trade, would your process change or just your upside? That's the opportunity Funded Futures Network provides. They're a futures platform that gives traders access to large sim and live funded accounts every day. They've already paid millions to traders around the world with fast same-day and daily payouts. And now, evaluation accounts are 50% off, buy one, get one free, and no activation fees. You can find the link below or scan the QR code to check it out. Wow, man, they did not have eyes on silver, and I'm here sitting, being like, okay, waiting for the backside, I'm looking for the short. But guess what? We're below VWAP now, so any and everybody who was trying to get long the weekend, looking at SLV, looking at that 100 push, maybe in a little bit of trouble, as yeah, we're coming right back into 100. We see that 100 break candle with some of the most volume on the day. Let's go down to the 1 minute. It's probably in and around there on the 100 break, right there. So that's where that volume starts to really power in through the 100 break. But yeah, back below VWAP, 106.70 here on silver. Let's take a quick look on a higher time frame. We were talking about whether it holds trend or not. Let's go to, I think it was on the daily. We were looking at this one. The moving average way extended from it. Take a look at that beautiful top wick on the day. Joe, I know you like hammer candles, and that's definitely getting hammered right back in. So this will be one of the first days it's taken such an aggressive pullback. We only have an hour 45 minutes left in the trading day for us to see how this candle closes. You can see expanding volume as well, one of the highest volume bars as well on the daily I'm seeing here. So Joe, I'm asking myself, is this capitulation? We can see here already pulling back into the opening range lows, opening prices, and maybe potentially poised for a direct push of that pre-market low here at 98.10s on silver. So I know you were involved with this one in the morning session.
Yes, sir.
So what do you got to say? I know you get out of your position already.
Listen to this story. We'll run through it quick. So I was in the trend all day. OB, I went to mock my last 5%. I hit the wrong key and it flattens me out right at 1 o'clock. The peak of silver, and then sure enough, it decided to tank. Wow. But aside from my story, in which what happened today, silver was very interesting because something that we started to see on the options chain was an immense increase in implied volatility. So yesterday we closed around 80%, but we've seen that climb up to a high of around 177% today. So you don't typically see that in uptrends, right? Because there's not that much fear stepping into the underlying assets. But one thing that I wanted to compare this to, and I mentioned it before, was AMD. Remember back in 2024 when AMD peaked around $227, it had that final push higher and then eventually went in a multi-year downtrend. I'm not necessarily saying that's going to be the case here with silver, but it's giving me those vibes. The volume has increased and the implied volatility has drastically increased as well too. And in something that we typically seen, buyers step back in at some point throughout the intraday session. We have yet to see that here in the latter half of the day in SLV. So be cautious on what's going on. We're now trading south of that $100 mark, 99.35 on SLV. There's a massive gap that has to be filled on the SLV. Obviously, spot speed a little bit different, but keep an eye on this ETF, guys.
Guys, let's look at TSLA, the worst performing Mag 7 name on the day. They are reporting Wednesday, 28th after the. Make sure to catch that with us. And here's what we're expecting for their earnings. We're expecting revenue to come in at $24.8 billion on EPS of 45 pennies, and gross margins for their automotive division expected to come in at 14.8%. We already got their deliveries, which were below estimates, 480 418,000 and change below the 423,000 that we were expecting. Separately, Tesla manufacturing director Benjamin Bain Parts. This is being reported by Electric. He's Tesla's director of vehicle operations and engineering at the Fairmont facility. He left after more than 8 years to become a plant manager at a different company, according to his LinkedIn profile. So Tesla down 2 1/3.
All right, so Tesla, I did get in that silver as it is, headed straight to the downside. But Tesla, man, Tesla was distinctly different than the rest of its friends, the Meg 7, today, as it sold off pretty aggressively off of the open and then sustained below VWAP while the names like Google and Apple were running. We can see here that, Google and Apple, one of the strongest ones, Softy as well. Amazon didn't really do too much of sideways range. Tesla was the one that strong sellers breaking below some of prior week's levels and kind of reverting this crazy rip up that we had on the Austin news, right? This came in on Thursday, and then we were just like, okay, well, what's going on with Tesla? And then unmanned, unsupervised self-driving vehicles in Austin, Texas, and that's what caused this kind of run up here. But we're coming right back into some of those reference levels on the day today, consolidating sideways. So yeah, maybe a little bit of digestion, but all I'm seeing, Joe, is lower lows and lower highs here since we attempted to push the 500 mark. Yeah. So I do think, something to watch out for. Let's get that VWAP out of the way so we can see it much nicer here. But higher time frame going up to the weekly, you can see here that we are well within trend still. This can come all the way down into 380s or even into a push of like 375. Still have technically higher highs and higher lows on the much higher time frame. So
yeah, absolutely. So we'll keep Obi's chart up there because we're just doing a quick restart as we get the new platform installed over here. But as for Tesla, guys, I don't think this is anything different than what we've seen from before. We run into that $500 mark. That's going to be a key level. And even if you look at your options chain, you're going to see somewhat of a supply zone there. I don't even have to take a look. But in order for us to break through, we're going to need to see that absorbed. I think this is just day-to-day volatility in Tesla. It's only a matter of time. I think 2026 is going to be a massive year. Why? Because not only is the geofence starting to increase in Austin, he's going to start to get involved in only starting to see that as he heads into California as well, too. So I think Dan Ives, obviously a favorite of one of the analysts, our favorite of the show, he said 11 cities. That's what we want to see in 2026, is him being 11 major cities with full autonomy and full robo-taxi. And I think that's when we're really going to start to see Tesla's true potential. And if it's north of that, I think it's going to be fantastic because, as I mentioned, the geogrid is starting to expand in Austin. You don't have that the person beside you in these autonomous vehicles anymore in Austin. And once that expands into Las Vegas, you head into Arizona and those other warm climates, even Miami and Florida, I think Tesla is going to start to skyrocket and continue its climb higher because we know from a production standpoint, he has the ability to outpace Waymo, Google's Waymo, that is, guys.
On some headlines. Yeah, sorry, there's just Apple story here with Anthropic. We'll get to that one in a second. But CoreWeave is the one that's next on the list, up 8.5%. Multiple different headlines. The main one, though, NVIDIA. The monster investing $2 billion into CoreWeave in addition to the money they had already invested for 5-gigawatt AI factory expected to be built by the end of the decade. They say basically that they are very, very behind in the compute. They don't have enough compute to meet the needs. Secondly, D.A. Davidson upgrading CoreWeave to a buy from neutral. The price target moving up from 68 to 110. Also, Needham reiterating hold on CoreWeave, price target there. And then separately, Mizuho raising the price target from 92 to 100. Did he upgrade it there? No, they kept the neutral rating on the shares after the company. Their plans to build out that 5-gigawatt facility, guys. So CoreWeave off the high today, but still up 8.5.
Yeah, man. Silver is absolutely tanking here, man. I'm just watching. I got involved there. It's doing like 50 to 60 penny swipes here as we trade below that 100 mark. So crazy reversion happening here on silver, and a lot of people saying this might be it. But CoreWeave coming in. Let's focus on the rundown here. CoreWeave coming in with that pretty decent news, but no real follow through after the bid on the open. So maybe this just needs some more time. I did really like the long in the pre-market session as well as off of the open, and this was absolutely aggressive right off of the open. So just a simple opening drive, pre-market high break, 104s, and I think I remember hitting those 104s. I checked what my cross was. Here, Joe, 5 pennies. No way I'm getting it with a 5 penny cross on that 104 push, even though I'm like, okay, I'm pretty sure my history says that I tried to hit it at 103.80s because I saw the action coming in. I'm like, I want to be a part of taking out this 104. But even then, I blinked and I saw 104 halves on the ask. So no way I'm getting that fill with a 5 penny cross. But that aggression did not last very long. As we go down here to the 1 minute chart, you can see we start chopping this range through that 104. It's sellers really kind of, sellers meeting buyers, strong consolidation, very wicky. We were wiping about $1 to $2 each way within this consolidation, 105s up into 106s and then back down to 103s and some change. But eventually we did break out of this opening range high. 106s was the next trade. I think it was pretty solid as well. That goes up to 108.65s, and then it's just no more buying. The buying disappears. The sellers start to step in. It starts to step down, step down, step down, and then we reverted all the way back through 100. So I just showed this chart here of my trades. I did get involved a little bit too early, but I understood where I was. I was like, I know I sometimes do this when I miss the long, and then I'm like, well, the only next trade can be the short. Done that way too many times, but this time I'm just like, okay, I got to size accordingly. Let's be very light and give it some room. Let's see if it can actually get to 110s, and then as the right size does start to come in, I get in a little bit more here at the 108s, 106s. Below VWAP was nice, but gotta stick with shorting these pops here with the last entry into this pop at 103s. But eventually, I'm just like, all right, well, this is sideways consolidation. I have no idea what this is going to do. I'm looking for 100s, but once VWAP got below this 104, which was a little later, we got that flush down, and again, 104 area from the pre-market session and the intraday session here as well. I talked about this was over 45 minutes to an was it over? Yeah, about over 45 minutes of a consolidation on top of that 104. And look at what happens when that consolidation finally does break down. We go straight to 102s, 101s, and some change, and then start to step down as well. So great opportunity if you could pyramid into this and push it into, or sorry, take it into 100. And I think that was probably one of the better trades for sure this morning.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I like that short a lot that you had there, OB. It was a really, really nice move and way to hold through it as well, because there's a lengthy consolidation on CoreWeave. Aside from that, yeah, and then holding it through this break and getting a little bit of that secondary leg down, I think that was a solid one. Aside from that, I really like the business models. Business model. If we talk about IPOs and names holding up relatively well, I think CoreWeave has to fall into that. We do open up around $8. So you have to take that into consideration. And we climb to a high of around 187. So you are starting to see somewhat of a haircut here, considering we are starting to form those continuous those lower highs. If we break through that zone and continue to climb, and I know a lot of people are worried about the circular revenue between whether it be CoreWeave, NVDA, some of the chip names, and just the cloud, and just everyone kind of just being in bed with each other at the same time. I like what CoreWeave's got going on, renting out the cloud space. I think it's going to continue to be relatively decent, considering if we go back to that IPO date, you still have 141% return in CoreWeave. We'll climb up to where it was previous pivot high, 361%, but that was in the span of a couple of months. We have that gap up. Obi filled out on the short. It worked good for him, and it might continue to do so, fill that gap. But one thing to note, once this downtrend snaps, the ability to sit on top of 115, CoreWeave might start to go and test this previous pivot high. And I mean, that's almost a double away from here, so 90%. But I wouldn't put it past it. I think that this bull market has a couple more years to run, considering all CapEx and CapEx heavy, I think an individual player like Corby will be able to perform as well too.
Intel next on the list here, another really tough day for the chip maker, down 5 2/3. They announced a mixed shelf offering. So under this shelf offering, it's a registration update, not a new share offering. So it allows existing shareholders, including the U.S. government, to sell previously issued securities in the future. There are no new shares being issued and no new cash being raised by Intel, but it does introduce potential stock overhang if those holders choose to sell. So keep that in mind. Separately, Morgan Stanley boosting the price target on Intel today from 38 to 41. They do maintain that equal weight rating. The company reported, as we know, last week. The analysts here are saying, look, the outlook reflects meaningful supply constraints, which is problematic. As investors, the firm says supply constraints will not make Intel's customers feel better about the ability to consistently serve them in the foundry. Intel down 5 2/3.
This is a bit of a continuation from last week. We saw it push all the way up into 55s and do some decent volume as well. The bid broke the trend there as well. You can see we're looking on the daily chart right here, going into earnings, and wow, what a trend break there. The reversion is definitely coming in. We've reverted about 50%, maybe even more of this leg that we were having this bid from December 24th all the way into earnings was about 56%, man. 56 within 30 days on Intel. And of course, bigger picture, we've been gapping up and breaking out of this multi-year range here, multi-month, roughly almost 2 years, I'd say, from July of 2024 all the way to September of 25, breaking out of that range and then pushing a little bit higher, so stepping up. But last week, we saw that put into 50s. That was quite nice. And on the door for 50 about 3 days in a row. Here we go, and we got supply every single time. And it finally did trade as well, but that didn't last very long as earnings comes in. It slapped right below, right back below 50s. And we're seeing that continuation. Earnings day one was on Friday, pretty much all day selling, closing near the day's lows. Today, once again, all day selling so far. Let's see if we close in and around here near the lows once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Intel, I think this is what you expect to see, right? When you have Trump companies starting with the administration, the government taking a 10% stake, he's received billions of dollars in returns. Well, that's starting to get swiped away now, Sharif, in the past couple of days, considering Obi was talking about this. You're down 22%, so you can wipe that off of the books relatively quick. But I think that this is going to continue to climb a little bit higher. We had the upgrades. Sharif brought us that earlier. And then also from before, price target around $60. We got pretty close to that, $54 change, like $54.29, and then you get somewhat of a pullback. I didn't expect us to go parabolic, considering there's still some worries about this. But at the end of the day, Intel, I think they need to build their customer base, and then sure enough, they could be off to the races. But that's not the case right now. So I'm going to be cautious about what we got going on with Intel.
All right, guys, millions of concussions, 0 approved therapies. Orogenics, that's OGEN on the NYSE, is advancing a new standard with its brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Orogenics is positioned to drive what comes next. See what's ahead. Today.
Lines regarding Canada and the United States trade negotiations. The trade minister of Canada, Dominic LeBlanc, had a productive discussion with Trade Representative Jameson Greer. He's going to meet him in Washington in the next few weeks, according to the report, in that he stated explicitly that Canada is not seeking a free trade deal with China. Last on the list here BNAI, what I was involved with during the midday, but look at this explosive breakout at 4 o'clock on Friday. This from the closing print at 4 o'clock to the high in the aftermarket was up 316% today, trying to hold some of those gains. But the move is due to a Valio Technologies partnership. The deal is going to provide about $2 million in preferred equity investment, plus BNAI is going to receive 25% equity stake in the new South Africa entity, and 35% of software revenue shares under the perpetual agreement with the right of first refusal. That was the breakout. That was the story that the stock broke out with on Friday, continuing today up to 23%.
Yeah, BNAI was absolutely wild here, Sharif. I remember going into the end of the midday on Friday, and I was like, okay, it's up to 50. I'll take it off there, kind of flipping around. If you guys remember, I was trading the sim last week on Friday, just trying out some of these small caps because I don't really get involved with them too much. But was it very directional and was it very telling when the moves did come in and a squeeze continuation into the after hours, 82 highs. Talk about a crazy squeeze. And when that buying pressure is all done, we got that 52 breakdown as well as lower highs as well. So multiple opportunities to get involved on this one. On the front side of this sell-off, but on the right side here, look at that. When we get that consolidation breakout here, it's ripping right back up into this 52 area. So BNAI, I don't think this one is done just yet, Joe. Multi-day kind of a step-up push on this one again. Off all the way below $5 here, maybe even lower post-split. This was another one that was a split in the middle of December, and eventually they're stepping up. Not to mention squeezing up. Talk about a bit of a liquidity trap here. We've talked about these quite often, where you have that initial day with some strong volume, a failure to follow through lower on much lower volume, and then a stair step up, and eventually sometimes you get this a bit of a push here as well as, you know, shorts are running for the door very, very clearly on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. BNAI has been absolute a monster, and I like what Obi was talking about the past couple of days here. You can slowly start to see the volume increase, and I think that's really important to know. I got to drink a little bit of water there. Hydration, we're right back into things. No, in all seriousness, as well too. No Hall parameters there, brother, in the post market. Anyways, on Friday is when it made a monstrous move from $17 all the way to a high of around $80. That's 360%. All right, vodka always helps. No, there's no vodka in there, my friend. Vodka. Yeah, so, I mean, big-time move starting to recover here in brand engagement networks. Definitely Sharif's world, but interesting stuff. Going from $25 all the way to $51. I would love to pull up the options chain on this one for you guys. Clearly not at my desk. Otherwise, we would see the increase in implied volatility. It'll be an absolutely insane. Save man, woman, peace. Absolutely not. I do not whatsoever. To answer your question. All right. Hi, Joe. David. What's up, David, brother? Oh, I don't have a stream deck either. Guys, this SLV step down since 1 p.m. looks very calculated. Execution, trader unloading. Obi thinks about this. We were talking about this happening before in the likes of AMD and in NVIDIA back in March of 24, I believe it was. But look at this on the daily. Massive gap up. Insane. This is obviously not spot. This is the ETF. But you climb to a high of around 107, right where we roughly got out. But then now you've given up the majority of the move. But I think what's really, in my opinion, what is the most important signal of this is look at the volume really step in. I think at some point, I'm personally going to classify this as somewhat exhaustion, especially if you're up 50% already on the year. Now, this is one thing that I want to talk about as well, is that if it breaks through that previous 107 high, roughly high, I think there's going to be a little bit more room to go. But this volume print, the inverted hammer, the shooting star doji, whatever you would like to call it from a daily perspective, I think that's going to tell volumes on where we could potentially go here in SLV.
Yeah, for sure, man. I'm getting involved. I'm getting in and out on this one. Definitely right there in the chat. It's very methodic, and the selling is very, very structured and stepping down to the downside here. I'll get this chart out of the way because I am staring down my book, to be honest with you guys. Nothing really too crazy to see. Wow, there goes CoreWeave as well at the same time. So oh boy, on that one. So getting a little chopped up on these initial tries here. I don't even know where my entries and exits are. I'm just kind of trying to go with the flow as best as I can. You can see on the initial push, get into tries for 100 again. I get stopped out once, and then trying again once again with a little bit more, getting comfortable with the craziness that's happening here on this book here. But 99's holding. We're holding below 100 right now. Let's take a look at the. I'm just going to punch out of this one right now because I'm not going to keep eyes on it.
You're out of SLV?
But, for now, we'll see. Maybe we'll get more. Maybe I like the short, man. I like the short, but I didn't like my prices as we just chopping it around. This 100 mark could be a little finicky, right? Could be a little finicky. The day low currently coming in at 97 halves. Now we could just come right back in as well.
You're
right?
short at 99.18, no?
I was.
Oh, okay. I see where you're short.
So we're like fluctuating. This thing is doing like 25 to 50 penny swipes at times, and I don't want to get caught on the wrong side of that move. So scalp mode is very much on because I am chasing this move. I think VWAP was a great place to get involved. And that was in and around 102s. Again, wasn't really necessarily too much, but if we're going to chop around this 100, I'm going to do okay to kind of just be nimble and quick and just get with some of the pressure that I'm seeing here. And you can see, there you go, back above 99. So this is what I mean. The way it's swiping around, it gave me 60 pennies almost instantly, short of the 20s, dropped down into 50s. I even got a fill on 42s at the lows there as well. You know, 42 sometimes is the answer to the universe.
Oh, that's what I heard,
so
man.
I like to post up there sometimes as well. Yeah, 98 42s was a bit of a cover there, but just scalping some stuff out. Definitely getting a little bit bigger as I'm getting more comfortable with some of the action that's going on here. But core weave, man, that was the one for me. And just didn't have enough patience to let this one really pan out. But we'll see what we do with this 100 mark here. I wanted to go to silver futures here, Joe, and take a look at that as well. See if we're coming into
Futures go too high up there.
What do you mean? Like
because it's not the same as.
So yeah, 117.73 is what the silver futures went to. Okay, so this is what I wanted to know. Some prior structure here. You can see sideways consolidation for over 12 to 13 hours here. After a bid up, was that on Friday? Nice steady bid. Sunday we opened back up again, as the futures do, and then sideways consolidation on top of that 105 mark here on silver futures, and we're pulling back into this area. So I'll be patient. I'm more than willing to take scalps off of this one, and bit late to the trade. You can see here the reversion does come in much earlier. I like getting in on trend breaks, as you guys know. So on silver futures specifically, if we want to go in and draw a bit of a trend line here, you can see here consolidation, breakout. Where's the first pullback? Boom, right there, chops around 116s, 115s. I think this and kind of identify where that was as well. Right here, I talked about that range, and oh boy, did we break out of that range this morning. I was talking to the chat this morning. I was like, okay, silver in a bit of a range. I'm looking for this range break. Guess what? I didn't even have that trade. 145 pre-market level, pulls back in, holds, and we go for the push. And that was an amazing trade there as well. But I know you were definitely part of that one. You can see here very similar. So 105s back through here when that structure starts to break down. That's the trend break for me. I should be getting in and around 105s to 104s, and then maybe getting involved again 102s in and around VWAP. You can see how beautifully some of the structure is printed on this name. So missed trades. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking here at the same time. So let me know, were you guys involved in the silver long this morning? Were you involved in the silver short, the backside? I'm curious. We'll be right
here. Base 10 CEO and co-founder Tuhin Srivastava currently speaking here on CNBC. Now, in case if you remember or not remember, NVIDIA reportedly investing here in Base 10. The interview is kind of awkward to listen to. There's a lag, so they're talking over each other, Tuhin and the interviewer. But either way, they're discussing. ChatGPT's already come up. Some of these Chinese AI models have come up. If there is anything of note, I will let you know. But just be aware, potential Base 10 and NVIDIA here could be on watch as Base 10 CEO and co-founder is interviewed by CNBC. Back to you.
Yeah, Data 02. Come on, man. What's going on with it? All right, I think Meta drops after earnings. Bet me memberships versus push-ups. Are we going 1 for 1 on those? All day, my friend. We go. Well, I mean, I don't even know if I could do one right now, to be honest with you.
One-legged push-ups.
That would be hard. I can't even, like, you know what's crazy? So I try to tell my brain to lift my leg, but it's just not working, yeah. I say, like, lift, and I just keep telling myself, lift it, but I physically can't. It's insane.
But you said you're going to physio, and you're
physio.
Been
to physio a couple times so far. Do my exercises daily. And just slowly starting to apply a little bit pressure on that one. So but Meta, I think Meta climbs a little bit here on earnings, to be honest with you, Vizbot. Well, we'll get that going, but if you're willing to wait, if you're right, we'll go 1 for 1. So for every membership, or sure, I'll be generous. I'll go 2 to 1. So for every membership you donate, whoever's right, I'll do 2 push-ups, all right? Want to be a pal? Look at Quad U. Absolutely, Jay Stevenson. I am a pal anyway, so it doesn't even have my pal for my fellow Canadians who are aware of what that is. And did you get the email from the RCMP? Yes, torn ACL, playing hockey, timeless is correct, and I had the surgery. I did the injury way back in April. But then I just had the surgery literally a week and a bit ago, 2 Wednesdays ago. So, we're on the mend. 10%, a tenth of a percent every day seems to be that pace that we're on. Enough is enough. But Obi was talking about SLV. I mean, one little hot mistake. We only had 5% left at this point. That's why we held it from that 103 mark all the way up to 106 roughly. And then sure enough, we had that move to the downside. I was fortunate enough to make a hotkey error that got me out all the way up here. And then sure enough, we're starting to continue its move a little bit lower. At its peak, we were up 14%. Right? And we're now only up around 6%. And I shouldn't say only, but I think that's signs of a lot. And I would love to show you guys the options chain on the implied volatility. So can I still, not right now, Pops Mafia? Come on, brother. Thank you. Z's sent 5 memberships. I don't have the
Just gotta open the
stream
app
deck.
It'll be up.
It would be good? Okay,
there's exactly 12 Z's in that name.
12
I think
Z's.
If I counted correctly. So
okay.
Thank you very much.
Let's count that again. 1, 2, 3, 4.
For that super chat. Is that 12 or 13? Maybe I miscounted.
I think I got 13.
13. Okay.
I could be wrong though. Don't forget the boy. Slightly dyslexic. Z's. But that's all right. I think I could. Pops Mafia distance. I think I got him, to be honest. But anyways, aside from that, guys, SLV was definitely our best trade of the day. We can go over Applied Digital. We did get out. This is our last out here, so I was just switching over. So we only had 10 to 20% left at this out right here, but a nice little move in APLD. We get out 80% as it continued to climb higher, but now giving up the majority of its move, going from a positive 3% to down 1.7%. That's not too much fun now, is it? And continuing to move a little bit lower. We're gonna get this on another chart as well, so I can see some clearer prints. In like it did on this 1 minute candle, and then we hold this zone, you might be able to find an additional bounce play. But my other trade here was Netflix, and we took a small loss on this one, extremely small potatoes. We were trying to go short, but you see, get that squeeze, liquidates a lot of the shorts up here, including myself. I liquidated, but I just get out at the break, at the breach of the volume weighted average price, and then sure enough, it gets that flush a little bit lower. But aside from that, Netflix is only down a 1/5% here, OB. And I was saying, don't really engage in this. I'm not going to hold too heavy of a bias on this name until we have the ability to break trend. And bias, I more or less mean by long side. I don't think there's going to be too much extension until we have the ability to break and hold on Netflix.
Yeah, Flakes is a pretty interesting one. We were talking about it coming into those prior levels, 82s. It finally got to 80s on its earnings. A bit of a bounce here. So I haven't really checked out what's going on over the past couple of days, but what a great bounce off of prior levels here. 82s, if you look back on the weekly, this is where the strongest buyers were over the past, I would say, couple of years, right? I think so. Over the past, 2025. So the April bid, the presidential bid that came in, that was in April. There was strong buying there as well. And then, so early 25. And then coming into 24, in the end of 24 as well, strong buying once again. And the first test of this level here we get some buying. But you can see here on the weekly, man, these prior bars have not broken since about December 1st of last year, and we're continuing to sell off pretty methodically. Maybe we broke a little bit here. Yeah, I guess we did break a little bit here, but every single bar closing pretty much lower than the other, and weekly just a bloodshed on this one, all the way back down in a support level. Let's see if this support level finally holds, and this is where we might get our bounce back towards 90s or even 100s. But honestly, if we're gonna continue this aggressive selling, I do want to reference this multi-year trend. We've been trending here from 22 to 25. That's May of 22 roughly to June of 25. And then we start slowing down and breaking the bid, breaking the trend as well. And the reversion hasn't even reached 50% just yet, Joe. I usually like to look for about a 50% reversion, but we're in and around about, like, I'd say if I were to just eyeball it, getting close to that 25 to 30% reversion. Wow, here comes silver into the day low, so had to stick with that one there, Joe.
Yeah. I mean, savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. All right, yeah, so we went over our names. We went over Netflix. Obi was talking about that not too long ago, just now as well. I'm avoiding this for quite some time until that deal's done. I think that we're going to have the ability to have the weight lifted off its shoulders, and then we can start to climb a little bit higher, because I think what the catalog of Warner Brothers can bring to the show and what they can have in the pipeline is just going to add. Stranger Things is done. I know there's going to be a spin-off. Obi, were you a Stranger Things guy or?
No, not really.
No, okay, all right. I was a big Stranger. Obi, don't.
Yeah.
I'm still sitting.
I just had to check my position.
Who did I see at the top of the list?
Yeah,
there?
I had to check my position
come on,
there.
Pull it up there.
Wow. So again, we got to go dark mode, because come on, I like the dark mode here. But so far, I mean, everybody was talking some smack about that. No, here's a position. So I took it on paper on one of my.
What is this one?
So this is the BW. Babcock and Wilcox Enterprises. I was like, you definitely got to go along this one. I'm joking. I more liked the chart there, and that's pushing up into this range high.
Is this your only long?
This my only long.
Damn.
And yeah, I like the volume profile on this. I like how it's building up. I'm like, all right, cool. I do like this for a bit of a push into these prior levels. And that's coming in nicely. Still needs a lot more continuation. But if we do distinctly get past these levels, I think we got a lot of room to go as we continue. And yeah, that's increasing volume that's been piling in from 2024 and a lot of 2025 and increasing into the end of 25. Seems like this year might be interesting as well for BW. And I know a lot of people were talking about that Sidhu. Sidhu's pretty much flat. Is kind of chopping around. This could be my demise. This could just consolidate, and slap right up. And this has the room to wick all the way, at crazy prices. If we go back into any of these prior levels here, it's $8 as well. You can see that's coming in potentially, but consolidating sideways.
All right, bro. Bring that stock. Bring this thing up here. How come I need a link, Fabian? Send me the link to this thing here.
So
I'm board
right now.
This is crazy. So, how did Mateo weasel his way?
Yeah, I know. I saw Mateo on here, and I was like, okay, well, Mateo has that
crazy. Mateo,
we can see what they have. Right. We can see what each.
I want to see what Mateo's got going on.
So Mateo, let's see what Mateo's got. He's got Uber,
Amrise.
I knew AMRZ. Yeah, you got to talk to me about that one too.
Mateo, you guys obviously, I don't know if you guys ever seen Mateo. Solid dude. Played hockey with me for a short stint. Mateo. Anyways, in the lunchroom, Mateo would be like, yo, check out Amrise, solid dude. We love Mateo. Go down there, okay? So, can you see the percentage return on each one of your positions?
On mine? Yeah. So we got 14.23% on Circle. You're up 20% on the long, which is BW, and then 6% down on the SID.
You're short Circle.
Short Circle.
And you're up 14%.
Yeah. telling you, man, a lot of people don't like swing shorts, and it's just like,
How are you? But how are you only up 9.3% on the rankings?
on the total, probably because of the Sidhu. I don't know.
Well, the math isn't mathing there, my boy.
Yeah, I don't know.
That math isn't mathing. Like
this
if
math. I think it's
4
9%.
minus 28.
No, it's 9% on the 10K. I think this right here. So on the total.
Oh, okay,
So
okay,
that's what it is.
I'm running a negative percentage metric right now, 2.3.
I mean, we still have.
We have a lot of time. Yeah, we got a lot of time.
January.
I told
anything can happen.
I messaged Sharif and I'm like, you know what? I believe I'm in the most dangerous position right now. 7th place, lucky number 7.
What were your picks?
Let's go over my picks.
CrowdStrike, JPM, and Walmart. Let's see how those are doing here.
Walmart might be a dud. Walmart might be might do me a little bit dirty, but I'm not worried about CrowdStrike. I got in at Walmart on a horrible time, like right after the gap up, and I'm like, man, what is this nonsense? So
Yeah, no, I mean, here's the thing, man. Walmart. So when I was going through the stocks for our picks,
yeah,
I was like, okay, we're like a year-long swing. Yeah, I don't want to look at dailies. I don't want to look at weeklies.
This guy want to look at monthly.
I want to look straight up at a 3-month chart.
That's crazy, man.
I'm looking at a 3-month chart. Let's break the year up into some quarters, right? So I'm just like, okay, we'll look into 3, or not necessarily quarters.
Let's go through a lot of these analyst picks. So we know Mateo has AmRise, right? Can we go back to our thing? Is that AmRise Limited?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a monthly, right? And then he has Uber. I know he's been talking about that. And Alibaba.
Uber looks pretty solid here.
It's pretty good on a 3-month though, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because I'm like, for a swing, what? Just like how it's a lot of daily and the weeklies are considered noise. If I'm looking for anything that I'm looking to hold for a long time,
you're avoiding that.
I don't need any of that noise if I'm looking for the build up on a higher time frame. So 3 months, I think, is a good.
How's my boy CrowdStrike looking up there?
Yeah, CrowdStrike looks great, man. Very strong uptrend. You can see the range of some of these bars, right? Each bar can have quite a wide range.
Yeah.
So even though it is very much,
I think we get some buying pressure. Can we
maybe down here?
Can we get this to a monthly maybe? Let's get this down.
1 month?
Yeah, 1 month.
Yeah, we'll go to the 1 month.
See what we got going. Oh, that's dangerous. Yeah, watch out for CrowdStrike.
Oh, look at that. Boom, right there. We're holding this really well for now. So solid picks by everybody.
Go through there, Joe. Who's in last place here?
Let's go to last place. Neil is at last place. So let's see. AVAV I think he only had longs as well. CRSP and FCX. So we can take a look at those
falling down the ranks. He was 8th last time I checked. I've been holding 7 steady. That was last week when I seen it.
It's good balance.
Chat. Yeah. Chat. I'm holding.
Let's see what the chat is.
I might. Yeah. You know what? CrowdStrike, JP Morgan, Walmart. I'm pretty balanced out there, man.
I think you just need more time. That's all.
More time, especially with CrowdStrike. Insane. Sharif starting to climb.
Market Lab, because I think right after RKLB, RKLB has been catching a pretty solid. Wow, look at this one. Oh my God, this one is straight. I mean, with the expanding volume as well. Ramin, come on, you got to tell us about some of these names because I'm not even looking at Rocket Lab and Sharif. Yeah, number 4th with. Thermo Fisher and North.
We need a big year out of Sharif because he finished our boy finished dead last.
Yeah.
Last year with a staggering. I think it was like a 3% return.
I think this year is going to be different.
You think with Thermo Fisher and Northrop Grumman, and then who else? He has Broadcom as well too. So
the only trader with all 3 greens right now coming in at 2nd place. With that circle as well.
Wow.
Sorry, not Oracle or right there coming in. Wow. So you look at this one, right? That one's really like that looks like capitulation right there to me. But we'll see how Oracle pans out.
Does Adara have 2 shorts or just one? Starbucks. I like the Boeing play from Adara.
I like Boeing as well. That one beat down pretty aggressively last year.
Starbucks is purely technical, and I've said this, I do not love what Brian Nicholas is doing with all those Sharpies, but I do like the technicals, and I think now that he's stopped buying Sharpies, maybe the business can be fixed.
if it's coming down to Sharpies, we might be in a little bit of trouble. But in all seriousness, Adair, I like how they're slowly starting to close locations that aren't as busy. We talked about that. You have locations closing around you. So I think that's really, really massive and going to help increase margins. Obviously, employees being some of the largest and paying for the rental and the brick and mortar, especially in places like here in Toronto and stuff like that.
A lot of them closing down, man.
So Starbucks, I think that can be really good for the top and their bottom line for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I think let's go through a couple more here. Boeing, that's the one I wanted to see here. So Boeing, that one was beaten down quite heavily coming into, I guess, 2020 was that selling, but even a good chunk of 24, we saw that not really kind of recovering. But this consolidation is quite nice, and I think it was it Berkshire that got into Boeing earlier last year. I forget who it was, but or that might have been Berkshire Hathaway maybe, or that was UNH that I'm thinking of. I think they bought UNH. This was another one of my potential picks here, but I'm like, I'm not gonna buy something that very clearly as of right now looks like it's on the backside of the move where it kind of broke this 430. This was a multi-year consolidation low, and we broke it on with volume. So that's definitely going to be some headwind all the way up here at 420s, 423s as well for UNH. But yeah, a little bit of a bounce happening, consolidation. I don't know if this is really capitulation, but we'll see. 300 that long. Anybody? I know a few people who got long 250s to 300s. Anybody who got that? They're sitting very pretty right now on this push on UNH. But let's get back to the market, man. Like, where is the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. We're coming on to Power Hour now, Joe. So I want to kind of go back and take a look at some of the stocks that I had on watch this morning on my watch list. Now, you know, I usually like to do the 8 split here. So you know what? I'll just pull that in, and we can look at it from here at the same time. So you guys can see this right here. So USAR push into day lows there, and coming in with dominant. Silver, wow, what a reversion, and a long as well. App loving the bid off of the open. That had a bit of a catalyst this morning. So that one caught a bid all the way up to 558. IONQ, another one that was not only strong in the blue ocean session, but also strong in the market. That's selling off pretty aggressively. CRML, strong selling off of the open as well. I guess I have loving it twice. And BTGO, that was that IPO from last week. And that was honestly just looking for a continuation. So that one was a big one for me, where I'm just like, I've seen this before on other IPOs where day 3 we just get slapped or continue to get slapped. And BTGO today, if you like the continuation, go straight down to a 1 minute. Not too much volume here. Okay, this is not going to show me all the information. Okay, that's fine. Don't sell off today once again as BTGO hits that 1288. So today is it should be day 2 or day 3. Today is day 3 of BTGO. So we had that sell off all the way from 20s. That 20 breakdown on day 1, that was quite nice as well. Yeah, this is not showing me the data. It's the funny thing that TradingView is doing now is like if you don't actually pay for some of the data, they kind of they don't give you all of the information specifically on IPOs.
Oh, really? Eh?
Yeah. Wow, so I'm noticing that distinct difference with these guys, and I'm like, that's no good.
It is a no good. Yeah, we don't want that. We're involved in a little bit of Applied Digital. I mean, I punched on this one, and I was instantly like 15 cents OTM on this. So we'll see. We're only going to hold this to the low of the day. We're trying to catch a falling, but I have half the size in which my first position was, so I have no issues with getting a little bit involved here. For as long as I can, but we also want to stick to our risk measures. There was a hammer candle right off of the lows on some volume, so I'm going to look for this to hold. A post up would have been better than just punching, considering this still has like a 2-cent spread with 41 million shares traded here on the day. So we'll sit in this Applied Digital. Let's see if we can get an additional bounce here. I mean, ever since we got out, even before that, it's been continuous selling. So we're going to keep an eye out on Applied Digital just in case there's any form of a bounce. Once again, we had that all-time high touch earlier today, and then we gave up the majority of that and headed right back into the middle of the zone. You can see it on the daily over here, guys, as Applied Digital down 3.8%, might even head a little bit lower. All right, now 36.27, we'll take that one on Applied Digital. That is going to be forming on the ask. Silver, so you how many trades, how many tickers have you traded today? I've only traded 3 today, OB. The honcho of them all, and then we had 2 on Applied Digital, and then on 1 short on Netflix. And I'm glad that we avoided that one because it's really tricky. And that's been my game plan as of late. Is just I don't think that the NVDAs and some of the other names are necessarily in play right now, and I think the daily can speak volumes on that as well too. Considering I was talking about this not too long ago, it's just look at the daily on NVIDIA, whatever you like to call it. It's just not pretty. I am swinging a little bit of this too. I bought it on Friday, but if we break 185s, I'm gonna get all out of this thing because we've been consolidating since August. So a whole lot of nothing, a big time whipsaw move right here. And what I was gonna mention before we send it off to Obi, and what I want to see here in NVDA that would get me really intrigued and want to add more even a liquidity grab south of these support levels. Are we going to get that? I don't know. But if we do, I think that's going to be a good buying opportunity here in NVDA.
As traders, whether you trade U.S. stocks, options, or futures, at some point, each of us has felt blindsided. Suddenly, a stock you're trading moves sharply, and you're left guessing why. And it's not your fault. Often, large funds have quietly built huge positions in the options market well before the name you're trading reacts. To gain an edge in today's markets, Spot Gamma's daily Flow Patrol report reveals where big money is positioned, so you can identify stocks building momentum ahead of major price moves. Get 2 free weeks of Spot Gamma's Flow Patrol, scan the QR code on the screen, and go behind the curtain to see what the professionals see. What's up, Adara?
Take a look here at LKQ Corporation. This company obviously had a bit of it was resumed. The halt was for news because the company announced they're going to be doing a strategic review process, potentially, I guess, for going private. Now we have Roth coming out here with a takeover note saying that they believe LKQ could be worth low to mid $50 per share in a potential takeover. Right now, stock trading around $34.50. So that low to mid $50 a share price would be a significant premium here for LKQ. Back to you.
Just come to my attention that BNAI is halted, and I think Jay Cornish in the chat mentioning that as well. So BNAI continues to give us crazy moves. We talked about this one a little bit in the on the rundown here, back all the way up to 63s, man. I thought this thing was done down in the 30s. We got to a low of 26s, 8 to 26. This thing might just consolidate and fall through, price squeezed out here. But nope, proven wrong once again. Their consolidation breakout through that 37, 38 level, stepping up onto 50, and now stepping up, halted down currently, apparently. Let's take a quick check. Yeah, that is definitely halted down as of right now. 54.31s is where it's halted, and yeah, that's pretty solid. How many people in the chat were trading NAI today? Let's talk about this one. Straight fader continues to sell off. Yeah, seller very today, over two times relative volume on this one, and pretty steady volume as well. You can see here some strong bars in the beginning of the day. Sure, we stepped down a little bit. Sustained volume here as we continue to sell. Look at these bars on the 15, man. Clean push. We have not broken anything since this bar here at about 12 o'clock. That price lapped up against VWAP, not even close, way extended below, and breaking down some prior week lows at the same time on IONQ. RGTI here as well. Let's take a look at some of the ones in this sector. Yeah, look at that. Too. Beautiful. Same kind of story here. Selling off. Maybe some. Check out the not SBR, SMR. Check out the small nuclear reactors. Maybe kind of similar sector there. Okay, pulling back down as well. Strong sellers on board on this one at the same time. Circle, that was the one, and I did call out that 69 level. That is the opening price for Circle, and I did, when I pulled it up earlier, I was like, okay, well, we're coming into that level, so turbulence definitely expected on this one. Don't know if we're gonna make a full circle back up to its highs here, all the way maybe up into hundreds, or yeah, the 91 highs, structure highs from the past couple of months, but 69 is that opening price. If we go down to the weekly, if we go up to the weekly, you can see here that the opening price was right there. We're consolidating onto that. Maybe we're getting that, you know, some people like to call this bouncy ball, so higher time, much higher time frame, bouncy ball into some of these lows, maybe looking for that crack down as well. And that's kind of what gave me conviction for this as one of my picks as well, because it has bled out quite decently, and I know a few players are definitely, I don't know if they're still short, but they definitely took the short, 280s, 260s, 250s, and then 200s as well for the swing short. So I know I'm you know, really maybe not even catching the meat of the move, maybe
so
catching the bread
let me
of the
ask you about this then, considering your short circle.
Yeah.
How do you feel about stable coins?
I mean, I think that, you mean like Bitcoin and...
No, stable coins, so like, US backed essentially.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I think those might be a little bit more linked to the Dixie than anything, to the dollar.
Yeah.
Than anything, but I'm not really too familiar with with that.
Well, because like Circle is the largest holder of USDT.
Yeah, no,
not, right?
Tether. So, they hold some Tether, but I think that again, we talked about oversubscription, right? This thing was, I forget exactly how oversubscribed this was on the IPO, but it was like multiples. I think it might have been like a few 100% oversubscribed off of the IPO. Correct me if anybody knows what the specific oversubscription was, but the underwriting price was $33. So the underwriters, the banks that actually did some of this IPO, their price, if they're going to defend any price, is down at 33. Right? And we opened up at 69.
Yeah,
and then we squeezed or kind of pushed all the way to
price of it right now? Sorry, I forget what was the price.
We're coming into $71.
Oh, so there's some room to...
There's a lot of room.
Yeah,
we break all-time lows at 64.
Wow.
We got about 50% more to go. Right?
Yeah.
Down to that price. So if you think that fair value is the underwriter's price where they valued this thing, the only reason why I opened up at 69 was because of the crazy oversubscription that it had.
So Electric Passion says the whole stablecoin buying treasuries and debt is so bent. Now, I'm going to say this one thing. Obviously, domestically, there's no issue. But when you're starting to try to move money and large amounts of money across the globe and globally, I think that's when they really can come into play. And that's when you're going to start to see the efficiency in a lot of companies, right? Just considering all the transaction fees that it may cost to just move money. Like, it's not that easy. If I wanted to send money to Jamaica right now, I'd have to go to Western Union and go through that whole process. And I'm not saying that, like, hey, you do need people to have stablecoin or a stablecoin wallet, but once you have that really integrated into day-to-day, like here in Canada, we have e-transfer. In the States, you have your Venmo, you have your Zells, you have your Cash Apps and everything. And once that's kind of all integrated and put into one, I think that's when they're really going to start to shine. And it's important to know that in order to move forward and not stay in, like, in my opinion, the dinosaur age of transferring money across the world without it necessarily being a cryptocurrency is when stable coins are really going to start to come into play.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're looking to come into that world, but I think at the same time, some of the scare right now is with the way that AI is kind of exponentially growing.
Dude,
quantum computing can become a thing.
It is a thing.
If quantum computing really does become a thing, then like Bitcoin, bye-bye. All of these technology is kind of rendered obsolete. It might take some time to rebuild some of the cryptocurrencies in a way where you can kind of be what do you call resistant to some of that quantum. Can
I say something, Obi?
Yeah, what's up?
Listen, like, I think you and I, we're the same age, obviously. We grew up in an age where, like, the social media platforms and stuff like that with YouTube really started to emerge in Facebook. But with this AI boom, I'm telling you right now, for myself, with someone who grew up around computers and video games and all that stuff, I'm actually having a hard time, like, looking at and understanding what's real and what's fake. That line is officially blurred for me.
It's starting to blur.
It's really starting to blur, right? And I'm like, what's gonna happen down the lines? Like, I don't know what you guys think about this. Like, my grandma's like, be careful. And I'm like, I listen to her, obviously. Yeah. But for me to be like, yes, be careful, because I'm even someone who, like, a couple of months ago, you could distinctly tell, like, hey, this was fake, this was real. But that line is, like, it feels like every passing week and every passing day, that line is getting blurrier and blurrier. So I don't know how you feel about that or how you guys feel like it. It's really tough to distinguish what is real and what's fake in some things now. Yeah. All right, guys. Here is a medical device company to keep an eye on. Enview, medical ticker FEED. The company designs and markets a guided feeding tube platform to hospitals across the U.S. today. The majority of hospitals do this procedure blindly, leading to unavoidable injuries from misplacements. Think of the platform as GPS for feeding tube placement, which can improve patient safety and streamline how care teams work. What stands out to me is the growing appetite for this platform throughout the U.S. hospitals and how their tech fits right into clinical needs. Today, they are already in 38 hospitals. As hospitals push for safer, more efficient solutions, Enview looks like a company building scalable technology with real-world demand behind it. Definitely one to watch. Yeah, I'm curious. Obi, I know what you. I'm curious what you think, and also to the chat as well too. Joe's still in hospital out there. Yeah, exactly, Las Police. This may not even be me. You don't even know. I could be just like put on the screen or something along those lines. But I think that the line is really starting to get blurred, and I think it's going to continue to be that way to the point where we can't even distinguish what's real and what isn't.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. That distinction is getting harder and harder for sure. And sometimes you can tell. That this is very much AI. Like, if you look at the movements, there's something off about it. There's like the physics are kind of slightly off here with the movements of whatever's going on the screen. But certain things they're just so real. It's just like, okay, it's very easy where there's not a lot of movement and there's just like maybe just like camera movement instead of like character movement. Yeah, it's definitely difficult to tell, and it's only going to get better.
Exactly.
Right? And the crazy thing here as well, Joe, is just like I think like 3D animators, like their jobs are very much at stake as well. I mean, alongside everybody else's, sure, but you can see some of these like memes that are coming out of in 3D animated. They look exactly like it's a Disney movie. And it's been made all by AI. And think about it. And Disney has also made that deal recently
I see a lot of those.
I think did they make a deal with OpenAI? I think that's what it was. Correct me if I'm wrong, but regardless, Disney's getting into that as well because they understand the value, right? They understand the value. They're just like, now we might just need good story writing, and even then, some of the AIs might be able to study all of human history and be like, yeah, these are the stories that people like, so we're going to come up with this as well. A lot of people were like, oh, AI is never going to be creative.
No.
I mean, when you give it a base of pretty much a lot of what we've made over the past, let's say, even 100 years. Yeah. Like, there's creativity in that, and it can learn and evolve from that as well.
Dude, you see some of the robotics now, like they're learning how to change each other's batteries and plug each other in. Exactly. So they charge at night. I mean, it's like the direction. You and I will be long gone. I say this quite often, but when this stuff really starts to evolve, have you ever seen the movie The Creator?
Creator? No.
Oh, dude, you gotta watch The Creator. It is sick, man. It's really sick. It's a newer one as well, too. David, that's hot.
2023.
Yeah.
No, I have not.
Oh, dude, you gotta watch this, man. It's all about AI and stuff like that. It's a pretty good movie. Really enjoyed that, says Trader.
I mean, hey, Pinocchio did it first.
What do you do?
Be real.
What do you do?
We're talking about like having like a living, moving, like a mannequin or a puppet or whatever.
Yeah, man, that's only
that can kind of think
or
for itself. But we might be in a lot of trouble. We got to figure some
It'd
stuff
be a good
out.
thing. I watched, in my time laying down, I watched an AI documentary. There's obviously two sides to the coin, Obi. It can really help countries become more efficient, and you can really build ecosystems, multi-tier transportation, how to build like a prime ecosystem in a major metropolitan like Toronto, where you have the cleanest of airs, but then you can have the other side of things where everybody's saying Skynet and all of that stuff. So
I'm excited, man. I'm excited for the future.
Yeah.
Because there will be pain, there will be struggle,
Yeah,
there will
absolutely.
adaptation is definitely going to happen. But at the same time, I do trust the human species because that's what we've been doing for millennia.
Yeah.
We kind of we react, adapt, act. I don't know how the saying goes, but. Shout out to The Office. So we're definitely pretty decent at that over time, and I'm sure we'll figure out a way to coexist. And think about it, we'll have a lot more time on our hands.
Yeah. I mean,
so then we can get into conversations like UBI and stuff like that. Because if everyone's out of a job, then how do you really navigate that terrain and make sure everyone's kind of
But that's what I was looking for. Someone in the chat said. Someone said, AI can't take your job if you don't have one. so I found that funny. I mean, appreciate that, Erie Pages. So yeah, AI can't take your job. Guys, we're just sitting in APLD. You see us in this position. It's not doing too much. I think at this point, we're just going to break down. So yeah, once we do crack that the support level, sorry, just massaging my leg a little bit. 36.10s. We're gonna hop out of this one. We'll give it 20 cents or so. I think that's gonna be a good area and a good inflection point to say, hey, we're gonna either break down or continue to maybe get somewhat of a rebound here. It'll be down 1.4%, 1.5% here on APLD.
Yeah, I'm watching this Tesla at the same time here. Let me pull up the chart. Tesla's also catching a bit of a strong sell into the close. So I don't know what's going on over here, but we saw more of the same in the morning session. Tesla distinctly different from the rest of its peers in the Mag 7 and selling off pretty aggressively while the rest were catching a bit of a bid here. But you can see the market is pretty strong on the day, up about 0.5% roughly. I don't know if you want to consider that strong, but holding its gains from the morning session going into the last hour with only roughly about 40 minutes and some change left until the bell. The market is holding up quite well, but Tesla coming into the close, coming into 435s, the day lows is what I'm seeing here. So we did break down of this low here at 436s and some change, and pushing a little bit lower as of right now with the day low of 434.75. So maybe something spicy on the close with this one, but I'm not really seeing anything else too crazy here. Let's see, invest in. Okay, so we'll be right back from Madeira, but you guys leave it in the chat. What are you guys trading? Do you guys see anything that might be in play going into the close as well?
Speaking of things that could be in play that people might be trading, you know what? Something that people will often be trading, earnings names. And tomorrow we have a doozy before the bell. UNH, UPS, GM, Northrop Grumman, RTX, JetBlue, American Airlines, Boeing, NextEra Energy, and UNP all reporting earnings. So tons of pre-market earnings for tomorrow. And if you want to know what's reporting when and what the implied moves are going to be, this infographic was just posted on X at TTV Research. You can find more information there. I also want to mention, I have some fun earnings previews for at least 3 of the names reporting before the bell. There's also a combined defense earnings preview that'll include Northrop Grumman and RTX. So between those, we've got like half the earnings tomorrow covered. Either way, here is the very well-dressed CEO of United Parcel Service, or UPS, and we'll get a little bit of a look here at that earnings preview. They did beat estimates for EPS and revenue last quarter, though domestic revenue did decline year over year. Again, UNH, there's going to be an implied earnings preview out pretty soon. And then BA, Boeing, it's already out. So again, exit to TV Research, over to Obi now.
Yes, biotechnology, that's PDSB on the NASDAQ, is transforming how the immune system fights cancer, with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. The head and neck cancer that's HPV-16 positive, they're projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the United States, in a few years. Learn more at pdsbiotech.com. All right, thank you very much, Dara, for that. Yeah, no, definitely earnings will be on watch. This is a very, very hot week, and we got the Fed coming in as well. I think they usually do on Thursday. I gotta make sure when that is specifically.
Fed Wednesday.
Fed on Thursday, but
Thursday or Wednesday.
I'll be looking forward to some of these earnings names. Maybe that's what the market is doing. Market's just like chilling, waiting for some of these earnings reports to make a bit of a move here. We'll be right back from Madera.
Keep an eye here on BAH. This is Booz Allen Hamilton. You may have I mentioned this one around probably this time of day. Sean mentioned it as well, I believe. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent confirming that the Treasury has canceled department. In addition to being a day 2 earnings play, did drop on this news. Now, here's basically what happened. I guess the Treasury Department noticed that between 2018 and 2020, a Booz Allen Hamilton employee by the name of Charles Edward Littlejohn, quote, stole and leaked the confidential tax returns and return information of hundreds of thousands of taxpayers. So with that in mind, I mean, this individual is currently serving a prison sentence, but either way, the Treasury Department canceled this this contract. But it's interesting here, too. I bring this up now because BAH just responded. Booz Allen saying, quote, when the criminal conduct occurred over 5 years ago, it was on government systems, not Booz Allen systems. Booz Allen stores no taxpayer data on its system. So even though it was an employee who did this breach, Booz Allen saying essentially they were not in fault because it wasn't on their systems. Either way, that's being reported by Fox Business. Interesting response here for BAH. I guess this is going to go in day 3 earnings play tomorrow, guys. Back to you.
I heard Lil Jon. Yeah. Okay, so something that kind of was not necessarily on my radar, but eventually, sometime during the day, it did come on my radar, was Zoom Communications. Kind of a funny story on this one. I don't know if you've heard what's going on here, but apparently they were one of an early investor. I don't know angel investor specifically, but early investor in Anthropic, which is maybe potentially due to IPO this year. And that news has been kind of spreading around, and we're getting multiples of relative volume here, 3 to 4 times, increasing up to 6 to 7 times coming into the end of the day. I had this one on watch because I was like, where are you running? Why are you running? And for a potential reversion, but guess what? That reversion still hasn't come in. No strong reasons to sell. Maybe you can get in. Yeah, I looked at this and I was like, yeah, maybe potentially on this trend break. Yeah, it gave you a bit of a scalp, but nothing really convincing. Sure, it gave you a 1.5% or a 1.5% of a pullback, but not even into VWAP. Nothing crazy on the crack of that trend. Holding sideways here on Zoom Communication. So I have been stalking this one all day, waiting to pick up a potential call for the short, but that call still has not come in just yet. So let's see what this one has been up to on a higher time frame. At the same time, this might be a little bit of a multi-day play here as we push past this consolidation. So, oh man, look at this. This is is this multi-year? Yeah, this is about 406 days and about 59 bars on the weekly, roughly in and around there. Breaking out of this consolidation is Zoom. Now, if you guys were around during COVID, Zoom was, the talk of the town. Zoom was absolutely crazy, parabolic move. Another name that was an absolutely beautiful swing short as well, like a lot of the names. Been stepping down, 588 all-time highs, but you can see this. Is this a rounded bottom? Maybe. We got back into the area where buyers were before, all the way in 19, maybe for different reasons, but bid potentially coming back in and stepping up and breaking some highs on the day today. So I'll be watching this one. Let's see if this one can potentially come into 100 over the next couple of days, but I don't really know. Do you use Zoom at all? No. I remember there was a time where I was using it more frequently. A lot of people moved from Skype to Zoom. Whatever happened to Skype, I don't even remember. I think Meta owns it or something like that. I don't remember. Yeah. But yeah, Zoom did take over, and they did extremely well. Especially and then people started using Teams. People started using different things. Got sold off aggressively.
Yeah, Brian Thompson asked if it will go back to 500. I don't think so. I mean, DocuSign is another one of those names. I think that DocuSign has we'll pull it up right now. So Let's pull up Docu. I mean, I don't know. I think this should be more adopted, to be honest with you. I like DocuSign, but the chance of it going back to its COVID levels, I mean, you may as well just buy a lottery ticket at that point. And you have higher probability, I think, of it going back up there. Anything can happen. But this thing was, oh, okay, it just gets even worse the more you zoom out here. $311, yeah, all the way down to $51, 83%. Yeah, but I don't think that's going to happen. Put a ring on it. What does that mean? What does that mean, Obi? Do you know what put a ring on it means? No problem.
Yeah, married to a position. I think that's what
yeah, mean. Is that what he means? Oh, to DocuSign? No, I think I'll be okay on that one, David. I'll put a ring on. If I was going to put a ring on any position, what is it going to be? That's a great. Okay, what is it? To put a ring on any position, any one name.
I mean, you had some pretty solid picks that are in uptrends.
Yeah, you know what? I think it would. I like that you mentioned that, Obi. I think it would have to be JPM.
Oh yeah.
Just married to the money game at that one point, and then just nice and steady upcline. So just consistency in the banking name, and I think that's what people want as married stock.
David's saying just get a solid prenuptial. You know.
Yeah.
You get married, but get a prenup.
The prenup would be
position.
The prenup would be just like a boatload of puts or writing calls and stuff.
Gotta get a hedge on it.
Write a bunch of calls against it if it was deciding to tank ever and get those that options wheel going. But yeah, JPM I think is something that I would most.
We're gonna start trading options soon. I don't know.
I know. I've seen that, man. Did you
first quarter?
Yeah, I heard that.
On its way.
It's on some names though.
So Mag 7's for sure, right? Mag 7 SPY for sure.
Did you see? Remember, I typed. Look at this on iBid. If we can pull up my, if we could pull up my screen there, Assassino. So what I'm showing you, I don't know if you can zoom in over here. So this is going to be the start. Can you zoom in this corner here, Assassino? I don't know if you can. Oh no, why'd I do that? I'll try it one more time. Sorry.
Right there, yeah.
Oh,
there's a drop down there.
Hold on, IBIT there. Yeah, boom, there it is. There, boom. Look at that. These are the contracts, guys. Some good stuff over there. Let's see the expiration cycle. These are all the 23rd. Doesn't make any sense. What is today, 25th? But anyways, yeah. So last week I get there, and then each increase price is 750, 50, 49. 49, 50, 50, 50. So I told Obi, one thing that I'm going to do consistently is just going over to the SPY on the Amex and then just buying it out of the money call for like $10 or so on 0 obviously. And then if it happens to a quadruple X or anything, if not worst case scenario, you just lose $10. So you just buy that contract. And if you happen to catch a nice trend day out of the gate on the SPY or the Qs, then you can walk out with a pretty half-decent day.
I think it's going to be solid, man. I think even then, like, we can start, like, getting more, I guess, creative with some of our trading strategies as well. Yeah. Maybe taking a position and an idea using both options and shares at the same time. Some of those potential strategies and maybe.
I wonder what I wonder what the parameters on writing options.
I think we have that. I don't think we're gonna have any sort of writing. Outright buying calls or puts. Because like, you know, the downside is you have a fixed on purchasing calls and puts, but on writing them, it's a little bit up in the air.
Definitely a different game, that's for
sure. From a risk management perspective, from the firm, I think it's a step in the right direction, and I think maybe certain traders can exhibit trust and profitability and over time, then maybe they'll be allowed to trade. But that's just my hope. I don't know if that's going to happen.
What does that mean, Leanne? What's the best way to find 10-20 options? What does that mean? I don't know. Like the 10th month, like October 20th options. I don't know what you necessarily by that. So, yeah, I think it's going to be great. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm surprised. Like, did you see it on any other names there, Obi? Like IBIT, why does the name pop up on IBIT. Does it come up on ETHA? No. There's just so many different. There's just so many different obviously exchanges that this is on. So I don't know why it just does it for IBIT. I remember I was typing it in one time, and then that's when we seen the options. So they're going to be looking to get a look at that. And I wonder if there's going to be a drop-down chain a little bit more detailed than this, where we can get involved with the Greeks and stuff. You know how we have the imbalance locator? Imagine you could just pull up the chain like that. I wonder if that's how it's going to work. I think that'd be pretty cool, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I have no idea. Like I said, I'm very excited for that as well. And again, it's going to open up the world to a whole different set of strategies that we can run. Certain biases coming into the day for specific stocks, increasing maybe risk for the day, maybe leveraging on the bias that you have. So there's so many different things that I'm very much excited for. Easy peasy. 369 in the chat. Thank you very much for the super chat. 2.2% NY Res State
I have no
negative
idea.
day of the year. Sean and Neil's fault. JK. Okay, so you're I guess you're down 0.2% on the day. Of his earning. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. You're sending a 0.2% of what you made today as a super chat. So thank you very much.
So
hey man,
do the math?
You don't have to win big every single day.
$200.
Yeah,
Nice.
You don't have to win big every single day. So congrats. Being green. Again, the market had very few places where you could really leverage and get aggressive on the day today. I know a lot of traders were looking at SLV, and that was one of the places that you could have gone pretty aggressive and leveraged as well on the long. And we saw that Joe had the long in the morning. I tried to take a bit of the short, but you had to be involved much higher, right? 105s, 102s was a great place to push in to silver. But yeah, silver absolutely beautiful in terms of opportunity and the move that it gave on the day today. I still have to keep eyes on it. Yeah, sideways action here. So I'm glad I got out of this one there as, wow, that daily
On
chart,
SL,
that
yeah,
weekly
that's what
chart
I'm saying, dude. I'm
so beautiful.
Like,
oh my God.
Watch out for the short tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe just looking for a prior day close. Like what structures have we been holding? Okay, so prior week low has held quite well. We might get that week low breakdown, but like we still have 4 days. Prior week is all the way down here at 81s, 80. And looking for a potential blow off top. Is this it? I have no idea. But on the intraday here, we're pulling in and consolidating or chopping around this 100 mark. So I did try a little bit of a pull in or push into that 99s. Below that, we didn't get too far below that, only to 96 halves. So and then trading right back up into 99s, 98, 90s as of right now. So, but this is what I'm talking about. Great opportunity. I defined some of these levels in the pre-market session where I was just like, okay, this is a tight range. We gapped up. We're holding this range. So coming into the day, I just want to be very simple, see what it does with this range and get involved. Range break, pull back, hold of resistance turned into support, and then push. What does that confluence with? VWAP. VWAP once again. So that gives me a lot of conviction. Again, but I wasn't really watching this one as closely because I was so fixated on was it CRWC? I already forgot what the name was. I can see the chart in my head. I'm like, but I don't remember exactly what the name was. But CoreWeave, very, very beautiful move as well. Bit of a squeeze or a push off of the open, a little aggressive, which had me thinking, okay, well, this might be a little too far, too fast. And also being held down. Those sellers step right back in, and aggressively so, might I add, all the way back into and through VWAP. 104s was a great area here as well. And we've been stair-stepping down into some of those pre-market levels here. So this is what I marked off. I'm going to continue watching this for the next couple of days. They had news that Nvidia is taking a stake with CoreWeave, so pretty decent news. We've seen how some of the stocks react to that specific kind of news, but this thing held down pretty decently while the rest of the market was held up. So I'm watching NVIDIA. NVIDIA got that news with Microsoft coming in and being like, all right, we're going to make some of our own chips to let off the load that we're putting on, I guess, NVIDIA. NVIDIA's not really getting a load put on, but finally a competitor, right? Finally a competitor that actually has some money to back their claims.
Oh, Microsoft, you're saying?
Yeah, Microsoft coming out with their own chip.
I mean, they got a lot of ways to go, obviously, with that, but OpenAI obviously liking it, make it a little bit cheaper for them. I mean, I don't know how many. Sam Altman is he's in a lot of debt to a lot of people, in my opinion. So a lot of people in bed with a lot of investors, raised a lot of capital, and he might not even come out on top. Like if we're talking about LLMs. I know you were talking about Grok this morning, and then obviously we have Gemini as well too. But as tools, and I like what Sean was talking about, is like, what is the best for what? I think for grabbing information in the collective articles, I like using Perplexity. Yeah. Right? I don't think I've ever used Anthropic. What? I don't think so. Anyways, Gemini is great for image creation, right? Like Nano Banana. Coding, I was using ChatGPT, and I've never used Grok either. So, yeah.
I mean, I'm just replying to Mike P. the writer here, yeah, no, I've heard. I haven't used Grok yet, but I've started kind of looking at how Claude works from a coding and programming perspective. It's absolutely beautiful. It's almost a game changer, and there's a lot of hype going on around about CloudBot. If you guys know what that's about, kind of a personal assistant that you can put on a standalone computer, and it literally can do almost anything and everything that a human can. So it's your personal assistant that you can talk to via text messaging and ask it to do things for you and get some work done while maybe you're away from the desk, or just have a personal AI assistant, right? And again, this is what we mean when I say the world is going to change, and it's going to start to change real fast. So yeah, Mike P. the writer saying that, yeah, you know, I'm looking for the next trade. Looking for the next trade. And Patrick J. DeVal. Joe Boy, thank you very much for the super chat there. I think that's a play on words for oh boy, but Joe Boy.
Joe Boy, oh
yeah,
boy.
Hey. But yeah, no, I can't really find anything to trade right now. So the imbalances might be it, and we only have about 10 minutes left until those imbalances right now. Tesla was the one I'm watching because of how strongly it was selling off. So something coming into the close here at the same time, trading below 435s as of right now. So we'll wait and see if this one potentially comes in. But earnings are some of the best plays probably on the week. So that's what I'm waiting for as well. Got to save and protect some of that risk and be as disciplined as possible this week. I think that's going to be a big one. What are some of the earnings that you're excited for?
Obviously the big three. Coming in on Wednesday. And then I think there's who was it who's also reporting with them? Let's pull it up here. There's another low-key name. I mean, I love earnings season, but I like once we get out of the mega caps and then we start heading into kind of like those mid caps, right? I really like that. We'll go through some of the names here momentarily. And I know Adara is going to be posting her stuff on X, so make sure you guys go out and check that out as well too, as she prints all the reports. But as for this Wednesday, was on the Wednesday, so sorry. Let's pull this up. You take a leave. No, yes, except we know Microsoft. You know what? So yes, Microsoft, Tesla, and Meta. I'm going to be looking forward to these. All right, and then Lam Research as well. But then you have the names like ServiceNow, IBM. Levi could be okay. LVS, we don't typically trade that too often. But other than that, MasterCard, Caterpillar has been an absolute monster of a run. I'm surprised no one picked that. No one picked, did anybody pick Meta for their picks as well too? Like I'm surprised on that.
I got like a display right here of all
on that one. Yeah, there you go.
All the names here. So this week is jam-packed. Jam-packed. We got so tonight. I don't see anything too crazy tonight, but I'll keep an eye on these names. But UNH, Boeing, UPS, GM, RTX,
Yeah.
American Airlines tomorrow before the open. And then we got Texas Instruments. I don't know if I really traded that one too much.
that thing's been
but
traded more, but-
STX, we've seen some of the hard drive names running as well. So STX is going to be very interesting at the same time. What else pops out?
AA tomorrow morning, I'll be keeping my eye on.
American
I think
Airlines,
that's going to
for
be
sure.
one of something that's in play. I like that.
Yeah.
Darius Starbucks is on there as well, too, coming in on Wednesday morning. ADP, Progressive Insurance there. AT&T, Nokia, I mean, Apple on Thursday after the close. And yeah, I mean, Visa as well, too. So there's a lot, especially leading into next week as well. That's when I really, really like to see some of these names start to report and then trade them after that. So I'm looking forward to earnings season. I always have. I love it when the banks really start get to reporting. Palantir is going to be Monday on February 2nd after the close. So that's not going to be bad at all. PayPal, Pepsi, that's going to be interesting. AMD, SMCI, we got going on Tuesday after the close. Chipotle, Enphase. These are some more of the names. SMCI, not so much, but Advanced Micro Devices. Uber, right? I think Wednesday before the open, Uber's going to be a big one. Novo Nordisk, Eli Lilly, some more Adara favorites there. And then sure enough, let's take a look at some of the other ones. Google, ARM, and Qualcomm on Wednesday, February 4th. So that's going to be next Wednesday after the bell. Or 2 Wednesdays from now? I don't know. Anyway, Snapchat as well, Elf Beauty. So yeah, keep it on. There's going to be a star-studded lineup. There's a lot of names that are going to be in play, and we're going to get to be able to put on some amazing trades throughout the duration of earnings season. Some of my favorite. I remember when I was just trading on my own at home in between earnings season, trading straight to it was like, okay, blah, blah, blah. Oh, in between the couple gray zone in between, equity curve slowly, earnings season, and then right back to the top side. So yeah, earnings season definitely some of my favorite time to trade.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of opportunity. We talk about, a big part of consistency is focusing on in-play stocks.
Yep.
And during earnings season, there's a lot of stocks in play, gapping up, gapping down, earnings reports that are missing or hitting, forward guidances that might be good or bad.
Yep.
And you see that relative volume start to come in as well. And yeah, a lot of participation across the board on multiple players that are looking at the stocks on multiple time frames. So yeah, day 1, day 2 earnings, maybe even day 3 earnings, you can definitely develop playbook trades in and around some of that price action that does revolve around those days. So definitely, I 100% agree with you that earnings season is a great time. Exercise your skills and exercise your playbook on some of these names that might potentially come.
I don't have it up here, Obi. What's the early imbalances looking like over?
Early imbalances, I can take a quick look.
Yeah, let's see if there's anything
well.
outstanding.
Mine usually is like filtered for some stuff here, so we'll see. Okay, so on the NY, nothing too crazy. I got Path, XOM, CCL coming in here with the early look. On NASDAQ doesn't really update until a little bit later, so I don't really pay too much attention to these. But Intel with a sell of 300K, nothing too crazy. But yeah, those imbalances are going to show up in about 6 minutes, and then we'll see what's going on. I am watching this Tesla coming into the close. At the same time, CoreWeave I was involved with finally got back below 100, and look at this consolidation, man. 99s to 98s, boom, 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 just stuck in that range as very strong morning, right? So I think something to continue watching as this news unfolds on the day. And how's that silver chart looking?
Silver, oh yeah, I mean 98.08. You did make a low. I think was talking about that. We ran into this 96.45, and this downtrend hasn't snapped. I mean, we give up the whole channel and some more, and also breaking through some key pre-market lows. So I think that silver might see a little bit of a downtrend starting to form here, guys. But with strong underlyings, anything can happen. Let's see what tomorrow brings. I like what Obi was saying earlier as well, too, that there's still plenty of time within the week. So you can get a nice rebound, maybe up into north of the hundreds, and then get that continuation. But right now, keep an eye on the volume profile as well, the volume by time, that is. Look at the increase in selling pressure here. And then if you head over to the daily, you can see that it's the largest volume. It's the last time we've seen a volume print like this, Obi. Wow, we got to go back to 21, not even close. We're going to have to go over to, I don't even know if that's going to make sense to head over to the weekly because we want to see a little bit of the detail. So, I mean, yeah, so this week isn't over. It's the first day of this week, Obi.
Yep.
And we're already close to what we're experiencing. I mean, we've already filled 3/4 of what we had in the past couple of weeks. But just to note on the daily, this is the largest single-day volume print on SLV in a really, really long time. We'll zoom out as much as we can here to see if we can find something. Like I mentioned, you go over to 2021, so you got 5 years essentially right there, and there's nothing even relatively close, right? So this is a big time volume event that we're experiencing here in silver, and we're pretty earlier in the year as well too. So only 3 weeks in essentially. So
yeah, no, definitely. I like that you isolated that volume signature there, and volume coming in like this in many years, and it's only the first day of the week.
It's the first day of the week.
The week isn't even over, and that was a weekly chart at the same time. So definitely something to watch out for. Is silver done and gone? A lot of buzz about it, and a lot of people that might not even be involved in markets continue to start talking about it. They start talking about like, oh, you know, silver, this, that, and the other. That's usually kind of an indicator of top, right?
That's what I'm thinking here as well too.
I mean, we also talk about how potentially like safe havens could be another explanation of why gold is also moving alongside with that silver and continues to push up as, you know, geopolitical tensions rise and investors are looking for a place to park their safe haven as well. So gold has always been a great over the course of a few millennia at the very least. But
and I mean, if we're thinking about something to a safe haven from an equity standpoint, for me, I'm heading over to the staples, right? Like the necessities, things that people need, like the Costco's and the Walmarts. I know it's not necessarily like parking your money in gold, but if we're looking at it from an equity standpoint, first place I'm going, like, dude, if there's any form of, it makes no sense in this correlation, but there's any form of an apocalypse, my first thing is to just try to take over a Walmart. You got everything you need right there. Costco might be a little bit too large to hold, right? You need more.
You need a membership for that.
Yeah, you need a membership and you need a lot more participants. Sarcastic, but I have an options question. John, Joseph, I bought some Tesla call options, strike $15, expiring February 2nd. $4.50 for 10 contracts, currently at $3 per roll earnings this Wednesday. Now, it's a really difficult question, all right? And what I'm going to start it off with essentially here is that you're buying a derivative of a derivative, right? So you're buying an options contract of something that is derived already from Tesla itself, and that's going to be the 2x daily. So you got to be really cautious. If Tesla does take a hit on earnings report, then sure enough, you're going to see a really dramatic effect in your options contract pricing. All right, let's go to Tesla. And if we go back, like, we were never really great on numbers to their previous report. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So out of the 7 previous reports, out of the previous 7 reports, 5 of them, and 2 of them are double beats, right? So just keep that in mind, all right? MF Dangerous, I remember that you sold. We have the imbalances. Adara brought that to us. What do you got there, Obi? Anything outstanding stepping in? I don't have mine.
Yeah, Apple's coming in as the highest sell. Look at that pair volume at 5.5 million and then 2.4 million shares to sell here on Apple. I did get a little bit involved here. Ideally, I want to see that imbalance get a little bit bigger here. I don't know why it's not showing here. There we go, right there. You can see that slam right in as that imbalance comes in all the way from 255 halves coming straight into 255. So let's see if that continues to hold here going into the end of the day. 2.4. I mean, we've definitely seen bigger volume, but you can see here on the Nasdaq NASDAQ list, it is the one that is the top of the list. So we'll see if this has a bit of a continuation to the downside. We got all the way up to 256 halves, right? 256 halves coming in, very, very strong. A bit of a curl here. Tesla was watching that. That one didn't really pull up here anywhere close to the some of the top names here. I got Amazon, Nvidia with the sell imbalance. So a few Mag 7s here coming in with some strong selling imbalances going into the close. But this is the thing. You got to try to get involved as early as possible. And those algos are definitely hitting the bid at 255.40s, 255.30s as well. And I'm here sitting at 255.04. So again, sizing accordingly as well, knowing that if this wipes right back up, this could just go right back to 255 half. So you know, giving it some room here, looking for that continuation potentially. We still have about 4 minutes, under 4 minutes for the imbalances to pair off, and I think it's better if it stays or even grows, right? That's always a good sign there, giving us an indication of increased. Is always good. Distinctly different is what I'm potentially looking for. But Tesla kind of holding up as of right now as well. Let's see on the NYSE, we got a T. I don't know what MO is, but Pfizer's up here as well as Coupang, CPNG coming in at the same time. PG, KVU's always up here, so I'm not really too concerned about that.
Why is it always on there?
I have no idea, but you know, maybe that's something I want to look into, because I guess they always, for some reason, have some sort of a strong imbalance there. Let's see if we can crack through 255s with any sort of distinction here, with only about a few minutes left. What do you got going on?
I'm just looking at, yeah.
ETH is up there too. ETH is a sell.
ETH, yeah.
On the NASDAQ, so.
I mean, yeah, I'm just looking at Bitcoin here a little bit, guys. I don't really know how I feel about this right now. The tide's gonna change, right? Like, I mean, this is the IBIT IPO, and you just have that multi-month consolidation. You make these massive legs up. Notice that maybe we are starting to form a little bit of a head and shoulders here. Shoulder one, head, shoulder two. And if things break, I know Sharif likes this steady uptrend right now, and rightfully so. I think that's when this is breached, right? Especially the second time coming around is something that it could be slightly alarming. How deep are we going to get pulled back? And when Saylor says he'll never get margin called, so it doesn't matter if Bitcoin goes to zero. He's still going to hold all his position. He acquired a little bit more today, I believe, as well too, or whenever he did. So he's going to be the largest. He is going to be one of the largest holders. That's for sure. He's trying to hoard this thing. Already holds a pretty insane amount of percentage of the actual outstanding amount of Bitcoin. So let's see what we got going on. It is it's been not too good. If you go over, you can see in October, right when we peaked, I knew something was fishy, and I said, yeah, crypto bear market, bear winter. And I mean, we're there. We're down 30%. It doesn't look like it wants to rebound. Doesn't look like very many people want to participate. For me, it's just these lengthy consolidations, right? It's just like throughout this whole time, you can be in something a little bit more, have less amount of holding, which I drastically reduced. And that's going to lead me to like the Walmarts, right? JPMs. I know I'm just kind of talking my own book right now, but there's a reason why I'm involved with some of these names. I think they're extremely important to the American economy and vice versa. So CrowdStrike, obviously, with this the AI build-out, data center build-out, you're going to need to protect all of this stuff. The blackout is definitely far behind them. That was in July of 24, I believe. That is behind them, even though I think they still have to pay somewhat of a fine eventually if they already, but CrowdStrike I like a lot. So 502, if we can hold up on this trend line and continue to get that balance, I think we can see $600 on CrowdStrike. Now let's take a look at Zscaler. What has Zscaler been up to? Not too good of a look either here off of that previous pivot high of around 332, and then now you're down 36%, closer to 40 on Zscaler. PanW, another cybersecurity name right here, PanW, Palo Alto Networks. I mean, I like CrowdStrike the most out of the three of them, down 16%, even though it's not as down as bad as what CrowdStrike may be, considering, right? Like, what was our previous high there? 566, 22%, 17%. So roughly the same, so not too bad. CRM, Salesforce, yeah, poor CRM and Mark Benioff. Again, like I thought this downtrend was going to be the end of things and maybe you can get a little bit of a climb higher. But if you head over to what Obi likes to do in the 3-month time, steady up and to the right there, Obi, but it's been a long time. So if each candle's 3 months, think about how long your money's been dead for there.
Yeah, for sure. I think you definitely have to higher time frames. You got to watch, and you also have to understand the time frame for each of those candles, right? And it's just like when we talk about swinging something for, maybe a couple quarters or even a year or so, I definitely do want to step it up on the time frames and see how that potentially comes in. So Apple paired off a decent amount there. It's still a bit of a sell here, 500K, just shy of 500K sell, and then we did bid up here. So this is probably going to be a nothing burger here, coming back up into some of those reference prices from where those came into the book on that imbalance. But I guess the market will catch the sell here. You can see here both the ES and the NASDAQ coming in. Some of those imbalances pairing off. So interesting stuff happening here. I'm looking at, wow, Softy was the one here. Softy is the one that's getting cracked to the downside. So let's take a quick look at MSFT here going the last few minutes. Wow, look at that. Boom. Right off of, is this a minute chart? No, let's go to the minute chart and see if this started coming in on the 50. Yep, it did. 50 candles, strong sell all the way down into VWAP, 472s down to 470s now on Microsoft, and that was about 480K. So yeah, dollar volume, with respect to dollar volume, that one was definitely much bigger here on MSFT, cracking even lower as we speak. So a bit of a miss on my part. Again, I don't have my imbalance scanners set up the right way on this setup, but participated with some of that. But Microsoft was the one. Again, bidding up on the day. We had as well today, coming out with a chip that could potentially compete. I don't want, maybe rival is a strong word, but compete at the very least with Intel's chips and take some of the dependency on NVIDIA away from Microsoft's I guess infrastructure. As well, so.
I agree with you there, Obi. I mean, like when you hold so much of the market already, and you have X amount of market share, obviously being the peak and the apex predator within that space, there's only one way you can really go, right? And we've seen that with Tesla in the EU, and then now you have the Chinese EVs start to step in, and sure enough, it's like, oh yeah, Tesla's losing market share left, right, and center. Thanks, Dave hates 808s. Oh, all right, I like that one. I appreciate that, Dave hates 808s. Yeah, I mean, there's only one way you can go, right? And I expect this from NVIDIA, and I expect this from competitors. Are going to try to find cheaper alternatives, and sure enough, this may be one. But when you have so much market share, just like Tesla did in Europe with the EV space, there's only one way you can really go, right? And that's to the downside. Is that going to hinder their earnings? I don't think so, right? They're going to have a lot in the pipeline. Obviously, they can gain new customers. What they got in the Gulf state. Stargate, essentially Stargate here. I know a lot of that deal is done with AMD's chips and everything along those lines. So interesting stuff. Ooh, okay, it's almost that time. 5, 4, 3.
Boom. Okay, all right, so that's going to conclude the day today here. Hopefully you guys had a solid trading day. Not too that I saw relative. So hopefully you guys had a solid day. Hopefully I came in with the goal to make good decisions, and I think I made a relatively okay decisions. They could definitely always be improved and be a little bit better here, Joe. But Joe and Sharif will be back with you guys tomorrow on the Midday, and Neil and Sean will be back here at the desk for you guys tomorrow. So thank you, everybody. Hope to see you soon. Take it easy, guys. Have a good one.
Ciao, bellos.
Nice.
Oh, my knee. Oh, my leg.